Tonight on the Overreaction Awards, sponsored by Read It, we reveal your votes for the most overhyped team on the planet. Hand out the hardware for worst offseason roster move. Plus, we present the Summoners Cup to 2016's best team in the world. We know we're only 1 week into the season, but,
Primetime League starts right now! And he should just go to a DL play! I don't believe it!
A perfect game in 18-15 for Immortals! Fastest game in NALCS history.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to your safe haven from hyperbole and overreactions. It's Primetime League.
Oh, man, it was an incredible week one of the LCS.
I know!
It was the best week in esports by far. I can't imagine what week 2 might bring.
Well, one thing week 2 will probably bring is a lot more Rise during Champion Select. If you were watching any of the LCK, the LPL, or the LCS, the Rogue Mage was 100% pick ban in those leagues during the first week of matches.
Yeah, it turns out FLICKR was right all along. Who would have guessed FLICKR right about something at the World Championship last year? Rise is here. He's really strong. Targeted roots are great. He's a big carry. You just got to pick correctly
You're an 80 carry. Targeted roots are great.
Yeah, I mean, look, they suck for me, but if you want to, win a game, sure.
This is true. This is true. Well, from OP champs to OP teams, we've got to talk about the Immortals' week 1 performance, specifically their total domination of Tip's Nexus in what was one of the fastest games we've ever seen in the LCS.
Yeah, literally the fastest as far as I can tell here. Immortals are absolutely amazing. They have great players. Their synergy as well already off the charts. These guys just gelled when they came together, and that is always such a big deal with a super team. Do your personalities mix? Does the shot calling work for you guys? Does your play styles line up? They do. These guys love to run forward, and Adrian's like, I'll just keep you guys alive by playing Janna every game. It's lightning in a bottle. This is a great team, and I think they are here to stay as a force to be reckoned with.
Walking the yellow brick road. And while the Immaculate Immortals overwhelmed an underwhelming Tip roster, Huni and crew will have tougher competition in this week's matches. First up on Saturday, Wild Turtle and That Smile take on his former squad and their new trash-talking AD carry. Then on Sunday, it's the NALCS game of the week as the Immortals brawl with the other undefeated team in the North American LCS, NRG, and their Baron-stealing bow-tie-wearing mid-laner, GVM.
All right, so first off, talking about the match versus TSM, Wild Turtle versus Doublelift. This is not TSM versus CLG. It's Immortal versus TSM. Both AD carry swap teams. It's funny what Turtle's done with a new team behind him. We have to sort of see as they get stronger and stronger competition if flashing forward, dashing forward is good for Turtle, or if he starts throwing games like he was on TSM.
He's finding a middle ground there, though.
Yeah, but I mean, so far so good. We'll have to see. He's going to get tested more throughout time. Meanwhile, right, Doublelift should be doing really well. I think that's just like the matchup I really care about. Of course, there's great players in every lane in all these matchups. The top laners are really cool. This top lane matchup, really both of them for Huni is going to be really awesome. Up against Hanser the first day. Up and coming top laner, Hanser gets a really big test. Can you beat up Huni? Good luck, brother. But then Huni versus Impact on Sunday is going to be so awesome. Huni is an exceptional player. Impact, incredible as well. He's like solo carried one of those matches last week. That's going to be so much fun.
Mid laners as well coming into these matches are going to be very big.
Oh, absolutely. The mid lane matchups are amazing as well. Of course, these guys are all top half at the very least, which is weird when you're like, Pueblo's only top half, but there's so many good mid laners in NA.
Yeah.
Bjergsen right now, still the reigning champion. GBM was sort of very, very humble, saying, oh, he's like only 4th best himself, but GBM is a man who can jump to the throne as well.
Barons.
Yeah, right? And so Pobelter has work cut out for him. Okay, look, he won the finals against Bjergsen last time in the summer split over at Madison Square Garden, but tough battles for Pobelter here.
I'm ready to see. I mean, Pobelter and Turtle are still on a very big team with big star power.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if they can still shine this year. Will they be overshadowed by those guys, or is it their year to shine?
So far, so good. We'll see what they can do.
It'll be very interesting. You can check out the North American LCS Game of the Week this Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific as the undefeated Immortals take on the unbeaten Energy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Duo Q, where we test the pros on how well they know their teammates. And today, it's a battle of the undefeated bot lanes as Energies, AD carry, Alt-Tech, and Sport Conquan take on the Immortals, Wild Turtle, and Adrian. Guys, it's going to be so much fun. Okay. First of all, thanks for joining us. You guys are awesome. You guys are wonderful. You guys can swivel in your chairs, but don't, because it'll look really weird on camera. But either way, let me talk to you guys about how duo queue works. So we're going to ask you guys in a little bit, the AD carries to leave. Not yet, though. You guys can chill. And we're going to ask your support some questions about you. So you guys have to hopefully know your AD carries pretty well. 3 questions for each of you guys. Then we're going to bring the AD carries back. We're going to ask you guys what you think your support said about you. And if you guys are right, 10 points apiece. Congratulations. If you guys are wrong, I'm ashamed of you, but you won't get any points for that one. So now that you guys know what's going on, Turtle, Altsec, go take practice or something. We'll see you guys in a bit. And now it's only skilled players left in the studio, and we'll be good to go. All right, time for question number 1. Conquan, we're going to start with you here.
Okay.
What is the most annoying habit that Altsec has?
I think Altek's perfect. I don't think he has any. I don't know. I never get irritated by him, so I don't know. I think it's perfect.
Literally nothing wrong with
Literally
Altsec.
nothing wrong with it.
I'm going to use that on air, by the way, on Saturday, first game. It should be like, I just want to know, Conquan says this guy was literally perfect. So if he ever misses CS, I'm calling you out on this one.
All right, fine. That's fine.
All right, Adrian, he called his AD carry perfect.
There's so many things wrong with Turtle.
Yes.
There's so much. Like, Turtle's just Turtle. Like, he's just an ass of troll.
Give me like the top 3.
All right, like, I'm like, when I wake up, he just trolls me. Like,
Okay. Trolls you in the morning for no reason at all.
he trolls me during scrims.
Trolls you in scrims. That's bad. That's bad practice.
He trolls me on stage.
All right. So basically, Turtle is a troll.
Turtle's a troll.
Is the most annoying thing about Turtle.
Turtle's just a big troll.
All right, that's good. All right, that's a good start. So, literally perfect, and Turtle's a troll. Question number 2. If you guys haven't seen Snow White and the 7 Dwarves, there's 7 dwarves. Shocking, I know. Their names are Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, Sneezy, Dopey, Bashful, and Doc. Which of the 7 most closely describes Wild Turtle?
Dopey?
Dopey. Conquan?
Sleepy.
Sleepy. Sleepy, Dopey. All right, good job, guys. One more question for you all. When you're playing League with your AD carry, what is your guys' song?
Oh, that's a hard one.
What
I know.
kind of song? Like, just like.
I mean, Eye of the Tiger works. It could be like Britney Spears, like whatever you guys want to go for. Conquan, we are going to start with you.
What's that song by Justin Bieber? Is it? I can't remember the
Baby?
title. No, it's the.
It's the new one, right?
Is it too late to say I'm sorry?
All right.
I don't know the title.
I don't either, but I'm sure it's good enough that someone's going to write it down properly for you. So Justin Bieber, Too Late to Say I'm Sorry, something like that. I don't know it either. It's cool. Adrian, how about you?
Hello from the other side.
Hello from the Other Side. All right, that's the song.
That's Turtle's song.
That's Turtle song. Good. Hopefully gets it right. We'll see if you guys did well. Guys, let's bring back your AD carries. All right, so now that we have your answers, guys, it's time to get ourselves into this and see if you guys actually know your teammates well enough to be worthy of being LCS competitors. We'll kick you out if you get them all wrong, by the way. We'll replace you with, like, Coast or something. Okay. So, Turtle, Altsec, you guys, here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to read the questions off. You guys are going to guess what your support said about you, and then they'll flip the card up. We'll see if they are right after all. For every matching answer, you guys are going to get 10 points. At the end, whoever gets the most points remains undefeated in the LCS. Your score will no longer be 2-0 if you lose this matchup, so good luck with that one. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
ready, ready.
okay, you guys are ready. Cool.
Let's
All
go,
right.
let's go.
I asked your supports, what's your most irritating habit, Wild Turtle? What is your most irritating habit according to your teammate?
I guess I troll sometimes.
Yo! Oh, baby. Lift it up.
What is it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, pressure's on. They got that one right.
Oh.
Altsec, what is the most annoying thing about you according to your teammate?
My haircut.
Wait.
Okay, what before? Okay, yeah, go for it.
Not even this mushroom?
I like it.
I asked him and he's like, dude, I don't know.
Not a habit.
Yeah,
I actually like it though.
it's okay. Sorry, guys.
I like your haircut though.
It's okay.
you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. All right. Next up question, though, we're going to start with you guys again. So I asked about Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. The 7 Dwarves are Happy, Sneezy, Grumpy, Sleepy, Dopey, Bashful, and Doc. Which one is you?
Sleepy.
Turtle.
Question was better than the high five. You got it.
Is it simple? I don't know. Am I happy?
Even I know it.
Yo! Am I happy?
Are you happy?
You're not happy, dude.
Oh! Dopey.
No.
No.
Oh, Oh, man, what's dopey? Like, what?
I mean, I can see both. I can see both, honestly.
I mean, you should have just chose happy. That'd be simple.
I mean, you know what? This is what happens when you don't spend enough time with your teammates,
Yeah,
man.
you don't hang out with me enough.
To realize you guys are happy. It's okay. Hey, it's tied 1-1. Third match coming up. Here you go. You guys ready for this?
Oh, it's a tiebreaker.
Preview things to come. Best of 3, basically. All right. Final question. We're gonna start with you guys over here on Immortals. When you guys are playing League together, what is your song?
What is your song, Turtle? What is our song?
What is your guys' song? You got this, man.
Am I supposed to know this? I don't know. Do you know it? I'm just gonna choose Taylor Swift.
Put it up, put it up. Taylor Swift, not correct.
Oh, you're right. That was Turtle.
All right,
You're
Energy,
right.
you guys can win.
That was actually,
For the win.
actually our song.
That is it's actually the right. Oh my God, that's terrible. Okay, I'll take for the win. What's your song?
Oh, sorry.
What's your guys' song?
No, they won't get it either.
Sorry, Justin Bieber.
Put it up. Whoa! Oh, damn. Energy.
I should have known it was hell up on the other side.
We're on the other side, though.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but this means that Energy is the winner of Duo Q. Guys, congratulations so much. Perfect record still in. Hey, you got one right. You're not kicked out. It's cool. You guys are still gonna play TSM on Saturday. You guys are still gonna play these guys on Sunday. You can get the bragging rights back. But guys, are gonna do it for our first episode of Duo Q. If you guys at home liked it, let us know. These guys were wonderful. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this one. But we're going to watch these guys go head-to-head pretty soon in the North American LCS.
Very lost.
Now, guys, if you can't wait that long to hear players be awesome and truly, well, lucky for you, we've got mic check coming up.
It's all set.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, actually, I'm nervous.
Really?
Oh,
Are you scared?
oh, scared.
JK.
Where is my second pillow? I am so triggered.
Princess Ray needs his pillow.
I feel like when I hear the video start booming, it's probably a feature of me. Yeah, because you have so deep voice, man. You talk like, hey, it's Grums. It's me, Grum.
10K, 9K.
I'm coming.
I'll be there in 10 seconds.
Going on Victor.
10 seconds. Alex is fine. Alex is fine.
We got it. Back off. They're in the pit.
I'm not there. 5 seconds, Sumi, 5 seconds.
I got there. Nice, nice. Go. Okay. Yes. Yes, go. Nice.
Rule number 1 today?
Yeah, rule number 1 is listen to Bora.
Alright.
Okay, hey guys.
Is everyone
I got
good?
some more Sagely advice. It's a team game.
Peter, can you please not try and tilt me before the game?
It's no time for memes.
There is no BG, but there's just happy little mistake.
Accidents.
Happy little accidents, yeah.
Happy little accidents.
I can't focus. I need my pillow. Ay.
Top third is Brett.
Maybe Anivia here.
Okay.
Hey, I'm alive. We can stay. Go, keep bottom.
Okay,
keep
okay.
bottom.
Just go for it, go for it. Listen, no, Q.
들어가. Okay. Yeah.
Fight.
Finish.
Finish and then turn.
Oh my god!
Ali. Keep going. Yo, ref. Is my pillows actually coming? Oh my god, finally. Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Imagine yourself winning. Just look at yourself going over there, shaking their hands.
Thank you, Björk.
Wow. What a magical moment.
Before you said these words, I did not want to win, but now I want to win.
Hands up, boys. Shake it out, boys. Let's go. Shake it out.
We're doing Taylor Swift now. Shake it off.
Around the world, back around the world.
To be Arcane forward, I'm gonna flash.
Okay. Let's go. This time. Nice.
I'm dead.
Okay, jump it three.
Go. You can go. I can cover you. Let's go. No flash.
Let's go. Let's go.
Every game on Gravity, before the game, we would just go like this at the top of our lungs.
Sneaky.
Why? I don't know.
Who made that sound? Bonnie or Sneaky?
That wasn't me.
Really?
Yep.
I don't believe it. Yo, go. Kill TF. Go for TF.
Go TF, nice.
Back up. Oh, end the game. Kill TF, he says. Kill TF. Yeah, I told you I do that on accident sometimes. Kill TF.
You can care.
Nice.
Okay, just end. GG.
Oh, our Fantasy LCS points is getting lower.
Fuck, our LCS points are low. We're going too fast.
Top one first.
We enter mid.
Top one first.
Nice, Turtle.
Holy shit, Turtle the god. Push.
It's
Finish.
up!
Nice!
Hey.
Turtle the cat!
Turtle the cat!
Turtle the god is on the building.
Oh, but actually, this one's weird. Why are they different?
Man, casting our princess.
No, look, this one's hard, and this one's soft. Yeah, there's difference.
Yeah, soft and hard.
Where is Scott?
That is
No,
different.
it's. I can't do this.
Over here in EU, we've had a slew of interesting games, but what is more interesting is what's coming up next on the plate and how the teams are looking. First off the board, H2K, a team that is very, very consistent, but they have some new tricks up their sleeve. Ryu in particular looked amazing on those assassins.
Yeah, he really did, and it wasn't just Ryu as well. When you look at H2K as a whole, everything seemed to click for them. Their strategy around Forgiven and sieging, just making sure as one unit, H2K were always pushing down towers, made it very difficult for their opponents in previous weeks in week 1. Now moving into a game against Fnatic, I think H2K looked like the favored team, but in their second game, there's almost a clash of similar styles when they have to go up against Gamers 2, who were playing a very different style from when we saw them in this studio last year in Challenger. Now they come out with Trick, with Emperor. Trick's jungle Graves looked fantastic, and they were snowballing so hard off either Perks or Emperor very, very well. So I'm excited to see that clash of styles.
Yeah, I'm excited to see G2 in general. They looked incredible off that first week, and like you said, very different from what we expected. The big change for me, though, was Kikis moving up to the top lane and playing Tahm Kench twice. Yes, it wasn't taken away from him, so that's something teams might be on the lookout for, but he made it work very well, and because he got to be that primary tank, it allowed everyone else to have a more heavy engaged style, and it worked really, really well for them.
It really did, but I think there are still those drawbacks, as you were alluding to, is maybe if he doesn't get that Tahm Kench, how does that affect the team's setup? That's something we have to look forward in these games to that could rock the boat for G2.
Absolutely. Now, a team that had their boat rocked pretty hard this week was Origin, starting off 0-2. That's not how you want to start for the expected #1 team in the league, but they've had some time to cool off. They've had some time to get some more practice in their gaming house. They've got a tough schedule ahead of them, though. What do you think is going to happen there, Stress?
Well, they've got Unicorns of Love and Vitality, so if Origin haven't returned to the World semi-finalist setup that they had, where, you know, very strong team on a strategy side as well, that was what really lacked in week 1. And now against Unicorns of Love, who looked strong themselves, and Vitality, who took a game off Fnatic, didn't look so great in their first game. I think Origin, if they don't come out all guns blazing, I honestly think this could be another 0-2 week if Unicorns of Love and Vitality show up.
And that'll be a very, very rough start for the expected favorites. But another team you mentioned there, the Unicorns of Love, they had a fantastic start, and they looked so tight together as a team. Not something we're used to talking about for the Unicorns, but in particular, it was their man in the jungle, Diamond Prox, who really, really set them up.
Oh, yeah, the new blood for the Unicorns, but a very old face when it comes to the EU LCS. I mean, Diamond Prox, his early game presence was really on point in both of their games. It just set the game's pace so well for the Unicorns to just continue getting a lead. And one thing that you know, they got in the first week that I doubt they'll get now in the second week is Fox getting himself Zed. That's an old favorite for him. If the Unicorns can get him on that again, I think that should work in their favor.
Yeah, he was able to make some pretty sick plays as well. So we'll see if the Unicorns can keep up their form. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye, and hope you tune in for this week's European LCS.
And now it's time to fly around the world of LOL Esports to check out the biggest stories as we get you prepped for week 2 of the LCK, LMS, and LPL. Let's start in China's Premier League, where a couple of big-name Korean imports had less than successful debuts.
Yeah, first up, World's MVP, #1 player trade of the year, Marin, had a miserable time, less than 1 KDA, really quite rough. LGD is continuing their just streak of really poor performances ever since the LPL playoffs, basically. Rough for him. Easy Hoon, meanwhile, not a whole lot better. I mean, an improvement somewhat, almost a 3 KDA. They have a win here, so Vici are doing moderately, but still not great.
Well, while Vici was mediocre and LGD was just plain bad, really, two teams crushed the competition, starting at the bottom and going up to the top. Let's start with Group B, as RNG's star-studded lineup dropped one game on the way to a 2-0 series record. Well, up in Group A, Chao Gu crushed the competition, sweeping 2 straight matches with high-profile acquisitions Uze, Dade, and Tom riding the bench for all 4 games.
Yeah, it's really pretty incredible watching QG here because they nearly went to Worlds. They failed barely at the end there in the regionals, but I mean, they've just been amazing ever since then.
Yep.
Really, they've had the same starting roster the entire time now. They're crushing it. You mentioned these star pickups on the bench still. I mean, QG are doing wonderfully. They're dominating China.
Well, see if they can keep doing it. RNG also left some big names on the bench as well. Name and Insak did not get to play in week 1.
Yeah, Royal Never Give Up. Honestly, they were one of the weakest teams last year, but they're really crushing it now. Jungler MLXG is doing great. Mid laner Xiaohu also wonderful. Now, to temper some of these roster things, it was reported that Insec was a little bit ill, so maybe that's why he wasn't in right now. But also Name sitting on the bench. I mean, he was a big name back in 2014, but I mean, right now this lineup is working. Does he even need to come in?
I don't know, but it's a good thing is that all these regions are getting more better players.
Yeah.
And he's going to have better teams in the future.
That's true. It's going to keep taking them, and it's going to be wonderful.
It's going to work out great. Meanwhile, about 6 degrees north of Shanghai, the LCK kicked off Week 2 early Wednesday morning, California time. In Match 1, Samsung Galaxy won their 3rd straight match to start off the season as they handed the much-hyped Longzhou Gaming their first loss of the season.
It's pretty incredible that Samsung's improved so much so quickly already. Meanwhile, Match 2, the Jin Air Green Wings fed off the momentum they gained by beating the world champions last week and took out a slightly easier opponent in EM Fire, who are one of the slumping teams this year.
They are, and with those 2 series in our match history, the LCK standings shake out like this. Samsung Galaxy is in first place with 3 wins and 0 losses. And did anybody else just have a flashback to 2014?
I mean, it's great. They're back up already. It's really wonderful to watch the Samsung team excel. But joining them in the ranks of undefeated teams are, the next team with probably more name changes than a room full of Hollywood stars. The now Rocks Tigers are in this one. KT Rolster doing wonderfully for themselves as well. These guys are at the top of the table, perfect records, and it gives us a great segue to our BF game of the week, of course, because there's going to be some great ones.
That it does. Coming up this Thursday, only one of those 2 squads will have a perfect record still, as Someday and his Rolsters take on Smeb and his Tigers.
It's a rematch of the World Championship quarterfinals. People thought KT was going to win that one. Tigers came out so incredibly strong. And most of these rosters are the same, despite so many roster changes elsewhere. Someday versus Smeb in the top lane. I mean, this is going to be basically whoever wins this is the most dominant team in this league right now until they face Samsung.
Pretty nice title to have. And the only other region besides Korea to have all of their teams advance out of the group stage at the 2015 Worlds was none other than the LMS. And while Worlds participant Flash Wolves lost stake in the top lane and then their rematch versus AHQ, AHQ is looking strong and ready to take on the 2-0 Hong Kong Esports in our second BF game of the week.
That was going to be a whole bunch of fun. Hong Kong Esports was very close to going to Worlds. Actually, they were the 2nd place LMS Summer teams, but they did lose the regional qualifier to Flash Wolves in all 5 games, so they are right there at the top of this. That's going to be a tight one to watch for. This year, again, no toys. He's finally gone this time around, but they are still 2-0 to start. This is a very, very good team. They're up against AHQ, though. AHQ is definitely great. Chawi is around. He's in the mix. We've seen him play Lux and Zillion, so some cool stuff is around there. But, of course, Westor has also been around here. So, which HQ are we going to see? It's going to make that fun. And, again, HKES very good as well.
We'll see if Westor gets his pick, so he still gets all 3 bands towards him. And then we'll know which one we'll see. All right, now let's swing from the biggest games of the weekend to the biggest badass in the jungle game right now. It's Jat with the latest League of Learning.
Hey, it's Jad here with another edition of League of Learning. Last week, we talked about some of the season changes. This week, I wanted to talk about a jungler who has seen a lot of play, particularly in the LPL, and then much less picker ban play in the other regions. So I wanted to look at what the LPL sees in Graves and why he's so widely adopted there. So I did a lot of studying within the LPL to figure out why Graves is so widely used there. So from there, there's some core items for jungle Graves. You see a lot of him in solo queue as well. So these are kind of words to live by. Boots of Swiftness, because he doesn't benefit much from attack speed and he just wants to get along really fast. The Tracker's Knife dominates pro play because of the ease of getting the wards earlier. And then the rest of the itemization for Graves is basically attack damage, armor penetration, and resilience there. So you can kind of pick and choose any order of these, Maul of Mount Mortius, Ghostblade if you're ahead, Sterix Gauge if you're really worried about burst, and then the rapid fire cannon is a niche item when you're trying to better siege because you get the longer range on the first turret shot. From there, also Runes and Masteries if you're wondering about that. Attack damage or armor pen for your marks, you have a few options. Seals, obviously armor. Your glyphs should be magic resist or CDR. And then your quints, some people do attack speed, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I'd say attack damage or armor pen. The rule of thumb with that is generally the better you are at the early jungle clear, the less you need attack damage and the more you'll want armor pen to do some damage in team fights. Masteries are pretty simple, 12 on the ferocity tree, 18 in cunning. Everyone brings Thunderlord's Decree. That was also on patch 5.24, but it should remain true on 6.1 and future patches as well. The main thing you need to learn for Jungle Graves, though, is the jungle clear. That's actually the really important thing here. You have to note Graves has 2 bullets currently stored in his shotgun. You want to use both of those while kiting back. Also note that when you shoot, it knocks whatever is attacking you back. So it's very important to move during a jungle clear. Notice this is Claky D doing this jungle clear here as an LCS jungler in Season 3. And uses the smite to heal yourself up, gets the red buff off, and always using the full 2 auto attacks and reloading. Now that you're level 2, there's another element that you need to put in here. When you dash, it automatically reloads 1 shell. So notice how you want to use your attack, dash immediately after, and then get your attacks off afterwards. Basically, when done optimally, you can get through an entire jungle clear on Graves without using a single health potion. So that's why most Graves do refillable health potion, just use one of them, then they have extra healing for team fights after that. Then, since you know how to jungle now, what team compositions work for him since he's not a traditional tank CC jungler. He's good with team comps that have crowd control, tankiness, and good damage spread, so at least one magic damage dealer somewhere in there. A good example team comp is something that was ran in the LPL, Trundle, Lysandra in the solo lanes, Alistar to bring a little bit more CC. A bad team comp example where Graves isn't going to have that great of a time is where there's a complete lack of reliable crowd control. So Graves isn't going to be able to land his skill shots very easily, and he's going to have a hard time executing his damage, plus he'll be focused fairly easily. All in all, whenever you see a champion that is picked above 80% in any particular region, it usually filters to the other region, because in order for a champion to have that type of widespread popularity, there has to be something extremely powerful about him. In Graves' case, it's the absurd jungle clear, it's the fact that he can burst people from 100 to 0 in their jungle later in the game, and he can also fit into a lot of team compositions if you build it properly. So I hope you can try Jungle Graves yourself. I think he'll be a monster in solo queue and in all of the competitive leagues in the coming weeks. And I hope you learned something.
Well, week 1 is over, and I don't know what was more savage, the Immortals massacre of TIP, or your guys' answer to last week's Twitter question. Because the thing is, last week we asked you, which LCS teams would be in first place? It's only 2 games per team. None of you got it right. I mean, me either, but I didn't even vote. So, I mean, I abstained. You guys actually all lost. You know, but you know what? Who would have thought that Origin would actually be 0-2? TSM would give up first blood in the top lane, even without Dyrus. I mean, it's insane. But, you know, to be fair, no, you're right. TIP's loss was way more savage. You guys are only the second worst thing that happened last week. This week, though, you get a new chance for redemption. And we're going to dial the difficulty down a little bit. We're going to go, you know, last week's question was like Korean Silver. This week's question, European Challenger. Much, much easier. So, look, last week, we knew that Ryze was 100% pick ban in the LCS, and that Graves jungle is obviously incredibly strong. But you know what? We don't know what's going to be strong next week. So this is the question. Which champion will have the highest win percentage across both LCS regions this week? That is, of course, EU and NA combined. And for a spot in the Hall of Fame, you've got to let us know what that win percentage is going to be. So I'm going to say highest win percentage champion is Graves, and that percentage is going to be 100%. He's going to not lose any games, the games that he wins. As always, be sure to send your answers to @LOLesports with hashtag PTL if you want to play along. Now, speaking of plays, it's time to count down the top 5 most savage plays from week 1 of the 2016 season, or as Samsung Stitch can now call it, the Penta.
Coming in at number 5, Samsung Stitch picks up the first pentakill of the 2016 LCK Spring season.
Kube still trying to run at Songyun, but he is protected. No one's dead yet besides this Ixu, but they're starting to turn it around. Samsung now, and Samsung gets a triple kill on Quadra. It's going to be the first penta of the season.
Charging into number 4, Vici Gaming's Loong somehow kept himself alive in this 1v2 outplay.
Cool. Maybe wants to flash for it. He's going to need to go in, but he's gone deep. He's popped the Ghost as well. Moves in with the ulti. CC's there. Long going to move back in onto Dark, but that should be a kill. Dark is low. He actually gets the kill. Long is going to survive as well. Let's see this again.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Long already pretty much like half health at that point. Flashes in, cool. Able to chunk him out. Decides to go back in on Dark, gets some good CC here with the ultimate and executes him.
AHQ's Westdoor kept his cool in his duel against Flash Wolf's Maple in our number 3 play.
Maple 跟 Westdoor 要来交手了吗？开了轨道。哦，这边是稍微顿了一下，不过 Maple 是躲过第三朵大绝，第三朵大绝是放在自己的身上，躲过这次死亡印记的一个伤害量。Maple 再往前 ，Westdoor 的惊人，哇，两边正在交手，这里 Westdoor 跟 Maple 单挑是 Westdoor 得胜哦，2次的控制都控到了 Maple 身上。
At number 2, Energy's GBM picked up 2 glorious Baron steals in the same game.
Combined with this smite and
Going for the
vault.
steal.
The Q is in, the Q is on. He's going to have to take it before it wears off. The Q's off, he goes in. That's going to be the laser steal from GBM. Baron gets taken by NRG. Kiwi. Oh, who does he stop?
Can he save it?
There's people everywhere around him.
Are you kidding me?
Did that just happen?
Swinging into number 1, Fnatic's Gamsu comes out on top as he viciously strikes down 2 foes.
Gamsu is on to Soaz, and he is going to Frozen Tomb himself, but Gamsu can walk right into it, and he Ragnaroks his way to a kill. Fantastic. Not over yet, though, as Amazing looks to chase him down. Can the Viking get away from the Blind Monk? I don't think so. He sees him coming, and he should just... No! Gamsu with the outplay! I don't believe it!
And here at Primetime League, we have things that we don't believe either, like Riv's beard. Like, how does he keep that so majestic? I've been trying for decades now. Either way, once in a while, stuff gets really crazy, and we have to call in the experts, just like we did for this week's Last Hit.
Imagine a world beyond science, beyond reason, where nightmares roam and curses kill. While many scoff at the idea of the supernatural, right here in this very building, thousands have witnessed the truth. The Q's off, he goes in, that's going to be the laser steal from GBM! This week, on Riv Hitting Mysteries, we investigate Dignitas and the curse of the Baron. Why are they cursed? Whose fault was it? Will they ever be free to take Baron? Kiwi? Oh, who does he stop?
Can he save it?
There's people everywhere around him! The roster may change, but the curses do not. Plus, the tale of a first blood. The TSM top lane. Cosmic Binding haunts are right against the wall, and he walks out of turret range to give them an easier gank right off the bat. The flash in from McSmithy, and they take down Haunter for first blood.
the copy, and he doesn't stand a chance. Steve picks him up. Go, 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 Steve!
Emperor's looking to hop, to skip, to jump, to kill. He's got another hop, skip, jump, kill.
But he's got a rocket, but he's stunned, and Diamond going in. Happy picks a kill.
Kickus finds one, that's a double. The Kenju's looking for more. Get in my belly!
And he should. I don't believe it.
Hop, skip, jump, kill.
Go, 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 Steve!
Get in my belly!
I don't believe it. Guess what, boys? FNC is back.
Ryu, double dash dunk.
How long can they keep this fight up?
There is no retreat.
But he's out of allies, and he's out of time.
What a performance!
That is an ace. That will be the game.
Hello and welcome to the European League Championship Series. The competition is heating up here in Berlin, Germany as our teams continue to fight for footing in the spring split. You gotta look at inside our battle arena where the fans are waiting for our first game, and you also see the Giants talking some strats with Lothar before going up against G2. G2 Esports went 2-0 in their very first week and also had the MVP of week 1, Trick, in their ranks, so they're looking to continue that record. Hi, I'm Evie Schok-Supporter at the helm of the analyst desk, where I'm joined by James Stress O'Leary, Mitch Krepo-Voorspoels, and Trevor Quickshot. Get in my belly, Henry.
Get
Welcome.
in my belly.
Sounded like Fat Bastard from Austin Powers.
Get in my belly.
Christmas, I'm still trying to shed the holiday weight, I'm afraid.
If anything, great cast last week because there were some exciting games over in week 1, some big upset and surprises coming out of the season opener. G2, UOL, H2K, all with a perfect week 1, 2-0. Some surprises in there.
There really was, and I was very impressed with how good G2 and UOL actually looked. Both teams came in with some question marks. Was the roster changes the right thing for G2 Esports? How were the Koreans going to perform? And then following that, just some of the shot calling and the strategy that Unicorns of Love demonstrated for a team that maybe you can argue looked better or worse from the offseason. I was very impressed with both of these squads.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Unicorns of Love, but I want to see more confirmation from G2 Esports because overall they played against Rocket and Elements, I believe, which is honestly not the hardest opening week. Now they play against Giants, so we won't see it today. Tomorrow, however, they'll have a rougher game on their hands. I believe they play H2K, so that's when we can see how far they've developed. But honestly, if all goes to plan and they keep this level up, they will start the LCS with a 3-1, which is a lot better than what a lot of people expected from G2 Esports overall.
A couple of teams in there, though, that had a mixed bag when it came to week 1. 1-1 results for both Fnatic and Vitality. And, you know, it was a rough week when you look at the Fnatic team. They come in with a great strategy against Arjun that looked great, and then suddenly Vitality go, well, we figured you out if you want to do the same thing. And what it resulted in was Fnatic being handed their first loss in a regular season game in 301 days. You have to go all the way back to the spring split of last year, week 8, to find a loss for Fnatic in the regular season.
That was the game versus UOL too, where they showed some, well, best shot calling I'd ever seen.
We have to get Deficio to chime in on that one, I think.
I think so as well. Talking about surprises, some surprises on the other side of the spectrum. ONU and 2 start for the side of Origin, something we know they've had some circumstances that might have not been perfect, but honestly, is that a reason for them to go 0-2?
Look, you know, you can justify and explain all you need to, but every other team is able to show up with an understanding of the patch, with some practice, with some prep. And we've heard about the internet troubles, we've heard about the lack of understanding. I think I want to see how they bounce back from that, because it is a long season. It's about getting to playoffs in the top 6 and then making it through there.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Yeah, they had some internet issues. Yeah, they maybe didn't practice as well enough, but I feel we're getting to a point in League of Legends professional environment where that's no longer a valid excuse. You know, if any other of these teams can come in with a better grasp of the metagame, and that it's indicated in a lot of these games on how well they closed out, then I feel like what Origin showed, especially in terms of pick and ban, was disappointing. However, I don't think it will matter much. Down the line, I still think they will end up top 3. They'll have a good playoff run, and everything they're doing right now is a preparation for summer. So I think down the line, it won't hurt them. It may even be a good wake-up call. For some of them, infrastructure-wise, getting stuff together so that they can start predicting the meta instead of blindly following it and relying on pure mechanical skill to catch up in between.
They do have to get their stuff together here in week 2 and over 10
stuff.
games. Their stuff, yes. And over 10 games, we saw some patterns emerge, of course, in the meta game here in the European LCS. In terms of champions, 100% pick ban for Ryze, Lulu, Gangplank, and Kindred, and a lot of flex options in there as well.
Oh, a whole lot of flex options, and I think Ryze is one of the top ones that is in that list.
Yeah, actually, I'm a big fan of Ryze in general as a pick, but the problem right now is for Ryze is that since he's a late game carry, but a tremendous one at that, he needs a framework that gets put around him that allows, enables the Ryze. But a lot of the compositions last week, we saw Ryze being picked into poor drafts with no wave clear altogether to get into the late game, or Ryze would make a crucial mistake, for example, teleporting to top lane from mid lane and then getting dueled and basically losing the game. In addition, that these games are being so short overall that there's very little ramp-up time or scale-up time for the Ryze compared to some other regions where he does reach that late game and he does become that threat. One of the matchup I want to see more of as well is Ryze in the top lane against a potential Mundo pick, because I've seen that play out a couple of times, and I want to see how it does on the actual LCS stage.
Yeah, we saw Ryze once in the top lane. Wonderware played it for Splice, got camped fairly hard.
Yep.
Kind of didn't have the great start to the game, never got into it as we were talking about. Other top lane picks, or at least the flex for one of these that got 100% pick ban that we didn't touch too much on last week about why they're so strong. Gangplank, when you look at him, using Grasp of the Undying, his ability to affect waves elsewhere on the map, his wave controllers are so good, and he has a great amount of damage with that. So sustained damage, everything that you want out of a top laner. That's why he's 100% pick banned. Speaking of flex picks, Lulu facilitates so many compositions so well and has great wave clear in this meta.
And you got a big contrast between the champions you guys have spoken about. Ryze very heavily in the late game. Lulu, GP a lot stronger in the mid game, as well as a number of other champions we saw last week. But it's actually interesting to track the average game times across all of the regions. We'll start with Europe because it's currently 22% faster than the average game time in summer. To put that into perspective, that's 7 minutes and 42 seconds shorter than what we were seeing in summer. So down from around 38 minutes to around 30 minutes. If you contrast that to some of the other major regions, you look at North American LCK, they're around 38. LPL's down around 34. LMS around 35. TLDR, European games are ending quicker. I was very impressed with the small sample size and how well the teams closed out, but it's because of the gold leads that teams were accruing between the 10 and 20 minute mark. It scaled. A team that got ahead stayed ahead, and there was only 2 comebacks, of which only one was actually impressive.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, kind of. We can praise all these European teams for playing the map super well, not allowing any comeback, and rotating like we've never seen before, especially this early in the split. But then we got to look at the other side, and the teams are drafting no wave clear, they're making no proactive moves, they're not fighting split push until it's already in stage 4 of the execution where you can't fight it anymore. And then, yeah, I want to see some more proactive plays, a little more wave clear. If you're struggling as a team, maybe pick Victor, take the easy way out.
What I like, though, is now at the beginning of 2016 season, the questions we have is draft, infrastructure, prep, not poor communication as much, not poor shot calling, not poor map play.
I might still be there.
Well, yeah, but you contrast challenger teams coming up a year, 2, 3 years ago, and they had a different slew of problems to solve. So it's quite interesting how everything's evolved.
Yeah.
It definitely is, and we'll see if the fast games keep up in just a few minutes as we see Giants going up versus D2-0 in week 1. G2, very interesting games. Fnatic H2K closes out the day, but that's not the only interesting matchup.
No, a couple of interesting matchups here. We're going to have to see if Splice can get off the starting blocks against Vitality here. Tough opponent for them as Vitality look to take their second win of the Spring Split.
Definitely, and with the new season's meta shaping up, we want to hear from you. Get on Twitter and tell us which team do you think has best adapted to the 2016 team changes so far and why. As always, send your thoughts at LOL Esports and use that hashtag EOLCS for us to go over them and talk about them later on the show. For now, though, it's time to talk about our very first matchup of the week, Giants versus Gamers 2, as said multiple times already, 2-0, and that is very impressive from the side of Gamers 2, G2 Esports, rather coming out of Challenger and just showing some really strong play in week 1. Very different from what we saw in some of their games in Challenger.
Really different. Whenever Pulse and I were casting Challenger, we'd be like, well, if Perks doesn't carry this, there's not too many options available on this lineup. G2 come into this season with their new additions as well and just look dominant. It didn't need Perks to carry the games because Trick and Emperor were doing so much by themselves.
Yeah, I think they definitely upgraded. Just a little note. I played a couple of games with Emperor in solo queue, and he just has a really what I call a fluid laning phase. Very just you don't need much communication to play with a player that plays the style he does. It's just very predictable or easy to go with. So I think that actually shores up some of the potential communication problems. I want to see more complex situations for G2 to handle. You know, what happens when a team actually gets ahead against them, starts split pushing them, starts changing up the pace? Can their communication follow?
And can they hold up to a team that will offer more resistance, you know, in terms of individual mechanical play as well as that macro level strategy? So we will find that out, hopefully against H2K tomorrow.
Well, yes, because as you mentioned, it's a little bit covered up, is that the Giants matchup might not be the hardest for them, because Giants coming off a rough start, 0-2 last week. One strong early game, or relatively strong early game in 2 days, but more of the same problems for them from the 2015 season, sadly, so far.
Yeah, one of the questions we had as a panel was coming into the season, what is Giants' infrastructure, right? And how can they grow their team? Because it doesn't matter if you change your players, if you don't offer them any growth. And we saw the same problems that plagued the Giants last year, this year again, just no proactivity, no real plays, no team play, sometimes mechanical failures overall, and they're just not looking up to par with some of these newer teams that had roster changes that thoroughly changed their identity, like G2 Esports.
Well, in any case, they're proactive enough to get into the game lobby. The stage is set, so we're going to send it over to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, alongside my main Dane, Martin DeFicio Lunga, as the teams load up for our first game of the week.
That's right, Pyra. And let's go into the lineup straight away. Giants, they're still looking for that first win here in the 2016 season. And of course, we have their top laner. It is Adam, the new guy for this team, together with Ku in the jungle, ex-Peppy, their renamed mid laner in the mid lane. Adri as the AD carry, Godfred is support, and Lozak is still the coach for Giants.
And they will need to definitely step it up today if they want to beat their opponents on the red side, looking to stay undefeated. It's G2 Esports. That means it's Kikis in the top lane, the jungler Trick coming in and wrecking. Perks, the mid laner, Emperor, also had a fantastic week. The AD carry, support, hybrid, and their coach, Youngbuck.
I think you just said it here. Trick was fantastic last week. He got the MVP. Emperor as well had a really good game too for this lineup here for G2. And honestly, the fact they have more players who can carry is the scary thing, because Kikis, who role swapped from jungle to top, is just playing tanks. Like, he played Tahm Kench
Just
twice.
one tank so far.
Just one tank, yeah. The Tahm Kench, probably the best one you can play up in the top lane. So he didn't really have to do a whole lot. Instead, you had aggressive jungling from Trick. You had good laning from Perks in game 1. Then you played Lulu in game 2 and got absolutely destroyed by Betsy, but then the rest of the team could pick it up and carry.
Yeah, I think G2 is definitely in a very, very strong place with their new additions. They seem to click so well to begin with. I'm curious to see how that continues, but up against Giants, they clearly look like the favorites as we get ready to go with the picks and bans here. We'll see what they come up with, especially on the side of Giants. I'm curious how they draft this one out.
Yeah, so obviously Tahm Kench is going to be a big deal here because Kikis had great performance on it. Giants could first pick it if they don't want to ban it. Otherwise, I'm looking at a Graves jungle. Graves was fantastic, and there we go, the first ban coming in, because Trick was looking great on it. And it's also going to be a flex pick, honestly, here in Europe, I expect. It was in LCK, it was in Challenger, if people were watching yesterday and 2 days ago, where Graves' top lane is being played quite a lot now, and it's a fantastic, strong pick. So it's probably going to see more and more bans. Now the teams have figured out you can play it in multiple roles. And I like the ban against Trick because he was so good in the early game, combined with Perks around his mid lane.
Right, he definitely wasn't the only standout, but he was doing an excellent job with that early pick jungle Graves. It was also enabled by the Kikis picking up the Tahm Kench, which, by the way, is that last ban away, but it's G2 that takes it off.
Okay, so they banned the Tahm Kench. Kikis can still stick to different kind of tanks. We've seen Shen top. It is also a very good pick right now. Or we might see him play some carries. I mean, there are multiple ones, Fiora, Quinn, and so on and so on.
Kikis says he can play anything. Like, every time I interview this guy, I can play every champion, doesn't matter where. You know, he seems to have a knack for picking up a whole lot of different stuff.
I would like to see Kindred as a potential first pick for Giants. I think Ku had an okay early game on it. Last time, it is a strong pick. The only issue is that Trick will pick Lee Sin into it, and you can kick Kindred out of her ulti, and it's very effective. I don't really agree with this first pick. I don't think
so much power stuff up and they pick
Braum. I don't think there's a lot of value in picking Braum. I don't even think he's among the best supports. Alistar is available. Thresh for a lot of these mechanically gifted supports is still there as well. I really don't think you have to pick Braum. Well, especially also because you're kind of telling G2 now that if they had planned to draft maybe a poke composition, we now have a good answer. But like, why would you show that as your first pick?
Yeah, very curious to see if they build something specifically around it, but they've left so many powerful choices up. This Elise that's been hovered by Trick.
Fantastic pick.
Very, very solid pick for them. The Fiora we talked about too. The Rise was left open. It looks like it's probably not going to be the choice. Lissandra, as they hovered earlier.
Tons of power.
All these things are up on the board, but G2 can only pick 2.
So I like Elise the most. I think she's the best jungler right now out of all of them. And then it just depends on what Kikis wants to play top. Shen can be a flex pick for support, so I would prefer that over Fiora. And they also lock it in now. So you don't have to show straight away what Kikis is playing. And we know he can take a tank to the top lane, and Shen is perfectly fine for that. I wonder if Giants just wanted to pick Braum to not show anything. They wanted to see a few picks coming in, but then you lose a lot of value by being on blue side if your first pick is not a power pick, you know, where you really can smash through in this pick and ban phase. And with your bans, you set up this really, really important pick. Braum is never going to be that in this meta here.
Right. The only thing I can really think about is maybe Giants are trying to see if they can counterpick, get themselves an early lane advantage against this G2 that was red hot out of the gates, very quick in snowballing their victories.
So if they want to be able to counterpick, they also need to flex pick now. It's something we talked so much about last week. The power of all these picks like Lissandra, that can go mid and top lane and so on. You need to get some of these early so you can hide where you're sending them. So you got the potential to counterpick later on, but G2 is obviously doing exactly the same with a Shen pick very early, so it's going to be difficult for Giants.
Well, they go ahead and take the Lee Sin picked up for Ku, and that Corki, more likely that he carry, but we've been seeing a lot of it in here in Europe and generally all over the world so far to start things off. I don't think Peppy would be picking this one up.
I mean, Peppy plays a lot of different things. He likes to play a lot of poke, so I could definitely see Corki be his kind of pick. He was also one of the first guys to play the old AP Israel and so on, so I wouldn't be surprised. And it seems like Giants are just drafting a disengaged composition with poke. Like, that is what the first 3 picks are telling me. Again, if I can see it, so can Youngbuck and G2. And they're basically saying, okay, look, these guys here, they have some poke in there, they have some good disengage. We can either run pure split push against it, and the poke never gets to group up and really do anything. We can start picking some hard engage maybe with our last pick, and so on. And this just gives you very good answers against poke, because now you can either throw in the Thresh as one of your main engages.
Or throw in the Callista.
You can throw in the Callista, I guess. You got the Flash Torn from a Shen. You have potential to split push already, and you got very good lanes and good early game. Elise combined with Thresh Callista still one of the best 2v2 lanes. Very difficult for a Corki Braum lane to deal with, and therefore you force Giants potentially into a lane swap already.
Yeah. Not only that, they're playing to some strengths that they showed last week. Emperor had a monster game on Callista, 7-1 and 8 in that victory, and Giants are going to have some work cut out for them if they want to stop it. I mean, this bot lane of Emperor and Hybrid has been very strong. Hybrid has also been impressing with his early roams, and I'm curious to see if he continues that trend out of the gates against Giants to get the early vision secured.
He was definitely one of the supports we looked at coming into the split, saying this guy has a lot of potential, you know, a lot of hype.
That word came around a lot, didn't it?
Sure, potential was used quite a lot. And honestly, he showed it last week. He had some great roams, great synergy together with the rest of the lineup. There was like one missed call between him and his AD carry, and that was about it in the 2 games. So I was very happy to see that performance from Hybrid, and it was good to see some of the hype be justified.
Yeah, and that last pickup comes through is LeBlanc going over to Perks, which does mean Kikis will indeed be taking the Shen top jungle. And this is very similar to the Tahm Kench in the sense that it's a big tanky character that can also save someone on the map. It frees up Perks and Emperor to deal a whole lot of damage, and if Trick can snowball him early, could be dangerous for Giants.
And it's only the first game now in week 2, and we already see some changes in the pick and ban phase. Ryze and Kindred had 100% pick and ban in week 1. Not picked, not banned, in this specific match here. Obviously, Ryze honestly became a bit of a trap pick, because again, the wave clear wasn't always there unless he had his ulti, a little bit slow scaling at least towards the mid game, and he had issues. So we see some different things. Giants didn't get a whole lot of counter picks coming in, and also Perks are very happy taking his skill matchup very clear in the mid lane.
Oh yeah.
A skill matchup that I favor towards LeBlanc, especially pre-level 6, because you have distortion, you have the mobility, so you can decide the trades. Ahri has to sit back, and if she ever wants to trade with you, after level 6, she has to use ulti on it. LeBlanc can just continue to jump in and be annoying.
That is very true, but you can never count Peppy out.
True.
But what do you guys think on Twitter? Send us your predictions for this matchup at LOL Esports is the place. Hashtag GIA win or hashtag G2 win. Will they pick up their win number 3, or will Giants get themselves on the board? We'll have to find out here in Berlin. We are getting onto the Rift for the start of week number 2 this spring.
Really want to see what Giants can do with this comp here. They have a lot of damage coming in. Ahri, Lissandra, so on, Corki. Great mid-game for this team, but we have seen that before. And the problem for Giants weren't really the compositions, it was more executing them.
Speaking of execution.
Fancy.
Summoner's Rift in all its glory from a bird's eye view as we zoom over to the red side of the map, where we see G2 coming out of the gates, and now we're back into it. Giants going a little farther forward early on. They do manage to clear out the ward from G2 early on and see if they can get some deep vision here. Perhaps looking for the lane swap.
Hey, we talked about it in the lane swap, in the champ select, how Kalista Thresh is still such a fantastic 2v2 lane. And Giants also, both Adri and Godfred, are not known as like great laners. So I can definitely see how Giants would respect that 2v2 and say, we might have to dodge around it. Shen is doing okay in lane swaps himself, though. He doesn't necessarily need the one-on-one lane against Lissandra, where he will be pushed down to his tower over and over and over anyway.
Giants throw down some serious deep wards here and they back off. There were a couple traded by G2 on the bottom side. Typical standard stuff, but you see Kikis hanging around way past that. In the top side, looks like he has no intention of leaving his Hybrid and Emperor already down to help the Gromp.
Yeah, and you can see G2, they just put 2 wards in the jungle of Giants at the red buff and at the Crooks here, just to see, okay, are you moving down and starting one of these 2 camps, helping Ku or whatever, and then we can just get some information from level 1. They didn't see anything, so because Giants rush towards the top side of the map and minions are spawning quicker, G2 are gonna assume it will be a lane swap. You can see Kikis grouping the minions to start this slow push towards him. Giants is gonna grab it anyway and force him out of this lane, unless he can hide in the bush. That's a terrible ninja, and he just walks straight out.
Pretty awful. Audrey, Godfred zoning him away to start this game off, but nobody's in the bottom side. You have the double jungle coming in for Adam and Ku, and they will be going for a quick invade here while Trick is occupied on the bottom side.
Very interesting start for G2. In the lane swap, Kick is grouping the minions to start a push towards him. He stays in the lane. Normally he would always double jungle with Trick here, clear a few camps, and then he would go down to the bot tower. Once the minions hit there, and him, the Kalista, and the Thresh would then start taking down and fast push the tower. That's a standard Western swap. But he's just been trying to soak up some experience. Remember, the range was buffed quite some patches ago, but it is easier to sit in lane and get experience, but you're getting 0 farm. And now the risk is you can get killed on the tower. Giants need to walk up and kill him right now with these 4 guys. He should not be allowed to get anything here.
This is going to be trouble for Kikis. He is on the run, taunts his way out, gets connected on Ku, but he should get within tower range, gets safe, but crucially, there is more time, more people of the Giants over here on this top side tower than there are on the bot side. They should be able to complete this fast push quicker.
Yeah, so again, Kik is basically saying, my jungler can get solo experience. Obviously, you get more experience as a jungler when you start with the jungle item here, the Talisman. And I don't want to take anything from him, so I'm going to Zoke experience top, and then I can flash taunt if needed to get away from the tower when they move in to dive me. I would have liked to see Giants be a little bit faster on that one and force him away so he got nothing, because he got enough to get a level at least. So he's sharing the same experience currently as Adam on this Lissandra.
He should get this free farm lane if he bides his time long enough. Well, the tower will go down in the top side. Meanwhile, we saw in the mid just a moment ago. Sick little play there. Peppy catches Perks with a nice charm right on the edge of it all, but still, he's having a bit of a harder time farming. Back up in this top, though, they didn't manage to finish the tower just yet. And neither has G2 on the bottom side, so they're taking their time about pushing it in. Should be just about 4 minutes it falls. And they're trying to deny as many minions as they can, but Kikis still picks up a bit.
And even worse for Giants, they didn't get a bounce on the wave. So Kikis, not only did he get an extra CS and a bit more experience, he gets the wave pushing down towards him. So he can now soak up even more. Giants not doing a good job denying him, honestly. A little bit later on pushing him away from tower, and now the wave pushing down towards him. Kikis will pick up whatever he can.
This is characteristic we've been seeing of Giants. We talked about it earlier in the week. They have had good drafts, they've built compositions, but they just haven't been able to execute at the level that is expected of an LCS caliber team.
Yeah, I think debatable if we can call them good pick and ban phases. I would say they haven't had pick or ban phases that lost them the game straight up. They definitely had tools to win the games. They just had to execute whatever strategy they had pretty perfectly, and they didn't manage to do it. That's really been the issue for Giants. I had a massive poke comp last week, hit the mid game, and then they keep chasing a Z around in multiple lanes and do nothing for 10-15 minutes, and that's not good enough, and that's why you end up losing.
This Giants squad, they do admit that they're going to get off to a bumpy start in the roster announcement. Coach Lothar, he did describe at length that they think that these two new players, Adam and Ku, were the right players for them despite the LCS inexperience, and in Adam's case, the Challenger Series inexperience that they have. And he just said, it's going to take time. We have to scale ourselves up to be a much better team.
I'm not a fan of this play at all from Giants, because what G2 can do is just have Trick near the bottom side of the map, and they can defend it easy, because if Giants are diving with 4 members, Shen can just TP down to tower, and that dive will never work. So you're basically just pushing in a big wave and forcing your own top lane now to TP up to the top lane to catch a wave. So you just used a summoner spell, and you allowed Kickers to push 2 or 3 waves down to that tower and just get free experience.
Trick has to branch flat real quick, though. He might be in a world of hurt as he jumps back onto Peppy, but he's caught and stunned. First blood goes to Audrey's Corki. G2 overextending there, Trick at least.
Yeah, just as we mentioned, our Giants didn't have the best move in this lane swap. Trick decided to invade on his own.
Wow. Goodbye!
Pirate, this is a bit what we mentioned, how LeBlanc can always force the fight to see bot lane.
Audrey's gotta jump his way away. Godfred's in front of him, unbreakable. No tower to fall back to, though, as he sends the Foss Bomb. Emperor and Hybrid zone them out of lane. Despite the fact that the gold was even just a moment ago, it bounced right back up in G2's favor with that pick that Perkz was able to take.
But this mid lane matchup, again, LeBlanc can just constantly, with Distortion, decide when do I want to fight you? When is the wave in the correct position? When can I go in for a good trade? How can I dodge your charm? And so on and so on. And Perkz has just been using that lane control. He waits for the right moment, and he clearly surprised Peppy in the mid lane. And he picks up that kill. That's a great solo kill. Something we don't see very often.
Top it off, he's got a 20 CS advantage. We're 7 minutes into this game. Emperor and Hybrid are pushing on the second tier in the bottom lane, and there is absolutely no response. Giants are acting far too slow.
Yeah, it's difficult once you start setting yourself slightly behind in this swap. Not a whole lot here for Giants, but they didn't really gain anything, and Trick was the man who made the mistake before for G2. Got a little bit too greedy for the deep wards. Walking in behind 3-4 members of Giants, and Hybrid again landing that hook on the Thresh. We know he's a mechanically gifted support, and that's why G2 wants him to play stuff like this. Combine it with the Kalista for Emperor, and you have a very good G2 lane.
Yeah. Keeping Trick on the bottom side too keeps the pressure on. Godfred and Audrey are in the cooker at the moment. Will not be able to farm exceptionally well, and there's still no help coming. Ku needs to be in this bottom side or applying pressure elsewhere, but he's just back to base. It's going to be at least half health before anyone can get there. Peppy is coming down to relieve some effort. See if it pans out for him.
Another hook.
Catch on to Godfred. They don't need to go in, but they will flay him back, dodging the Q. They're pinging Peppy out too. They know he's here.
You said it yourself before though, Pyra. Giants are just a little bit too slow in what they're doing. Ku finds Trick, but this time there is backup. You can see down the bottom lane, we have G2's dual lane, and top lane Kickis is trading against a no-mana Lissandra.
That is usually not going to go well for Adam. He uses the last of it to claw his way out. But Giants seem to have firm control on the map at the moment, despite it only being a 700 gold advantage. 8.5 minutes into this game, and we will see Kalista throwing Hybrid in, knocking Audrey up, but Godfred prevents the extra damage, and Gatling guns Hybrid, making him think twice about going further.
All right, this is where G2 needs to slow down a little bit. That play was extremely, extremely aggressive, and it was honestly just a 2v2 near the enemy tower. Maybe they're trying to force a flash from Audrey, but you can see he didn't react at all. He's just like, I don't care. Like, it's just you two right here. We have wards in our own jungle. There's nothing really G2 could do with that one play. But aside from that, you got level 7 on your Shen, so you have the double global now. Still no TP for Adam, so Giants can't really force a play. When there's a global advantage for the enemy team, that's always the issue. It's why we so often see focus on these top laners, because once you have that lead, you can use that global to your advantage. Ku, however, he's here to gank Kickis.
Kickis has already blown his flash and his taunt, and Ku kicks him right back in. Adam frozen tombs him. Kickis still burning away. Who will they give the kill to? It's Adam. Picks up his first of the game.
Nice little sneaky move here from Ku, invading into the jungle of G2, despite the bot lane were pushed down so heavily to the tier 2 tower. I think he surprised Kickis and G2 right there. They were not expecting him to sit behind them. Kickis thought he could take another wave and then recall.
Oh boy.
Down from Peppy.
Didn't manage to land the charm, so he traded fairly even, but Peppy has had a hell of a time, still sitting 20 CS back, and the early magic resist pickup for Perkz has certainly helped out. Hybrid's waiting in this brush, though, for Peppy to step too far.
And when you have these very explosive lanes, you just constantly see trading.
Charms again.
And also you see items like Abyssal Scepter coming in as the first one, because you want that extra damage, but you also want the magic resistance against each other. It does delay the Frost Queen's claim, but then again, you can just get it as a second item, and it's still fine to pick off targets, because right now it's about the laning phase, and they're both building towards it.
Well, Peppy has called in some backup. Godfred standing in the back, actually, as Audrey was solo on the bottom side to pick some farm up, but he runs smack into Hybrid and Emperor, and he has to get out of there, Falk his way out of the chains, or rather the death sentence.
And we can just see again G2. They send Shen back to top lane. For them, that's almost a dead lane. It's just Shen sitting and clearing the wave. He's going to do nothing else. He's not going to be aggressive or anything. It's all about playing around Hybrid Emperor, who's winning the 2v2 lane bot lane. It's about playing around Perks, who's winning the mid lane. This current meta, if you want to break it down very, very simple, always aim to have 2 winning lanes, and then you can control the map, because it means you can pick a jungle side and you can always invade into that side, place your pink wards, place your deep wards, and then you can see what happens. But this is a good move from Giants.
Aggressive moves, and they're about to be a 4v3. If Emperor even lives that long, burning down along with Trick, repels up, Godfred's in there. Peppy takes out Emperor, but now Godfred uses the last of his life to just narrowly escape as he gets the knockup, and Kikis comes in too late. Adam will take down Trick. Kikis not quite connected by the Lee Sin Q, and they trade a whopping 1 for 3. Giants in the lead now.
I really like the play here from Giants. They realize we have to do something. 2 lanes are losing. They're going to take out towers. We're not really getting anything. You use the Lissandra TP to flank. At the same time, Perks were recalling. That means the rest of G2, oh, kick it.
Even more. Well.
So basically, when you want to keep that pressure in 2 lanes, if one guy wants to go back to base, everyone has to back away. Because then you don't have pressure in 2 lanes anymore, because Perks were recalling mid. That meant Giants could force a play on the bot side and be 5 versus 4. And they didn't have to fear anything. So G2 should simply just have backed away as soon as Perks wanted to recall. We missed this one before, the Keystone Masteries for everyone at home.
Shiny new graphics.
Shiny new graphic. We're going to see some AD carries with the Fervor of Babel. Very strong right now for AD carries.
Still League of Thunderlords, and you'll see why in a minute as Hybrid is going to get popped by a rocket. Audrey picks up a spree kill, 3-0-2 on this Corki, and that means it's Dragon time, boys.
It's another good move from Giants, and the one mistake we saw from G2 last week was once they had a small lead in a lane, they tend to be a little bit too aggressive in trying to push that lead. So when they didn't have a teleport last week against Rocket, they still went for 5v4, they lost it, and they fell behind. Here, Perks are recalling in the mid lane before, they kept pushing bot lane, and they got ganked. 5 versus 4 again, Perks jumping in, and that is why LeBlanc wave clear against people who are sieging on you is so risky.
Talked about Giants building towards a poke composition, but the way they rounded it out has certainly given them some harder engage, and it's worked wonders here as G2 have overextended. Still plenty of time for G2 to get back into this game, but for the moment, Giants have a power play available to them, and they are looking to make the most of it.
It looked pretty bad for Giants before. 2 winning lanes for G2, and then that mistake. Suddenly you slip up. Giants gets a great opportunity to have good engage here. Lissandra teleports for flanks. We know the Lee Sin players in Europe are fantastic. They can set up these kicks so effectively. We saw Gilius do it last week, we've seen Shook do it, and so on and so on. Ku is another one of these young junglers coming in with insane mechanics who all master Lee Sin. EU supports will take the Thresh, junglers will take Lee Sin, and so on and so on.
Hook narrowly misses onto Adam, but now he knows there's double, maybe triple pressure on the top side. Won't be able to clear too much of this wave away before Emperor gets his hands on this tower. Giants ping out, or rather, G2 pings out as they see the duo lane coming down up the top side. Perks is going to back away as well. G2 seem to have learned their lesson here, but they still are bleeding a little bit. Down 1,500 gold as Trick gets charmed, but he's out.
Yeah, that's the big problem for G2. Now they've lost the tower. That pressure they had before has kind of been slowed down with Giants picking up so many kills. And Giants are just waiting for Adam to get his teleport back up, put him in the side lane, and look for another pick, because again, we mentioned earlier how much burst they have. Shen and his shield in a normal situation against like fairly slow DPS will almost always work, and he will get there in time, he will join the fight. Against Ahri, Corki, Lissandra, even a Lee Sin kick, the burst he has early game with Warrior Enchant, that's enough to burst through the shield of Shen. He might not even be able to join the fight because he just instant kill that one target. That's going to make it difficult for Kikis. When he's sitting there split pushing, he gives you that false sense of security. Oh, we have Shen, don't worry. And then you just die in a second because you take like 2 million damage basically, and Shen couldn't do anything.
Not only that, but they've been able to gank the teleport, taking Kikis out in his comfort zone. Take a look at Trick. stats for him last week were absolutely insane. That's what earned him the MVP award. But this game, it's just not been anywhere near as good. 0-2-2 to start this off on this Elise. And not for not trying, but Giants have been able to stop him in his tracks.
He had that mistake in the early game in the lane stop where he decided to invade in alone to put deep wards, and Giants collapsed and killed him. And then also, because it's been a game of just pushing waves over and over, he hasn't really been able to do anything on this Elise. And Giants constantly putting pressure on the towers. You got poke from the Corki with Trinity Force. You have Charms firing away from Peppy. One of them hits, and then you can expect Giants to go on it.
He got that Triforce relatively early, too. He was able to pick up some early kills.
Time.
12, 11 minutes, is that about normal?
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Give him a minute. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, not too much, but it really enabled by the fact that they just got off to a flying turnaround after the mistakes by G2. Giants, who will pull the Rift Herald out, but it might be a slow pick on this one. He's going to need some help from Peppy to finish it off. Nonetheless, they take out that tower in mid, so 2-1 is that score. See who they give this over to. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Peppy.
And we just see how quickly the game can change. Because G2 and their comp here, it looked really, really good. Winning mid lane, winning bot lane, you know, pressure these lanes here. So we didn't really have to highlight, oh, okay, the wave clear in this lineup is super, super weak. Like, it's a LeBlanc jumping in with Distortion, or it's a Hurricane Kalista later on. That wave clear doesn't work when people are sieging on your towers. It's too risky, you need too many hits to really do anything with it. But because they were winning lanes, which is what they picked for, it was okay in the start. But once you then start making the mistakes, your comp just started looking so bad because the other team can just start grouping on your towers and you can't do anything. You have to force a fight. And we're gonna need to see Hybrid get thrown in there with the Shin ulti on for G2 to force these fights. They cannot make more mistakes because then they fall too far behind.
You're absolutely right. And at the moment, you can see them still trying to make picks, but Audrey's just way too slippery. That close call a minute ago, he just saves and waits on that Valkyrie. He knows he can get out of harm's way. He hasn't really had to burn his flash for much this game. G2 will find a moment to grab a tower up in top, so they will even that score, but not for long, because Giants are able to do the same thing on the bottom side. And now they can send Peppy back. He's got a slightly quicker recall with the mini Baron buff. And they can push on this bottom turret, and it looks like it will be a trade continuing, but Perks is also unopposed in the mid, at least until Ku comes around.
But this is a Giants team who were in the advantage, who had the advantage. They had the map control. They could siege pretty effectively on G2 or pressure them on the towers. The trading is not the greatest, especially not because the mid lane was left completely open. The Giants getting too greedy for the bot lane tower. Let's see what the package can do.
And they spends it, but the Spider comes up, the Spider goes down, Emperor throws Hybrid in, they get a playback, and Audrey gets shut down. Emperor picks up his first kill of the game and a nice chunk of change in his pocket.
Story for Giants in the first week of the LCS continues in the second week. We see some good plays. We can praise it. And then
the mistakes
start happening. And so often it comes down to the shot calling of this team. If you want to invest 5 members on the bottom side here, you need to make sure your other lanes are pushed out. G2 were already pushing mid lane and top lane by the time Giants showed up bot. So they lose 2 towers for it. Then they panic a little bit and say, we gotta make up for it. We gotta get some gold back. And Adri goes in on his own on the top side. His team couldn't follow because of the package. And that was the side G2 just had every single member on. They'd just taken the top tower. So obviously they just returned. They're like, oh, okay. He's chasing us 1v4 basically. And they pick up a free kill. These are the mistakes Giants are constantly going to look at in these VOD reviews when they go home after the games and be like, here and here and here, we make some clear mistakes. I want to see this team, if they can manage to fix it, if they can improve the macro strategy, the shot calling, because I think they have some good individual players who can make some of these big plays. It just always seems to fall flat when then the shot calling fails and these mistakes happen.
Some of the same problems we noticed for them last year. They did make improvements, this Giants squad, in the 2015 season. It was very slow. And we saw them finish as high as playoff contention. But this time around, they said, give us time. We will be a great team. Ku and Adam will step it up, but will it be now? Godfrey gets hooked on a line, and he sends them flying as they take down Hybrid. Trick is burning away. Perks is kicked into the team, and he's trying to distort his way out, but Ku takes him down. Peppy narrowly escapes, and the red buff is even in the mix as Kikis is fired down by Audrey, and in goes Ku. Double kill for Audrey, looking for 3. Emperor hops the wall. Will he go in? Yes, he does. Emperor's trying to escape for him. Fast bomb doesn't connect. Audrey can't do it. He won't go forward. No ace this time.
So honestly, I feel like we can say the same thing for G2. There's some good players in there that can make some big plays, but then sometimes the shot calling can also fall apart. Walking up the jungle here for G2. Emperor was sitting in the mid lane. He wasn't there in the start of the fight. The Giants had a great collapse. G2 could see them, multiple of them around. Let's see what happens now. They're chasing for Ku.
Sends a kick onto Kikis.
That was beautiful, by
He
the
has
way.
a really quick speed buff.
Ku just stopped the home guard instantly with that Sonic Wave here. That was very, very beautiful.
It will, however, open up a window for G2 to start on this Baron. Can they take it in time? Teleport coming in for Adam, racing to defend this, but Ku is back. They don't have the smite available to try and fight for this one. Can Adam interrupt? Chili Ghosts are out. Hybrid throws the box.
Let's go in, man.
He's gonna go in to try and make the play, but he's already getting chunked down. The chains are on him. Baron goes down, and so does Adam. Shut down, however, is given over to Kikis. Rather, that's the one that they were looking for, and insta-popped. Audrey goes in without nearly enough backup. G2 don't lose a man, and they've got a Baron buff.
This is a crazy game where I feel like when we praise one team,
the other one starts doing well.
Then the other team starts doing something, and the other team messes up, and they keep like trading.
Welcome to the caster curse, Officio.
Keep just trading kills left and right, and then Giants gets a great team fight. They all recall and lose the Baron. Now Ku dies.
Oh boy!
As well.
Hanging around a little longer.
What's going on?
I don't know, and Peppy, he's gonna try to answer back, but they got the Shen ultimate. Stand united. And G2 United will start pushing down this mid lane with the Baron empowerment. 4 members on as Trick goes back to base. Giants rushing to defend without their jungler now. It will be a 4-on-4 for the moment.
Yeah, we got a lot of AP damage on the side of Giants. That's gonna be very difficult for them. It means it's difficult for them to clear the wave here with the Baron buff minions as well and make the damage they can deal. Obviously, we just need a ban of command to make it impossible.
Soon.
Soon. Maybe later, who knows?
We'll see.
Not exactly building towards it, but anyway, there's a ton of magic damage on the side of Giants. We have Locket, obviously, from Trick early. That's gonna make the itemization fairly easy for G2. Especially because Corki does so much magic damage at this point as well with the cooldown reduction build. Alright, let's see the fight. So there is vision on a lot of the members from Giants, and G2 get trapped in the jungle. You can see here Kalista joins very late, Ku as well, but he can kick in perks and face plants into the wall. Honestly, just a super messy fight from G2 and Giants using that burst we talked about, the amount of CC. Pick a great fight. They get all the kills, but then they recall too late, allowing G2 to rush Baron with the Kalista, pick up the Baron, get another kill, and then return to base, and therefore keep the gold super even.
It's the same story for Giants. Audrey manages to dodge the Chana Kikis. Low tower here.
This is a play-by-play game.
No problem. Oh, it is. Oh, I love this, man. I know you're face palming, but I'm loving it.
I just need to rewatch this game because I need to figure out exactly what's going on for both teams because there's so many back and forth moves where it doesn't always seem planned. It just seems like, oh, enemies here, run towards them and just try and smack them down.
So I've got a league that you can watch. It's called the LPL.
It's very true.
Right now, that's what it looks like. It's very, let's kill the enemy team as fast as we possibly can, but sometimes they are demanding the consequences. Now, that's not every single team in China. Let's not overgeneralize
Close to
here.
at the moment.
But at the moment, it's starting to look like it. The difference, though.
We would need more weird picks, though, Pyro. These picks are too standard.
That is very true. Wouldn't see LeBlanc mid. We'd see Kindred instead.
I like Kindred. Not too much as a mid laner.
These teams apparently don't.
Well, the thing about Kindred is when you early pick her, what teams, at least last week, got punished for was then the other team would pick Lee Sin into it. And always just like kick her out of her ulti, and it was very effective in team fights, and Kindred really then requires you to do well in the early game. Anyhow,
yeah.
We're gonna see more Kindred. She's still a fantastic pick, of course.
It's not this game, but what I really want to know is in this particular game, obviously both teams have been making power plays and then making mistakes and letting the gold and the advantage swing back the other way. the longer this game goes, who has the advantage if that trend continues? Who comes out on top if all things are equal in terms of making mistakes?
It's funny because both comps do extremely well in the mid game, but you gotta look at the side of Giants with the amount of magic damage. We talked about it before, how difficult that can be late on in the game. But I wouldn't, like, Kalista is not an insane late game carry. She needs like ton of time to stack these spears and get the rend damage, and you don't get that time against Lissandra and Lee Sin and Ahri. Like, these things will blow you up instantly. So it's gonna be difficult for Kalista to be the big carry. I do like LeBlanc's late game still though. Give her level 16 is a big spike for her in damage. And there's so many squishy members on the side of Giants to take down, which is why I think Giants could find themselves in a situation where Perkz needs one pick, and then G2 can just push into the base.
Perkz definitely doing some fancy work with the distortions. You see him jump back and forth just so he could grab the lantern there. Charm doesn't land. Still have to respect this burst damage you're talking about on the side of Giants. You can see Trick going a little low. Perkz finds some damage onto Ku. Hybrid gets a hook up onto Godfrey, but it won't be the one he wants. They're going to have to back out. Maybe not yet as the hook lands onto Peppy.
But it's the thing about this game here, Pyra, because there's so much damage on either side, so much burst coming in. Almost everything can happen, or anything can happen in the late game. Like one mistake, one guy getting caught out, and he can cost the entire game for his team. Like, he can lose it for his team, and it becomes so difficult then to predict exactly what's going to happen. Shen obviously does fall off in the late game. He just becomes a pure tank and nothing else. So a lot of it is going to be on Perkz to pick this one target. Giants with one defensive item on each member might be enough for him to say, okay, we can survive the burst coming from LeBlanc, and we can then engage ourselves, and we have enough damage on all these members to win the fight.
As you said, game is on a knife's edge. Will just take a big mistake to turn it right on over. Giants starting to siege up the middle here. If they can't survive that burst damage, they should be able to pressure some things down. Not quite low enough yet. Ku steps forward, respecting that LeBlanc as they back away for the time being. But they're not responding right now to Kikis on the bottom side. He has both his ultimate and his teleport available. Now Adam goes down. Walking the long way. They don't want to give anything up here. And I think both teams have recognized what you were talking about. They
slow down a little bit.
They don't want to go all action all the time. It's only 27 minutes, 28 minutes into the game. Obviously, that's late game for Europe right now.
Yeah.
But you want to let the game peter out a little bit more and get yourself in a confident position to start a fight.
And we have to remember, in the current meta here, the fact that your death timers are longer as well here in the game, it does mean that if you do play too aggressive, like we've seen these two teams do, again, that one mistake can just cost you almost everything, because it can be a Baron, into 2 towers, into inhibitors, and so on and so on. G2 are trying to race here. They have 2 guys on top side. Kikis is pulling back. He does have his ulti ready. And Giants are pushing mid lane.
Yeah, 3 members rather on the mid. That's going to cost a teleport, and another one prompted as you see Kikis coming in, but immediately Ku goes in onto Perkz, who backs right off. Inhibitor towers down. The inhibitor is soon to follow. Only Kikis and Hybrid are really there. Peppy gets played back in, but he's going to back right on out. Hybrid low on health, so is Kikis. The inhibitor stands, and Hybrid gets a big knockup thrown in by the Kalista, but he's almost popped on the back half of it. Perkz in right in front, trying to take him out, but he only finds Godfrey. A worthy sacrifice, and they just get the inhibitor for him. Audrey, though, he's caught, he's down. That changes everything. 3-4-0, and an inhibitor.
And we get another fight here. 40 seconds on Audrey. Peppy's still alive, but Perkz is chasing.
Looking for him.
Although Peppy needs to land the charm. When he sees the distortion coming in, if he can land the charm, he might be able to kill him.
Gonna have to be an outplay for the ages. Perkz on the chase. Meanwhile, Ku is actually pinged out as he was being chased by the remaining members. But critically here, G2 aren't doing anything with these kills that they just got.
They're getting Baron.
They're trying to Baron.
Don't worry.
All right.
They're gonna take the Baron.
My bad.
They're gonna take the Baron.
Thought they were chasing Ku. Never mind. They got Baron Ashes.
Chasing the Baron. Chasing the Baron.
There we go.
Oh, chop
Peppy stays alive. Ay caramba. There he goes. Perkz on a killing spree.
All right, they get everything here then for G2. Baron, get another kill. That means Peppy's now dead for 45 seconds. That allows G2 to set up another push. Perkz can just recall super quick and then use the home guards out. Let's see the fight again. G2 with very strange base race at first against 5 guys, and then we get the big fight. Giant's not able to burst down anyone because he's onto Kikis. He can then ulti back on Hybrid, so everyone is still alive. for G2. Second chain on Godfrey, that's another kill. Emperor is gonna flash for Peppy over in the bush here. And they catch on to Artry, so just a very good chase from G2. And the fact they have a front line, Shen, Elise, and the Thresh taking the damage here, it allowed the 2 carries to do what they had to do to get the kills.
Koo just takes a massive chunk. Peppy just comes back up. He'll have to base, or Koo rather will, as G2 are pushing in to try and answer the inhibitor. With Baron-empowered minions versus the super minions the Giants are bringing out of the gates. 4-1 push with Kickus on the bottom. No response to that just yet. Giants will need to do it in a hurry if they can force a fight. And with Baron empowerment on all these members, it may not be the easiest thing for them to do.
Do you see the importance in having that front line though? If you can stand in front of the Ahri, force her to use the stuff on the Shen, on the Thresh, it just allows Perks and Emperor to deal the DPS. What G2 used in the last one. I also think Giants got a little bit rushed. They wanted the inhibitor down and take the fight at the same time, and didn't manage to balance it too well.
Speaking of inhibitor, that turret is gone. This one could be soon. Super minions finished off by Emperor, but the rest of Giants are here. Not yet responding to Kickus. Perks goes in, Perks goes out. Now you see him, now you don't. Kickus has now once again rejoined his team. We're close enough to it, but he's immediately spotted. Tense moment here at the front gates of Giants Gaming.
No Void Staff yet for Peppy in the mid lane. Big issue when we just talked about how much magic resistance we see on the side of G2. I actually really like to get that in as a third item on Ahri. And he's been delaying it. Currently he's sitting on only 200 gold, so he's not even close to getting it. He won't have it for the next fight. So his damage is greatly reduced. Lissandra late game damage as well starts falling off more and more. It becomes almost better to just go in with your claw and then ulti yourself. Adri though, he's aiming for Kickus.
Taunted up, but there is no backup, but there is a Stand United. Koo will kick him, and then he goes right back in. With the Baron empowerment, Kickus is trying to stay alive through it all. Meanwhile, G2, recognizing less people are at home, are trying to knock down the front door. Kickus is buying some time. Peppy's not really able to do anything about this. He's running away. Kickus, he's still alive. Koo should be able to finish him, and he does, but still in the middle. Trick Perks and Emperor still able to knock down some more in the middle.
All right, so base is open now for G2. Kick is buying some time. I think he was just expecting it to be Artry at first. Maybe joined by Godfred or something, seeing as he decided to ulti away, didn't realize Koo was coming. Close, didn't get it, but again, he bought enough time. G2 gets inhibitor. And really, again, such a back and forth. Giants had the lead, then they lost it, then they got it back, now they lost it again.
Can't wait to see the gold graph this game. That Baron power play, less effective than the last. You saw it pop up earlier. It's about 5,000 gold swing for this one. Still able to put themselves up ahead. You can see 4,000, almost 5, separating Giants and G2 at the moment. 34 minutes on the clock as Audrey does not take that much damage, but Peppy is another story. Spirit rushing out, Emperor looking for him, finds the last hit, throws Hybrid in as insurance, and the chase is on. Teleport in, they melt through Adam, and now they look for the rest. Audrey and Godfred in Perk's sights, the chains will whiff. Meanwhile, Koo is backing away ever so slowly. Trick, Kickus, Perks, and Emperor looking to put a lid on this game. If they can pick the ace here, Godfred going so low, unbreakable no more, as Perks picks up a rampage kill. Audrey and Koo to defend. Can they do it? Koo's not even back yet.
He just recalled now, Pyra. He's here, but again, he's against so many members from G2. 4 guys pushing on the tower, no minions. Second wave is coming now.
They can move to the top side if they want as Perks.
Should be.
Wow,
of course they're able to finish it now.
Yep, Koo is going to go down. Nothing doing. Melts through his health bar. Double kill for the LeBlanc. Perks has come up massive this game, and he's distorted his way and G2's way to a big victory. G2, how about win 3?
This, however, is not the kind of game where you feel super proud after, because this was a very, very messy game. G2 should be very happy they picked up the win for sure. But they're going to look back at this one and say, oh, we had some very clear mistakes where Giants suddenly picked up a lot of kills. Think back to the play in the bottom lane, 15 minutes or so into the game, where Perks is recalling from mid lane. Giants is saying, okay, if he's gone, we can engage on bot lane, 5 versus 4. They do it to get the kills. You know, Giants suddenly have the goal lead. But then both teams just... I'm not even sure. They just kept kind of jumping into each other and getting caught out. And then suddenly there was a quick base race happening.
Well, as a coach in Europe once said, a win is a win.
It is, but I'm getting
it's
too old
definitely
for
one to
this.
think about. I mean, if you had come to me in the preseason and said, the first big test G2 Esports will have is Giants Gaming, I would have called you crazy. But they handed it to them. A lot of it was off their mistakes. But Giants did have some good moves this game. They were able to take advantage of the overextensions that G2 Esports brought out there. And I think this will strengthen both teams going forward.
Poor. Maybe.
It's a bold prediction, I know.
I really feel like it's a game both teams are going to look at and just admit there were too many bad calls happening. And then again, you're also going to look at it and say sometimes we have these games where it just comes down to pure team fighting and just like individual mechanics on these players. Can you make that big play? Perks solo killing, Pepe in the mid lane, and so on. Like these kind of plays, when they happen, you got to praise them, of course, and say that is what won you the game. Here was just a lot of back and forth for both teams. And G2 now, 3-0. But the game that against Rocket last week, somewhat the same. Good start. Made a very aggressive play around the bottom lane where there weren't 5 members, had no teleport. They give up a lot of kills. They fall behind in gold. And it looks pretty bad. But then they start team fighting their way out. Again and again and again. And that's the synergy we see from this lineup. In team fights, they tend to do extremely well.
Right.
I really like the way they were using the front line with the Shen, with the Elise, with Cinderhulk, and so on, allowing the Kalista and the LeBlanc to just find the targets they needed to take them down, because again, Giants was such a squishy lineup. Sadly for Giants, they were just constantly kind of firing left and right.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you hit the Shen and you hit the Thresh and not the targets you're looking for.
Unless you can burst early on the squishies.
Maybe.
For G2, though, and it's a really good point that these holes are becoming very apparent now because they have a very tough test tomorrow in the form of H2K.
Yeah.
A completely different animal than the first 3 teams they faced. And that's I think, the key. They've definitely got to think about looking at that game footage going forward.
I think it's safe to say G2 probably had the easiest schedule coming into the opening week, but then again, it's a challenger team coming into the LCS with 2 new players, so nothing is really supposed to be easy for them, and that's why, again...
Let's mention a role swap.
Exactly, the role swap, so it is great for G2. They are showing some very good things. They deserve to be 3-0 for sure, but now we got to see the test tomorrow again against H2K, who will punish you for some of these mistakes, big time.
Absolutely, and for Giants, it's heartbreaking to go 0-3 to start things off.
Yeah.
I do still say they looked a little bit better in that game than they did last week, but they need to shore up those holes a lot more, and they need to be much more decisive. That shot calling has to improve. They say give us time. They need to pick it up in short order, I think.
For sure, especially because it was the same problem they had last year. So like they had a year, or well, Godfrey came in for the summer split, and he had to practice being a shot caller, and he's still doing that, obviously. Giants have to improve in that part if they want to be a more competitive team.
Absolutely. But for now, we are going to send it back over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at G2's 3rd straight win.
Yeah, G 3-0 so far, and we are joined here for the occasion with Hybrid and Perks from that very victorious lineup once again. Although it didn't start off great versus Giants, can you guys tell me what in your minds went wrong, Perks?
Well, early game, I think lane swap went wrong. I don't know what exactly happened.
Well, Kiki's, that's what I wanted to ask actually. Kiki's ran into lane to freeze lane and then stood on their tower soaking some experience. Is that like a new lane swap variant you guys are experimenting with, or was that just a fail predict?
I think that was just fail predict, to be honest. I think we should have went up when we got the tower bottom and just control facing on enemy blue and yeah, just control map, but we didn't go top, so the lane swap was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Then okay, for you guys have been at a disadvantage before in the game versus Rocket. You went several thousands of golds behind. This time again, is that something that you notice when it's happening? You of course can't see the literal gold count. And why do you think it is that the beginnings have been janky?
Well, early game is just bad. I don't know why.
Still working on it. Who does the shot calling for you guys in the early to mid game?
I think everyone is talking. Like I say where we should pressure on the map and get vision. But why we fell behind in the early game, but we got caught a couple of times and we lost some fights.
Yep.
So, but we were lucky that they didn't even punish us like that much. So we came back and won.
Yeah, one of the key moments that we had as a replay was one of the kind of a failed pick in the topside jungle. We can get that on the screen right now. Is where you guys actually try to defend jungle invade and you engage with a hook.
Yeah.
This is actually the replay. Did you guys see that many people from Giants were collapsing, or was that just like an attempt to stay in the game?
No, we didn't see them. Well, I saw Brown, so I just went for a hook, but it didn't go in. But yeah, that was really bad, to be honest. We had no vision.
But this actually led to a Baron, so maybe this was like an all elaborate play.
Planned, you know?
It was all planned. Super planned. So did you guys? Did it feel, at least to the casters and us, it felt like a little reactive game where you're still trying to find your shot calling footing rather than actually pre-planning a lot of moves, and then but you did make some really good snap calls on the other side too. It's not to say like shot calling was super bad because you got a couple of really quick Barons. Who made those calls and who went for it?
I think everyone is talking in game, to be honest. Yeah.
It's because we saw them; they were low HP.
Yeah.
They were overextending, so we practically had free Nash.
Yeah, went for Baron.
Yeah, we can actually take a look at it once again because it was quite impressive when it was happening because you guys were actually down 1,800 gold at 20 minutes but still made the call.
Yeah. How happy were you guys that Adam actually went in to fight you instead of waiting to kill you after Baron?
And there, Hukoki, yeah.
Yeah, you guys got them. Just it was one of the good reaction Baron calls. You had two of them in total in this game. Is that going to be the way forward for G2? Just wait until they fall asleep.
Like
and
our
get
team
the
comp
Barons?
was, we had at least LeBlanc and Thresh. We can catch people off pretty easy. So yeah.
I mean, enemies, they troll a bit, so...
They trolled?
Yeah, so we got free Nash, but versus better teams, I think we'll get punished for that, so we have to work on early game.
But I mean, these are all obviously problems that I mean, they will come with new teams. A lot of teams, even older teams, have these. But how happy are you guys? 3-1, is that 3-0 so far? Tomorrow is going to be a little tougher task against H2K. Is this like what you guys expected coming to the season, or does it align with your expectations, or where's the goal? Where's the ceiling for Giants?
For Giants
for G2. For G2.
I expected to win versus first two teams for sure, but I don't know how are we gonna do versus top tier teams. So that's what we're about to see tomorrow.
Yeah, the same. I mean, we will have to see how we do, but scrims have been going really well for us. So yeah, I'm confident still, even though this game was not really that good.
Okay.
Well, Perks, you alluded to it a couple of times. Tomorrow versus H2K, you've been having an incredible showing in that mid lane. Even if the team got behind early, you always had a CS difference up. You solo killed your opponents. Tell me a little bit how you're working towards that matchup versus Ryu tomorrow, which we're all looking out for.
I think it's going to be a hard matchup because Ryu is a really good player and experienced, but I think I can win.
Think you can win? Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if you can go 4-0. We're one game in, but there's plenty more ahead. And when we return, it is Roccat versus Elements. Stay tuned.
To find out, will they pick up their win number 3, or will Giants get themselves on the board? Aggressive moves, and they're about to be a 4v3. If Emperor even lives that long, burning down along with Trick, repels up, Godford's in there. Happy takes out Emperor.
Is that? Nice! Kalista. Okay, kite backwards, kite backwards. Kite back. I'm so low.
Hybrid low on health. Zoe's kick it. The inhibitor stands, and Hybrid gets a big knockup thrown in by the Kalista, and the chase is on. Teleport in. They melt through Adam. G2, how about win 3?
So my story on League started a long time ago. I used to play on North America server before even Season 1 started, and I remember playing with Hotshot, Big Fat, GG, Chowster and all these people just in the normal game solo queue as it was back then. Eventually I switched over to Europe server. We didn't play for money, we didn't play for fame, we just loved the competition, and that was it. The Season 4 in SK was a really great experience for me. We had a team that everyone was trying to improve and everyone got along well, and I never really had that before, and that's what I always longed for. I wanted a stable team that could work together. At the start, I think the meta was really good for me because it was so hard to win or lose top lane back then that it gave me the confidence to play against the star players. Being at the World Championship was definitely a different kind of feeling altogether. I remember the introduction ceremony, you just walk on the stage and you're like, wow, I actually made it. All that work I put in, it finally paid off. For my whole career previously to that, I was never a spotlight player. I never had a great Twitter following. I was never popular. So at Worlds, when I got finally recognized by the community, it was really an amazing feeling. I got target banned every game. I got respected by the other teams. I think Dyrus said I was the best top laner of the group or something, and it's a feeling you want to recreate, but it's also a feeling that you know is not going to last very long, and that's kind of the tragedy of it. So after Worlds, coming back to Europe, I thought it was easy. Like some of the top laners there were just not at the level of the players that I've been scrimming, so kind of felt like I was walking all over them at the start of Season 5. I think it was after IAM that the team mood started to get really, really bad. Basically, people got demotivated and we didn't want to adapt and we just didn't want to improve anymore. And eventually it caught up with us and we just started losing and losing and losing. What I did was just I stopped caring because that was a way of defending myself from the reality of it. The feeling of being in relegation again with SK, I didn't want to be there at the time. I just wanted to be anywhere else in my life. Like, I didn't want to play the game, I didn't want to practice. Everyone was kind of done playing with each other. I think even me and Svenskeren, who have been best friends for the longest time, we didn't want to play with each other anymore. We didn't want to work together, and it was the worst feeling I think I've experienced in esports.
Gamers 2, they demolish SK Gaming. Welcome to the League of Legends Championship Series.
It's kind of a sad story because the way the team fell apart in Season 5 to like doing well, you know. No one will remember us. After relegation, I took a break. We lost, and honestly, I don't know how much it really affected me because by that point I was kind of done. I think what sparked me back was when I saw Worlds, when I saw the opening ceremony and I saw the players walk out and the introductions they did. I remembered, and it made me angry because I know that in a different timeline we could have been at that World Championship really easily with that lineup. So I think at that point I started playing again, and I realized that I should continue this, and it can't end like this. I think you could say I've grown a lot as a person because in life you have to deal with these kind of things. So it's given me a lot of life experience, I think. I hope that when I finish playing and my story ends, that people will talk about me in a positive way and they'll remember the good things. This year, I definitely going to see a more hard-working Freddy. I've already started doing that. I'm waking up earlier, I'm playing more, and I hope that I can impress and return to what I was. And that's my goal for this season.
Still plenty more chapters to write in that Freddy story, Deficio. Now, welcome back to the European LCS. By the way, if you want to catch the extended version of that feature, check it out on the LOL Esports YouTube. But for now, Rocket and Elements gearing up to face off against one another. Let's check out the starting lineup on the blue side after a split week 1. It is Team Rocket. That means it is Freddy 1-2-2 in the top lane. Airwax prowling the jungle. Betsy the mid laner. Saphir the AD carry. Support Edward and their coach. I've heard he's fresh.
I'm so fresh, yeah. He's the coach for this team. Honestly, had a good start last week, I would say, as a coach. We saw some good things for Rocket. Of course, on the red side, we just got to go over them. We have Elements as well here with Steve in the top lane. Crowd is already ready. Gillies is in the jungle. Icat, a mid laner. Mr. Rales, the AD carry. Sprattle, the support. And Nif is, of course, the coach for Elements.
Yes, indeed. Now, there were very low expectations coming into the split for both these teams, friendly, but they both managed to pull off a win in the beginning of the split.
Yeah, Rocket definitely the one surprising us, beating the Vitality lineup, which we had predicted as a top 4. They might still get there, obviously. They need a bit of time. And honestly, I like that Rocket just came in, and I don't feel like they did anything fancy. They just played some of these comfort picks we've seen before. Freddy was on a tank up in the top lane. We got even Tarek coming in from Edward. We know he loves that play.
It's an Eddie special.
It is an Eddie special. And honestly, they were very good at reacting to when the other team were making a mistake, and then understanding how can we punish this super effectively, and that's what they did so smart.
Yeah, it really was very reactive team play, even from both these teams. Elements weren't doing anything particularly fancy for their side, but I think that we could be in for a long, drawn-out slugfest.
We had Europyro. No, we won't. It's going to be 29
Last game,
minutes.
Man, I don't know. Well, we'll see.
That was like 35. That's fights.
That was a long game, man.
Okay, fair enough.
Long game, fights all the time.
Let's highlight again here.
Yeah.
Average game time last week in the EU LCS was 29 minutes and 58 seconds. That is now the definition of a normal game in Europe. So 35 minutes for some reason is now a long, drawn-out game, even though we might get like 50 kills.
Technically correct.
You are sure.
We're to pick some bands.
I'll give
Let's
you that.
start it off. We've got Fiora taken off the board, so Steve will have to find himself another top carry if indeed he goes that way. Temkench also banned away.
Good ban against Freddy, for sure. Flex pick, Eddie can take it as well. I like the Fiora ban. We didn't get to talk about them before coming into this here, but Steve has been the carry for Elements in the 2 games we saw. I would say him and Gilius has really been the 2 standout players, at least in the win against Splice. And Fiora was one of the picks they used. The way the bans are looking now, though, Kindred, normal ban coming in as well. Lee Sin is there for Gilius. We know he loves to play it, so I don't think it touches him too much that Kindred is banned away. And also, we've seen Elements go for Corki both games. First priority, honestly, like picked very, very early.
Right.
And Alistar as well for Sprattle, if he gets it, that could be a first rotation for Elements, and they would be happy about that.
indeed. The Elise is banned away, so
Right, Rocket must be first picking Lee Sin here.
I think that's going to happen. Take it away from Gilius. We'll see what the last ban for Elements is, though.
Yeah, otherwise it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense banning away 2 of the junglers when Gilius is a Lee Sin main. Obviously, it means for Elements, they can say, I mean, this is a risky one, but if you leave Gangplank open now, you basically force Rocket to pick it, and then you get a good jungle matchup. But then again, I mean, it's too risky to do it. It's just like when you see these target bans coming in, I guess they have left the Ryze open. I don't... Again,
last game.
I talked about this last game. I think Ryze is a little bit of a trap, because not all the teams in Europe understand properly how to play around him in the early game. And then he tends to get under a lot of pressure, and he then falls behind in lane, and then he doesn't offer really anything because his damage is too low at that point in the game, and his wave clear is too mana heavy, and we'll see. I think Rocket is one of the teams who did well on Ryze. Betsy got to play it in the mid lane, so I understand the first pick. It does mean the 2 jungle bans coming in. I mean, the only thing they're basically doing is pushing Elements towards like, hey, pick that Lee Sin. You want it in first rotation because you can then get a great jungle matchup still for Gilius, who was a big carry. They don't seem to be doing it, so Rocket can still pick it up.
Taking their time as they contemplate their bottom lane. So with the Ryze picked up, that will be what they lock in. Kalista, Alistar.
I would have preferred Corki for Mr. Rallis. I think Corki is a great pick against Ryze because Poke is so strong against him. Also, Corki, once he hits level 6, is so good in the laning phase. Obviously, Kalista as well is a very strong laner, but she does rely quite a lot on having a ranged support next to her. And now with Alistar, it becomes basically a farm lane where you want to hit level 6, and then you can set up a dive with your jungler. Would honestly prefer the Corki for Rallis, but you can't complain. Kalista is still a great top tier 80 carry.
Might see it on the side of Rocket. Saw Saphir just a moment ago. Fresh, talking to this team, trying to make sure the nerves are settled to start this game off against Elements. We really expected this to be such a bottom table matchup, but you know, anything can happen with the 1-1 teams as they are right now, and it looks like Rocket will lock in both the Rek'Sai and the Trundle.
Yeah, these teams have definitely not looked like the weakest teams in Europe. Splice and Giants have honestly looked worse than these 2. So it's definitely not a bottom of the table matchup at the moment. And obviously, this game is super important for both teams because you are playing to avoid dropping down to that bottom of the table. So beating the teams around you that you're expecting to be around you is so key. Also, the head-to-head matchups and so on. It's a very important game for both teams. Just give me Lee Sin for Gilius. I don't want to see this in Italy.
Quick lock-in of the Lux, and we've got ourselves a kitty cat in the jungle for Gilius.
Why not Corki then with this? Unless, I guess they just want the physical damage because they're running an AP jungler with the Kalista, but like you could have had a sick poke comp. Anyway, they want the physical damage, they took Kalista, it's fine. Lux has been one of the sleeper picks.
Yeah,
we've seen it.
We've been expecting it.
Yeah, we have. We've seen it quite a bit in solo queue. Poke has become very strong in the current meta. Her laning phase is very safe against a lot of things. She does well into Ryze. So if they're expecting Freddy to take a tank top lane and then Ryze mid for Betsy, Lux becomes a very good pick. They might try and force this Ryze up onto the top side because then they can also counter pick it with Steve.
Yeah.
So I feel like Elements are trying to force the hand of Rocket a little bit and where they send the blue man.
Let's see what they decide to finish their comp off. We still need an 80 carry. They still need, prospectively, top or a mid. The final seconds ticking away, though. They swap it up at the last moment, and it looks like we will have an Ezreal and a Zac most likely up there for Freddy.
Yeah, it's going to be Zac top for Freddy. He played it last week. Honestly, a good pick at the moment. Does have a few problems. He's not the greatest split pusher. Laning phase is fine for him. Not super special or anything, but he's a hard engaged top lane, and we're kind of lacking those in the current meta. So he is very good at forcing fights and therefore enable the Ryze. But again, Elements have the chance to pick a tank into him if they want to, just want to save tank up top lane, because Fiora is banned away. That's probably going to be Steve's normal carry pick. And honestly, they're just going to play around Aika and Gilius, being able to land so much poke. And I hate to say it, but I feel like Rocket really has dropped the ball a bit in this pick and ban phase. They drafted very low wave clear outside of Ryze with his ulti. Ezreal needs the Iceborne Gauntlet, and then it's not great wave clear coming in for him. Also, they're drafting double tier into a siege composition, or at least into a Lux. So like the mid game is not the strongest for you, but they're basically going to rely on Freddy being able to engage with the Zac when the grouping happens for elements, and then by him landing the first knock-up, the second knock-up, they put Ezreal and Ryze in a position where they can just machine gun down whatever it is they're hitting on the side of elements. But that needs to work for them, otherwise they're gonna get poked out. Lux with the insanely long range, land the one binding into a spear from Gilius, and you're back in the base. And then your tower goes down.
There's a lot of burst potential. Some lockup as well from the side of Elements. Rocket will have to watch themselves. But to get this double tier composition rolling, you know, we saw them playing very reactive, try and push people off of them. They have a shot at making it happen, especially since Elements seemed to play the same game last week.
Sure, but it's just been such a problem drafting these double tier comps and fairly low wave clear, because again, in this meta, you really want two pushing lanes. In order to have map control and be proactive, you need two pushing lanes. Ryze is not going to be able to push in the Lux really that effectively. Ezreal against Kalista, same deal. You're going to have to accept that Kalista can hit the wave first, and you're going to be more on just last hitting with your Mystic shots. So it's going to mean that Rocket will have to be pretty passive in the early game, and then react to what Elements is doing.
Well, you've heard from us. Why don't you guys let us know what you think at home? Tweet at LOL Esports, ROC win if you think Rocket will run away with another, or hashtag EL win if you think the Elements team will come up with a W on top. We're on to the Rift for game number 2. Rocket, Elements, who comes out?
We didn't see a single Lux pick all of 2015 in the LCS. Last time it was played in 2014 CLG versus C9 over in the North American LCS. So it's been a sleeper pick. It's been sleeping for a while. But it's one of these picks that have been getting a few buffs. Small buffs always coming in. The passive got a good change. The Factor E now goes on cooldown when you fire it and not when you activate it, and so on and so on. Like, she's just been getting small good buffs all the time, and then in a meta where poke is fairly effective, she can then start shining. And honestly, I think the Elements were just saying, if you want to play Ryze, we're going to pick this into it. If you want to move Ryze top, you might break up what you normally want to build, because Freddy's not on a tank. And that could really disrupt quite a lot for Rocket. And we see it paid off for Elements.
Right, and this is the thing that you can critique about this Rocket squad, known to play to their comfort pickups, at least in week number 1, is that you can predict these flex picks and take away some of the question marks that they have there. Rallis and Sproudle are looking to start off the lane swap, while Steve goes on a double jungling mission with Gilius. But Saphir and Edward are also already up topside, so we will possibly have Australia lanes.
Elements might invade in to stop the Grum from happening, so they're basically predicting the
swap
here. We'll see the blue buff. Rocket sees them enter, and therefore no camps are taken at level 1. We get 2v2 lanes. Steve gets his one-on-one lane against the Zac as well. Killing a Zac, though, is pretty difficult in lane.
Definitely. Dealing with Steve, though, he will have quite a lot of poke coming his way. Speaking of poke, Spear starting things off. Rallis and Sproudle dodging it out, though, for the most part. We're looking at how this game seems fairly standard, since we just swapped the lanes and away they go. Who does make the first move here? That's always the question. I don't think it's going to be the double tier comp.
Notice how Eddie saved his relic stack for the next melee minion wave. So he wanted to make sure he could surprise Elements a little bit and then get the push in on the second one to get level 2. And obviously Elements, they know it's happening, so they're just backing away. They have to surrender that early rush to level 2. Let's instead look at some keystones.
League of Thunderlords no more.
Definitely not in this game. We still see it a lot. But supports often gets the Bond of Stone. Obviously, AD carries get the Fervor of Battle. Let's see what happens.
Some action starting. Aika runs into trouble, and there is the risk that you run with an immobile mid laner. First kill picked up for Airwax.
We've seen this before from Rocket. They're very, very good at playing around Betsy when it gets the Ryze. Rocket is one of the few teams in the EU LCS who's really shown how to play Ryze. Airwax will path around it, he will protect Ryze around the mid lane, he will ward for him, and early ganks. That was a flash snare into the knock-up from Airwax, and then Aika dies. We've seen this before as well from Aika, where he gets ganked early on, or he has a poor TP, and then he falls behind.
Yeah.
In the lane. And that is very, very bad because Elements need this Lux to get going if they want to start setting up this siege with her and the Nidalee, because like this is what the comp is built for. That's why they go Nidalee and not like a Lee Sin or something for Gilius.
Definitely a solid start for Rocket, though. Getting some help for Betsy, as you know, he's been a player that was so focused on getting a lot of damage for his team early on. Last week, he had 29% of the damage share. He was really rocking and rolling, not just on that Rise, but it worked out for him when it really didn't for a lot of other people. And you can see Gilius looking to try to provide some pressure here to counteract that for Aika, who's playing a little further back. Hasn't affected the CS at least.
No, but it's very risky gang for Gilius. First of all, you need to land a max range snare from Aika. You also should still expect Airwax to be around because he can't gank the top lane. The top lane is pushed into Element, so there's no ganking opportunity there. Freddy's not even in the bot lane, so they're not expecting Airwax to be there either. They should know he's around mid lane. That's also why Gilius is backing away, saying, I'm not going to risk it. And Betsy at first, he wants the wave to start pushing towards him because he's against a no-flash mid laner with no escapes at all. So he wants the wave now to start pushing towards his side. Airwax can then return to mid lane. You can see the wave pushing in towards Betsy. Then he goes in to grab the blue buff as well. And then you can set up another gank or the threat of a gank. That is enough to make Aika hesitate when he walks in to take the farm. Betsy, sadly, it's not here in time. The wave gets reset on tower, but he can look to do the same thing again. And just make it tough for Aika.
Yeah. You can already see Airwax, though, going a little forward into the jungle of Elements, set up a tunnel network for himself. Not spotted by Gilius. Meanwhile, back to top lane. It continues to be a farm fest. So far, Raleigh is winning it just barely.
And I like this little move from Airwax. He started on the red buff. He took the red buff, he ganked the mid lane. Then he went into the enemy jungle, took away a raptor camp. So he delayed his own blue buff, waiting for Betsy to get a few levels under his belt in the mid lane. And then saying, now you can use it. Because like a level 1 rise with blue buff doesn't really do a whole lot. Give him a few levels, then you give him the first blue buff. It gives Betsy just more lane control. It makes everything easier for him. He can now push the wave back if he wants to, avoid getting pushed into his tower. And just a smart little move from Airwax. A jungler I'm really looking at because I think last week he was doing really well. I think this meta suits him quite a lot. He can be very aggressive on these early game junglers, and that was just a smart move. Something I've seen happening in OPL as well. I wonder if it's the place Rocket saw it, or if they've just been figuring out themselves this is a way you can play around and help the Rise. Because it's all about buff up that Rise here. Make sure he has a good laning phase.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when he doesn't, that's for sure. But Betsy has not been the one to experience it. Airwax is spotted as he clears the ward away, as well as the camp. Aika's low on mana here, and he knows the jungler's around. He's got to be careful.
But again, look at the position in the lane. The minions are always pushed towards Betsy. So Aika, he cannot overextend for it. He has to just farm with his E, basically. And Betsy's just standing there zoning him off and saying, you saw my jungler, he could be nearby, or he could be top lane.
And there he goes, gets headbutted away by Spruttle, knocked up by the Pulverize. And gank unsuccessful. In fact, Airwax takes more of the damage than he bargained for. They did see him coming on the ward, but still. Good attempt by the Rocket jungler. Goes back to Liquid Wounds.
And as soon as Airwax shows himself top, Betsy says, okay, fine. I can now push in the mid lane, and I can reset the wave again. Because now, obviously, you know my jungler is not here. I don't need to keep this pressure going. He pushes it into tower. Entire minion wave dies. It pushes back out, and he can now look to try and set up the same thing again. Aika will have flashed soon, though. But a snare from Rise into a knock-up. Look at this wave here pushing away. Aika saying, you know what? Peace out.
Worry about a thing, and Betsy will immediately clear it away as he sees Aika backing, does the same. So really no pressure on this Rise as he looks to secure his tier. Gilius up in the top side jungle is going to discover some tunnels. Not going to clear him out just yet as he's got something else in mind.
He doesn't care about clearing these tunnels. Come on, Gilius. I guess he doesn't want to show his positioning.
Television.
Standing on it.
Or lack thereof.
Lack of.
There we go.
Yay!
He just wanted the red buff first. It's all good.
It's okay. He didn't want to risk Airwax being nearby, spotting him at that red buff, I guess, and killing him. Taking it down. Anyway, it's still around this mid lane because it's been a farm fest in the 2v2 lane top. 1-on-1 bot lane has just been a pure farm fest. Nothing has been going on. Gilius has not been able to gank anything. Nidalee is so reliant on laners being able to set up ganks with CC. The problem is, Gnar can't do it very effectively because he needs to time the Mega Gnar perfectly to do it. Mid lane, Aika has been under pressure all the time, and they didn't want to play 2v2. Look at Betsy trading now.
Right now, Exhaust is on, so he has to burn that immediately, just for an ult pop from Betsy.
I think Aika fired the E the wrong way.
Down to the bottom side too. Morales and Spraddle, as we see them swap back, so nothing's really changed in the side lanes, but this mid continues to be a nightmare for Ica. Starting with that first kill, he's down 14 CS now, and he sees Airwax immediately clear his ward out.
Again, Airwax is just constantly around this lane.
Gotta keep the camp up. Gilius says, no, that's my jungle. Airwax says, okay, we can share.
And this is one of the good things about Ezreal and Ryze together, if we look at their composition again. Ezreal is a laner who doesn't need help. He literally just sits back and he just farms in a terrible lane matchup with just his Q. In a normal lane matchup, he just goes even. He doesn't really look to trade all in, maybe a level 2 all in with Thunderlords, and that's about it. But he doesn't even run Thunderlords in this game. So you get to play around the Ryze because you have a farming bot lane, you have a farming top lane. Airwax has nowhere else he needs to go. And that is what sets up Betsy. But Elements will still have that mid game where they can start grouping on the Ryze. The problem is if you keep falling further and further behind, that gets delayed. And it doesn't become as effective, and then it's going to be easy for Freddy to start a fight with the rest of Rocket.
Gilius is going to look to make something happen here as Spraddle goes in. Exhaust down under Rallis, but a teleport is already underway. Saphir, he is going down as he true shots all the way back to Fountain. Freddy comes in and tries to get a bounce onto Steve. Spraddle pulled out of harm's way, and Elements pick the successful 1v0.
And we talked about how Ezreal won't get any help in his laning phase. He's just looking to farm. That does mean once other laners can push you into tower, you're not really a threat to them. You can't really push it back. So you can set up tower dives. There's a very good move by Elements. Level 6 for Spraddle. Easy dive with the Alistar. And just time in the TP from Steve. So I really like that play. It doesn't save the situation in the mid lane though. Ike is still gonna be pushed heavily back. And now 2 guys from Rocket.
Oh, clutch pink ward. Mere 100 gold to not go down. But he can't afford to stay here. He knows that they can keep the push on. Pings are flying. And that will mean that Rocket will retreat from this mid, but Ike still under pressure, still down 17 CS. And that death, the assist of Betsy. Looks to go for a cheeky move now. Oh. Nah.
Betsy doesn't really care about keeping him there. He doesn't want to kill him. He just wants to farm, push in the wave anyway. Elements can set up for early dragon if they want the first buff. Now that Freddy was on the bottom side, and that means Saphir is on top side. Should expect Eddie to join him. You don't really want to leave your AD carry alone at 11 minutes. And you have a Kalista, so Elements, if they want to, can get the early first dragon for the buff. Pushing mid tower first though. I would like to see Gilius on the bottom side here with Elements. Pushing this tower, force Freddy away, then take the dragon, and then you can start looking towards mid tower. Or even you can swap everything top after. Right now, he's setting up for a gank instead.
King in on Saphir here.
This is very, very risky, and honestly, just take the tower and the dragon.
Meganar's down, Saphir dodges the spear, and in comes Airwax and Edward like clockwork. I mean, Gilius goes down. Steve is not going to get a whole lot done with his boomerang, and it was all a trap.
Play around your strong lane, guys. Your strong lane at the moment is the Kalista Alistar in a 2v1 against the Zac. Assist that one, take tower, take dragon, speed up the game. Don't try and gank up on top side against, first of all, the enemy 2v2 lane. And you also haven't seen the enemy jungle for a while. Super risky play for Elements. Backfires completely. This bot lane tower is still alive.
Oh, Freddy's gonna bounce it up. Spraddle's a little bit low, but there is always that Kalista ult, if need be. So Freddy spends that one. Airwax will be making a trip down towards the bottom side, right over a ward, unfortunately. Meanwhile, up in the top, Saphir and Edward should be able to polish off this turret as they look to try and freeze up a few minions and let the turret take care of some on the side of Rocket, bounce it back and deny Steve some farm.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Rocket has now sent Airwax to the bottom lane, defending, see if he can hold. Because then Saphir and Edward can recall and return to the bot lane as well. Elements should be able to go in and push it in.
Like, half his health is gone. Another rune prison. Who has to burn his flash after his exhaust. He sends the laser as a parting shot. Rune shot is not quite enough, and Ika's able to eke away.
Oh, I think it just hit Gilius and lost some of the damage.
Yeah.
On the way down from the top lane, but really this mid lane is just gone horribly wrong. It starts with that gank from Airwax, and then it continues with the lane control from Betsy combined with the pressure from Airwax just being around playing the wards, forcing Ica to never trade and just sit super far back and keep losing some CS. Never really able to do anything. Gilius, he's returning top lane. It did work for Elements last week, but that was a different situation as well with Fiora This time you have a super strong 2v2 bot lane, and that bot tower Pyra is still alive.
Aren't able to finish it off. Well, you know what isn't alive, Deficio? In about 2 seconds, that blue buff. It does go over to Betsy, takes it out. So Rocket trying to flex their muscles down on the bottom side this time, trusting in Freddy to hold down the fort up top. That middle continues to be an absolute nightmare for Ica, and Airwax is coming up, but he will run straight into Gilius, and Ica himself tries to get out as fast as he can. Dodges all the skill shots, all skill. So he narrowly escapes getting locked and caught.
All right, so Elements can make another play bot lane now. I know I keep going back to this bottom lane, but you can again push in the Ezreal and set up the same tower dive you did before. TP in from Steve, Gilius joining in, 4v3, kill them, take tower. You cannot let this Ryze continue to just sit and free farm mid lane, so you need to start opening up the map. Gilius is near the bot lane. I want to see this play happen. If Eddie and Sapphire stays, they should get TP'd on and die. You can even see Steve how far back in the lane he moved with Meganar to be ready to make that play. Rocket learned though, said we're not going to stay on the tower this time. It happened before, they back away. And Elements were setting up for it perfectly though.
We're waiting for the moment to be right as the teleport comes in. Freddy in the back looking to slingshot his way into the team. And Elements had no idea it's coming, but now they do. Looking to bounce it up. Teleport, Steve comes in, but Airwax already picked off Rowles. Gilius and Spraddle split away. Saphir and Steve duking it out. Steve will find the kill. It's a 3-on-2. Make that 3-on-3 as Betsy comes around the corner. And so does Ica, trying to trap them. Laser beam from the back line. And it looks like Ica has found his footing this game. Freddy's got nowhere to go. He's going down. Smacked into little globules. And Elements with a big power play. Get the ace.
This is what happens when you play around your strong lane. That's why you pick that Kalista. So you can use a strong early game. Elements, they get a fight down there. Very back and forth in the start. But they're strong here. Instead of going top lane and trying 2v2 or 2v3 with Gilius and Steve together, use your AD carry. Ica gets a roam down, he gets a kill, so despite him falling far behind early on, he now gets some gold. That's an early dragon as well. Early dragon, it's the first dragon for Elements. Alright, let's see the play. So it's Rocket setting it up. Freddy coming in from the back here, unnoticed at first, but he misses the slingshot. And then he doesn't get a whole lot of damage other than just to Mr. Rallis, but still, Elements are still fighting around the bot side. Steve comes in, he can clean up 2 kills, Ica returns. Betsy has to take the long route around. And there's no vision in this bush, in the tri-bush, so they can't see the skill shot coming. So they can't dodge it. And that's why Ica is able to hit both guys with everything, because there was no ward in that bush.
And this is why we thought we'd see the Lux pick coming. Despite being set behind early, despite being pressured up until this point, Ica needs one play like that to grab a whole chunk of change. 1 kill, 2 assists. And he's still going to have some trouble dealing with Betsy the longer this Ryze game goes. But still, excellent, excellent move for the Element squad in that particular instance. They're up 500 gold.
Yeah, we just didn't get to see what the Lux can do early on. Thunderlords is fantastic on it because your passive will count as a stack on that as well. So it's very easy just to like land your E, auto attack, that's another one, then your passive will proc, and then you get the Thunderlords as well. There's very good trading she can do early on. Also, you can go 45% cooldown reduction, and she always had that issue late game, fairly long cooldowns, miss one ability, and you kind of walk around not doing a whole lot. 45% CDR obviously helps on that one as well, so there's a lot of things to like about this pick. I want to see Elements now use it properly. They still need this last outer turret on top side before they can focus on mid tower. And that's why they're sending all the guys there.
Freddy is going to short range slingshot his way away from Steve. That black cleaver on him has given him a serious chunk of damage, but in comes Airwax looking to try and knock him up and slow him down. Freddy's turned around trying to run that way, but Meganar's about to be there. Not in time, he smites him, and that's it.
Elements can just push top now. Airwax was there to defend it and delay it, but by him suddenly rushing bot lane, not even coordinating with Freddy, who just used slingshot the other way, Steve can just walk away and escape it. Extra damage on top tower. Elements afraid because look at Betsy on your minimap. Posturing around the top sides, stopping them from pushing it, but as soon as he leaves, get a bit more damage on it. So they just need to do this. Keep chipping away in this tower, and then you gotta go for mid after.
Remember one key thing, Deficio. Traffic cones stop everybody. So for the time being, still alive. Unfortunately, it's gone now.
I wish that was the case, but I see quite a lot of people ignore them and run straight over them.
Wow.
Not this big
I don't
one,
grab
though.
anymore.
I mean, this
but
one's
no,
pretty
tower's
low.
gone. Elements managed to pick that up, so taking stock of where we're at, that's the second for Elements. Still only one for Rocket that was already in the top side. So advantage Elements on the board there as they have 1,500 gold in the lead as they look to chase down Edward in the middle. He will, however, get away.
This again was exactly what Elements wanted. First a fight in the bottom lane, then Airwax leaving the top side to try and gank Steve. A bit uncoordinated, gives him that top tower, or well, makes it easier for Elements to take the top tower. You got 3 ranged champions, 4 I guess with the Gnar, but he's sitting in the side lane. And you're now looking at this mid lane. Again, there's no safe wave clear from Rocket, it's just the Rise popping his ulti. That is very risky when you can't get hit by a Lux Binding or whatever poke coming in from Elements. But that's going to be the way Betsy can clear the waves. That also forces him to sit in mid now, instead of taking a side lane and get more free farm. He might be stuck in the mid lane just on wave clear duty.
On the other hand, that double tier composition, we do know it takes a little while to get rolling, and Rocket can count on a solid later game. For Elements, their power spike seems to be coming up just about now.
Yeah, FLICKR gets a large rod as well, so he's definitely hitting a strong point for him. You got Hurricane completed on Kalista, so you got the 2-item spike. This is definitely the time Elements wants to make plays. I do want to say, Rise, yes, he still gets more scaling. I think here around Mickey when he has T and Rod of Ages, he is extremely strong. If he gets to sit there and hammer away and deal his damage. He's just also still fairly squishy. He doesn't have that shield coming in from the upgraded tier later on. It's going to be all about Freddy setting up the plays for him. Service Betsy. Do like this,
like now.
Then Betsy can go crazy.
Lock him down. Steve has not got Mega Gnar yet, and Airwax intercepts Betsy with another kill on the board, and all of a sudden Rocket can push down this bottom tier 1 to finally polish it off. But Elements are looking to respond on the top side. It's only Rawlers, though.
This is why Rocket are blind picking this Zac. Saying we need some engage, we need some CC. Enable the Rise, it worked right here. Elements again are around the mid lane. They're just not going, they're not going very aggressive. Once Rocket commit 3 guys on the bot side, Ezreal was enough to deny the wave in mid, and Elements just backs away. So it's really, really slow paced. So Rocket gets away with the gank in bot lane, takes the tower, and didn't lose anything.
Nicely done. Rocket now controlling this bottom side of the map once again, looking to take another blue buff away. Not if FLICKR can help it though. Airwax will try to secure it up. Whoa! That was close. Airwax gets it at the end of the day. Fighting over those little objectives. Elements pinging out from the side of the jungle, and Rocket here, as they're knocked away by the traffic cone in the mid side.
It's gonna get even worse. Ezreal, late game with the blue build, is very, very strong. Put up that pillar from the jungle, and it's very hard to dodge the Mystic Shot coming in, and then suddenly you get slowed by that as well, and you take quite a lot of poke damage. Obviously, Elements will try and return it. I still feel like, Pyra, I would have liked a Corki pick combined with their Lux. You had crazy good poke then.
And then you don't need the AP jungler.
And if you didn't need the physical damage, go for Lee Sin jungle. So you have Lee Sin, Alistar as a disengage, but also dive potential when the target goes up low. If you see an opening and people are moving around. And you also got some physical damage on top coming in from the Gnar. Elements had a plan though. And they did use the Alistar Kalista combo to dive the bottom lane. So we can definitely see why they picked the 2v2. Now we just need to see if they can push this advantage further in the mid game. Otherwise, Rocket's late game, Blue Build Ezreal, Rise, Zac becomes very, very hard to kill. Rocket's late game is very strong.
Right, and that means they will need to get going pretty quick. Nicely done by Aika. Lasers down, the blue buff on the opposite side of the map, but Elements do have to get rolling. You're absolutely right. Freddy pops, so does Steve, but in comes Betsy, and they've got him locked up, but the Gnar bar is full. Let's bounce, says Freddy, and there's no help coming for Steve. He may be able to Gnar them into the wall, but a flash forward means Betsy picks up his 3rd kill of the game, and that is not good news for Elements.
A mistake we see very often here in Europe is that 1 or 2 guys from your team are recalling because they have to go back to base for whatever reason. And you ignore that and you just continue to be too far up in your lane. That means Rocket can walk down, kill you with 2 guys, and not lose anything in the mid lane. Gilius was running from base, so there was no real threat on the mid tower again. So just another kill on Steve. No response from Elements. And now Rocket is pushing up mid. This is what Elements comp was supposed to do against Rocket.
Rocket does seem to have the better execution. Coming into this game, we questioned who would be able to step it up. Rocket made some mistakes last week, but they could have very well have gone 2-0. Yeah, half of that game. And they weren't able to pick it up against Vitality, and Rocket now are answering back, making the right plays. Elements, they're the ones that look so scattered. Or G2 rather, last week, sorry.
Yeah, the bad team fights cost Rocket a lot in that one.
Both these teams actually lost to G2, didn't they?
Yeah, it seems to be a thing coming in for week 1. Elements,
a lot of teams are losing.
Elements got completely destroyed by G2. They lost mid lane big time. Perks just snowballed out of control. Trick was crazy and Graves. Rocket had the lead against G2 last week, but then had a poor team fight and fell really far behind. Now we get to see the siege show from Elements. It is quite delayed, and Rocket is here trying to fight it.
Nice knockup from Airwax, but the team is very slow to respond. He has to flash back out of the way. Steve has to hop the wall. In comes Freddy to try and force the issue. Rollins at half health, but Rocket are standing firm. Pillar comes in, and it looks like we'll have to disengage here until Swaddle comes in. There's the laser. Not as much as they might have hoped, but they're still getting damage out on this Rocket squad, and now they are hurting. Betsy can't keep going in. Freddy will finally not be going down. He's got the globules. Can they finish him?
I can kill him easy. Just put in the E in the middle, wait for them to come in, and then just proc it. You kill them, or wait for your AD carry to steal it. Elements, they finally grouped in the mid lane. They used the Lux, the Nidalee to poke away, but Rocket had enough time to set up a fight. Erics went in very early. Freddy were TPing at the same time, I believe, so they came in kind of uncoordinated. But it looked good at first. Until Spraddle on this Alistar. That is his pick. This is the champion he's performing the best on. It's honestly the only champion we've seen him really perform well on. And he's doing it again, 100% kill participation.
And he has been a big force in the fights they've had. Let's take a look at how it all started. The siege was on, Airwax in the back, and then...
He goes in alone because the TP is coming now for Freddy, so they don't get the knock-up into another knock-up to set up Betsy and Sapphire. Elements are able to disengage at first. Get a lot of stacks in, then look at the re-engage. There's a ward in the bush here. It looks awesome, but I believe in the end, after the 4-man knock-up, we get him only the laser hitting the 2 tanks, because Sapphire jumped out to the left.
Could have been huge though, for sure.
Still, you get a good setup now because you had your tank in the front line with the Alistar ulti. Rallis is able to get Freddy down, and I guess he deserves to get the kill then, fine. Just looks nice when a Lux pops the E in the middle and gets all 4 blocks.
As it stands up, 7 kills to 6 on the board. Elements after that with a slim lead to their name. 3 towers to 3. It has been real back and forth with how these teams are duking it out, but Elements, if they can keep this lead up, they can find a way to punish Rocket before that double tier really gets rolling. It's getting close though.
Oh, it's rolling. Big time. It's a massive snowball already for Rocket just with the tiers. And honestly, that fight was so close, despite Rocket not getting the proper engage, with Airwax in first while Freddy were TPing. Imagine that fight again if Freddy and Airwax comes in together, locks these guys in place. It's gonna be a 3-4-man ulti from Freddy. I think Rocket then takes the fight. Ryze is super fed at this point. Bluebill is getting towards his 3rd item where he really gets online, where he really starts spiking. Fully stacked T and both. It is even in gold, but I think Rocket at the moment are looking way stronger when it comes to these team fights. As long as Freddy can find the engage, there should be enough of a setup for Rocket to take it. And this is because Elements have been so slow in the early game, giving Rocket so many opportunities to pick up kills left and right and stack up these tiers. They now are in a much harder situation. It's not because they can't win. They need to keep grouping and sieging. It just became super, super difficult now.
And we'll make another effort though to shove it down the mid, send the spooky ghosts out to spot Eddie and Betsy. No one's on this turret just yet, but they know there may be a trap. Around the corner awaits the Saphir, awaits Airwax, and the laser comes in the name of Demacia. What in the hell was that?
Holy! He had heal, but he's like, I'm almost full HP. I'm not gonna heal this.
And that's Lux, man.
Got destroyed. That is what Elements will still have. Their one-shot ability. The massive laser of doom. Rushing into Baron. Betsy still here as the main damage dealer. All the tanks are full HP for Rocket. This is still very risky.
They got the Callista. They're going to try to fold the fight. In goes Spraddle, gets the knockup.
They got
and
Betsy!
the knockback. They've caught Betsy, but he's going to flash away. Exhaust is on, and he's staying healthy. Or is he? In comes Freddy to take out Gilius. Bounce it out. Picks up Steve. It's Betsy that gets the kill. Edward scattered to the wind. One Rocket member for 2. Seems like a bargain deal for Team Rocket now.
Elements trying to force another fight. Also Callista on that Baron, obviously in case Rocket didn't react fast enough. But everyone else were full HP. It's only the Ezreal down because he got one shot by Ica. They need more of that on the side of Elements, and they need to use it to get a tower or maybe a dragon. Sorry, Baron. Dragon.
I mean, it is available, but it's
Dragon is not going to mean anything at this point for Elements, because if they keep going towards 5 dragons, Rocket is just going to become stronger and stronger and stronger. And they also know it. That's why they rushed for that Baron. But man, we are going to have such a strange game where Rocket, if we get an open team fight, should win. But there's always that risk of getting caught out by Ica, and someone just drops dead, and then suddenly Rocket might have to surrender something. We might see it again down here.
Oh, from a different angle.
Oh,
Still
wow.
It still looks incredible. So
Good
now
old
Elements.
times where Lux would just sit and snipe people left and right. I remember playing against the likes of Froggen, doing that for about 2 hours. And
is that the best League of Legends you ever played this year?
some of the most boring League of Legends. You tend to lose focus in the end, and then you just get sniped left and right. Froggen was a master at playing Lux, though. I'm sure Crepo can talk a lot about it, because that was the old CLG EU days of 1 hour long games, just sniping people, and then you would take something. That's what Elements are doing, funny enough.
Yeah. Whether or not they got Froggen, Spraddle goes in, but he's juked out by Saphir. Tries to go for the second effort. Airwax, Rallis was chunking him out as a teleport now.
Freddy!
Freddy's in the middle, but he's not going to bounce as much as he wants. Doesn't go down, however. They've caught Betsy, and they knock him back. A big Gnar against the wall. Gilius gets the shutdown gold, and now Rocket on the retreat. Elements able to punish. And looks like they're going to try for a Baron dance yet again.
Really like the coordination there between Rallis and Spraddle together. They were waiting for Betsy before pulling the Callista ult and then fire Spraddle into Betsy, stop his combo, knock him up, focus him down. Beautiful setup. Freddy again, because he wasn't expecting a fight. It's Rocket kind of jumping in a little bit too early, trying to poke. Engage happens. Baron is down now. 4 Elements. But really, it's Rocket trying to like poke a little bit here and there, get a little bit too close, so Freddy doesn't have time to teleport and beat a man engaging. He comes in too late, and then Elements have disengaged. They kite back. It's what you want to do when you play Lux, when you play Nidalee and so on. You kite back until you find that one target, and then you burst him down. And they're able to do it because Freddy isn't the guy engaging. It's randomly your Ezreal. It's Airwax going in a little bit too early, and that's allowing Elements to win some of these fights.
It's also allowed them to grab a Baron. Top of that 2K gold lead, they've got 31, almost 32 minutes into this game. They can get their push on and try to stall out Rocket.
And we just talked about how Elements are just looking for that one kill. And then move back in towards Baron. You have Callista.
That's all they need.
Force a fight, either 5 versus 4, or you get the Baron. So like you force Rocket then to make a move or lose something. And now you have the Baron buff. You have your Lux still. She has a death cap completed. She's gonna one-shot your squishies.
And they've got Siege. You talk about Rocket, they don't have, you said this earlier on in the game, they do not have this safe wave clear. They don't have a way to get in there and stop this push without exposing themselves. And you can see how fast these turrets are falling. Elements are gonna knock on the front door. What can Rocket do to stop this?
So far nothing, because Freddy is also in full vision, so they can see if he starts charging up the slingshot. You just move back. You keep kiting back. Spraddle can be the big hero. If he sees Freddy flying in, just headbutt him straight out, and then the CC won't land. Freddy has no flash at this point, so the engage is very difficult. We might see him sit in the base gate, have a ward there to clear away what Elements has, like put a pink ward and sit in the base gate, and then try and fly in from the side. Because you gotta do something, otherwise your tower will just keep taking damage.
He's almost Meganar.
You can see Steve is down here. He's spotting Freddy all the time in the bottom of the screen. Just poked him down, and Freddy now might go to the other side. He needs to try and find a way to engage. Elements saying, you know what? Too risky, we got a big wave on the bottom side. Rotate down, but Rocket can't follow because there's only one lane pushing at this point.
No teleport on the Gnar either, so they can't send him back to have him come right back on in. This is only a delaying measure, though, because Rocket can't stop this tower, so it will fall down. Saphir was on wave clear duty in the mid, and they never stood a chance. There is a big wave pushing for Rocket in the top side, but Elements don't care about that. They want to start knocking on the base.
That wave is already going to reset on the tower. The only threat for Elements is Freddy jumping in. That's why at the base here, you can see Elements are a little bit afraid despite having a big wave, charging up the slingshot.
Looks to go on in, waits till the last moment, he gets stopped!
Down.
And now Spraddle, failure to launch on Freddy's side. They can't get the tower, but they are able to get out.
Still, Rocket really struggling with the engage.
They're about to finish this off without minions. No, they gotta wait till the wave comes in. Laser. Saphir heals it after the fact. Spraddle goes in, looking for Betsy. Freddy jumping up and down. Steve's gonna hop his way away. Spraddle's bounced away on his backside, and he just might get carved up. No, there's a heal. So they couldn't finish the turret in the end, but they stayed safe as the true shot comes in, doesn't finish off the cow.
But this Rocket team were never supposed to be in the situation where Elements is knocking on the base door because suddenly Freddy can't find a good opening. He had no TP. He had to use it in that last fight where Saphir got caught by jumping in first, I believe. And then suddenly he's just engaging in vision. And as we talked about, Alistar can just headbutt him out, stand in front of him, whatever it is. And like, it's too easy for Elements to then kite back with their comp when they see the engage happening. That's why earlier, go back 7-8 minutes, it was looking like, okay, Rocket has tier stacked, Freddy's getting really tanky, they're even in terms of map control, so you have all these openings now where Zac can engage from, combined with a knockoff from Airwax, and it's gonna look super good. And then Ica gets one pick, they get another team fight where again Rocket is engaging poorly, and they get the Baron, and now they can push Rocket back.
Oh!
Another interrupt.
Nicely, Freddy has just had so much trouble slingshotting his way, but there weren't enough people there in time to punish him. So indeed, he will slip out of the grasp of Elements, but that gold lead still staying for that team. 4K in the lead. Oh, but look at this. Around the backside, Airwax looking to try for a collapse. He is spotted, Ralles.
Steve is TPing in behind. Freddy's in the bush here. He's not spotted.
We got a fight on our hands, or we will in a minute. Elements trying to turn tail and run as they pick up the dragon. And now immediately Rocket turn their attention towards the mid tower and take it out guerrilla warfare style before anyone knew what was happening.
So Elements making the call that they can sacrifice mid tower for third dragon and potentially get that fifth dragon game going on. We haven't seen that happen in Europe. Like, this is a very long game in Europe compared to what we saw in week 1.
36 minutes, man.
36 minutes, man. I'm already
with or without Froggen, we always get late games in Elements.
Especially with the Lux in there as well.
Yes.
Sitting and hammering away and just pick off targets.
That Ica's carrying forward.
The wave clear, and let's see the cooldown on Ica's ulti at the moment is 37 seconds. Obviously didn't go for cooldown reduction boots. He didn't go for Morello or anything, so he's not even built for 45% CDR. Only has the frost greens, and I would assume he has scaling CDR blues as well.
And we've hit the point in the game though where the death timers are starting to be very pesky. We'll see if these teams play a little bit more conservative, or will they go for the big picks? I really don't think so. Rocket are really trying to avoid a big fight. They've seen what can happen if only one member, non-tanky member, gets caught out of position. They do not want to lose Saphir or Betsy before the fight starts.
At least for Rocket now, they are out of the base. There is some opening for Freddy. You can see him constantly sit on the side. They're going into Airwax and Gilius.
And he doesn't connect. Praseeker gets the knockup. All right, they go for it again. True Shot Barrage comes out. But Elements just keep slipping away.
Every single time. Where Rocket had the chance, they failed the engages. Whew. We've seen this one before.
I should have lasers.
And now Elements have honestly been playing a very, very safe game. Good vision around them. You can see all the walls being placed on the sides here in the jungle to try and spot what's going on. Spraddle has been caught out.
He is not going to have too much of a chance, but he stays alive and he's knocked back into the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Airwax has to get out of town, but it looks like Spraddle's the one who goes down first. Airwax is out of the fight, but he is alive. A 1 for none for Rocket this time around. Making Elements rethink pushing on forward.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the damage dealers from Elements do a whole lot in that fight. And no ulti from Ralles either to pull in. Spraddle was on cooldown for a few more seconds. But it's 1 kill for Rocket at least. Still scaling up with the Israel, still scaling up with the Rise. It's just been difficult for them to deal damage in these fights because Elements have been kiting back so well. And honestly, just look at the coordination between Rallis and Sprattle in these fights. How they're pulling him in, reposition the Alistar, knock him into Betsy or so on when he gets too close. I definitely think this Alistar should be a ban against Element because it is by far his best champion. Nothing has come close to what you can do on Alistar.
When he gets it, though, he has definitely shown some serious plays. And the Sprattle of last year, Promise Q, really didn't come all that close to displaying that kind of coordination with his AD carry. So clearly this team has definitely picked up in its togetherness and how well it plays together. And this is what Rocket are having a hard time dealing with.
And it is what the Elements guys were talking about coming into the season. They wanted to be, or they wanted people to understand that they were a team who wanted to play together. They weren't just like 5 random free agents picked up because they had no other teams. No, they actually wanted to play together. They wanted to show people that it could be more than what people expected. And they're trying to get 80 down, and that's the kill.
Picks up an assist as the kill gets picked up by Aika. That means it looks like it might be time to dance the Baron dance. Airwax with his ultimate is pushing on the top side. Turret will fall, but Elements have already started on the big purple worm. Trishop Barrage comes in, lending some assistance, and over the top side, we have the Queen of the Zursai. Will be able to get in there? No. Callista will make sure of that. Steve now hops, skips, jumps. Sprattle trying to interrupt Betsy. Aika very low. He's popped. Will they be able to take the fight anyways? They tunnel onto Saphir, but it's all sorts of crazy action as Betsy grabs yet another. Can he finish another? No, he's finally down. A triple kill for the Callista, and almost everybody's down. This game has gone all sorts of crazy. Freddy on the chase should be able to finish off. Steve, can you get away, Steve? Keep
Super
running.
wrestling.
Steve!
Takes forever,
Oh my
man.
God, he's still
Come on,
getting away.
sling yourself towards him.
Uh-oh.
He's going. Ah!
Oh, wow. 4 for 4.
Nice, Steve.
Baron on the Gnar. We got it, boys.
Yeah, Steve keeps the Baron buff alive. Again, though, Rocket, one member gets caught out. Elements get the kill, rush towards the Baron. We've seen this before. Another big fight is happening. Betsy, this time around, finally got in there. Sat in the middle of the fight. Picked off targets left and right. Insane damage. We're not seeing the same thing from the Israel pick. Very low damage coming in overall from anyone else but Betsy on this Rocket lineup.
And let's pick off Aika first. Let's see how it all went down.
Yeah, so Freddy doesn't get into the middle of the Baron pit with the slingshot, so he's out here focusing Aika down with Betsy so they take him down. Sapphire doesn't really... He's not really able to do a whole lot because he has to instantly run away. He gets focused again by Sprattle and Rallis together. That's synergy we talked about. Betsy's close. Cleaning the fight, Freddy in the end. And then this one goes on for a while.
And yeah, you don't need to read the rest of that. We'll give you the TLDR. So we are 41.5 minutes into this game. That makes it, of course, officially the longest game in Europe this year. Let's see how long we can take. It's appropriate that Elements are in it, I think.
I just finished my water bottle number 2, showing that we're not used to these long games anymore.
Yeah, got to stay hydrated, man, on that test.
Normally we don't have time to drink. There's so much fighting going on.
There really has been a lot of fighting. Very close calls for some teams.
Well, this one been like every fight almost is like 1 kill.
Yeah.
Just something.
Or
one more
4
kill.
kills for 4. That's the bloodiest we've seen.
And then we get the big one in the end.
It's like at the like climax of this like epic Dragon Ball Z fight where the two guys just punch each other and they both faint. Pretty much that.
Fits in with the lock
It's actually very appropriate, yeah, I think,
Yeah,
because you know,
I like it.
I always wanted to answer this question as a kid: who would win in a fight between Sailor Moon and Team Rocket? And I'm gonna find out eventually.
Oh, that's a tough question. Maybe Twitter can help. I'm not sure.
I think, yeah. Why don't you guys tweet that one out? Keep it going.
Let's see what happens here. Item-wise as well, we barely even looked at them because there's been a lot of back and forth going on. More Memorials, I like it for Rallis. I think it's a great item when the main damage source is going to be Magic coming in because of Betsy. Even Freddy in his face. Like, one of the good things about Zac as a top lane pick is he can honestly go toe-to-toe with a late game AD carry. Airwax, he's still split pushing on this Rek'Sai. He's done this before.
Steve just backed.
Airwax is the only full damage
at the tower
Rek'Sai who still split pushes I have seen in like almost every region I watch.
Oh.
This is pretty tough though.
Uh-oh. Well, he might pay. Very carefully, get to the tunnel, and there's Sprattle.
Oh, no way!
What a slippery shark, man.
Airwax is playing some fun League of Legends.
He's having a good time.
Full tank Rek'Sai. picks up the tower, escapes, and Elements
do nothing.
I mean, the entire push obviously got interrupted because they had to run back and stop him.
When we have the highlight reel of this game, we're going to have to set it to Benny Hill.
Oh, man.
Slips through the fingers of Elements. Take a look at the scoreboard again. We are 13-14 in kills. The gold lead is only a measly 1,000 different. But we've seen wipes on both sides and nothing's been able to happen. It's so tense when you just can't quite get the result you want, even if you manage to get somebody out. Rocket are still doing this crazy late game push.
Yeah, and we're finishing all the builds basically. Void Staff is there for Betsy.
Where you sell your boots to Fishio.
You can't ask for much more. Boots of Swiftness is so good, man. Movement speed.
It's good. Maybe the boots on Raleigh should be sold.
Yeah, potentially.
There's no more Zephyr though, is there?
I think he might just keep them, honestly. He's built. That's a crazy Baron power play. Right, you earned 649 gold more
that's
than your
because
opponent.
that wipe, right? That was less than
Obviously,
earning
yeah.
the Baron itself.
I mean,
so
Steve
they actually means Rocket came out of it.
Steve was the only guy who survived with the Baron buff. So they only managed to earn the 694 gold more than Rocket doing that one. That's obviously the gold from the Baron. Then combined with the 4 kills. So very, very weak Baron, but there, you can't really blame them when they instantly die to fight. Let's see what happens mid, though.
Now Axe is trying to look for Spraddle, who goes and gets the headbutt pulled away by the Callista. Just when you think you have him, now you don't. Steve, however, is caught. Soon to go Meganar. Will he survive? Has the shield on. He does get away. And these bruisers, they just won't die to Fishio.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Spraddle popped his ulti and then instantly Rallis pulled him in. I was in Rallis is taking him a little bit earlier. Maybe he was afraid of an engagement Freddy from the side and didn't want to step too close. We still see Ica is not fully completed yet with his build, and we talked about it earlier, how he's not aiming for that cooldown reduction build. So he does still have somewhat long cooldowns in a big team fight. 9.3 seconds on his Q, 8.5 seconds on his E, so if he doesn't land his full combo, his damage is really greatly reduced. And that's always been one of the problems for Lux in the late game and why I like this cooldown reduction build. He's choosing something different, wanting more damage in the early game, it seems like.
Just trying to keep that mid-wave pushing. Each team is focusing so much attention on that. Big difference, really. Most significant thing is Airwax being able to pick up that inhibitor turret up top. None of the other ones have fallen this game. That's the only tower difference between these two teams. Baron's about to be back on the table. Elements are looking to secure the vision side around it, though.
We're basically looking at the same setup again. Set up vision around it. Prepare for that Baron dance, which doesn't really exist anymore because teams have gotten good enough to force fights or pick someone off and then take a free Baron. It's not very often we see people dance around it. You need to play this ward, and they do. Freddy, whereas he has TP, he has Flash, he has everything ready. If he gets in the face of Mr. Rallis, he can take him out alone. He has the Thorn Mail as well. But he needs to land that slingshot into his ulti. And then Betsy needs to be put in a position where he can just machine gun people down. We know Airwax is gonna split push. Top lane is pushing as well. It's a good setup for Rocket.
Shot, clips Gilius. He'll be up in a few more seconds, but there is the split push as you mentioned. Steve is trying to keep the wave out of the base of Elements. Elements will back away after they take some significant poke from Saphir. But he's definitely had a little bit of a rough time this game. He's playing the more supportive AD carry style. Poke. And the Baron is angry.
So this time Rocket now has control in that river. Saphir is pushing up mid lane. Whenever you fight for Baron control, mid lane is honestly the most important lane. Because if you can push the wave up towards the enemy, you can always see where they're moving between that mid lane. You can see who's sitting there clearing, and it allows you to passage into the river, which obviously is a lot faster and a lot easier and a lot safer to do. And set up that vision. Baron is started. TP from Steve. He has Meganar in just a few seconds. It's going to be a big one.
Edward is trying to preempt this one. Steve is going to get that Meganar. He's stopped up for a second, but Spraddle's bought enough time for the big Nar to come out. Rallis in the back. There's the laser. Chunking Edward. Chunking Freddy, but not nearly enough. And they're right on back in. Just keep trading blows left and right. Everyone's still up. Not for long, though, as it looks like it's going to be. Is it Spraddle? No. Betsy. Everyone from Rocket starting to go down. Elements have combined. A triple kill over to Rales. They lose Spraddle. A quadra kill for Rales. Will that be it? Can they march it down? I think so, Deficio.
They should be able to get into the base here. They have the minions. The cannon is there. Ike has survived in the end, and Steve with the Meganar. Rales looks like the hero. But Spraddle, he headbutted Betsy over the wall, so Betsy did almost no damage in that fight, allowing Rales to set up the stacks with this Kalista, pop the Rend, win the fight in the end. This Alistar has been massive, 100% kill participation in a 48-minute long game.
The longest we've had in EU by far, but the Nexus towers will fall. Rocket nowhere near coming back up, and the Demacia laser comes out to seal the deal. Elements with a 2-1 start.
Long game, where Elements said we didn't manage to pull the trigger in the mid game. We fell behind in the lane. Lux against Ryze, we talked about it so much in the early game. It delayed everything, and it just became a waiting game. Constantly waiting for that one pick off, and then you can go to get an objective or get a tower. And Rocket was so trigger happy. They was like, I'm just gonna going a little bit too early on Rek'Sai, jump in with my Ezreal to try and land a Q, and then it starts to engages from Elements every time. And poor Freddy, who wants to be that hero on Zac, always has to TP in late. And that's what, at the point where we had the tiers fully stacked, the Ryze was going nuts, that could have been the moment for Rocket to get a massive lead, but instead it allowed Elements to keep kiting back, get that one kill, get the Baron, get the towers. And what a long, drawn-out game. These are the kind of games as a player that are so difficult to play because you have to stay fully 100% focused for 50 minutes. Constant communication going on back and forth, and that's also why it's so easy to make that mistake, where someone goes in a little bit too early, someone is mispositioned or whatever, because 50 minutes of 100% focus is very, very difficult for almost any team. And then these small mistakes happen, and against a lineup like this from Elements, with the Lux, with Spraddle being so aggressive on Alistar, you get caught out.
And you die.
And you die.
But we talked about Rales and how in the last year, in the years he's been in the LCS, it's a long game, it's okay. He's been known as that guy who would never lose you the game, but he's never going to be the one who wins you the game either. I'm not saying he did this time, but we found the missing ingredient for him. Spraddle. That Alistar play was magnificent, man. And combined with that Kalista, it looks like a different player.
I was looking so much at that Corki pick in the Champs Select. It was Kalista instead. Still a fantastic pick, obviously. But it's because Rales and Spraddle together with this Kalista-Alistar combo in these team fights were so, so good. There were so many times where it looked bad. It looked like Betsy was about to take down like 2 or 3 guys, pull in the Alistar, knock him into Betsy, knock him up, and so on and so on and so on. And it just bought enough time for the Kalista as well to stack up the Rents in the late game, which is often the issue. You don't have that time. You need to like kill someone in a second or 2. Kalista doesn't do that. She needs like 5-6 seconds in the late game especially. But then she can also really start it rolling. And she obviously becomes very difficult to kill with the constant jumping around. So very, very fun game, honestly, even though it's a long game, because there was so many small back and forth.
Yeah, the teams were always trying to take an active advantage, so we did see them step up and change from that incredibly reactive playstyle that they both demonstrated in Week 1 to a degree. But also for Rales on that Kalista pick, he was able to help secure the Baron that much more often.
Yeah,
that was a key part of Element's victory. They could force the fights there when that seemed to be the only opening when the teams weren't wanting to fight.
That's very true, and it's one of the big things when you run, again, we go back to IK on the Lux. When you set up vision around an objective and you deny the vision from the enemy, face checking towards Lux is so difficult because, again, one binding and you just get one shot. So like they had a good comp to set up these objectives and really punish teams if they fell behind. And that's what happened to Rocket because they didn't manage to time the engages.
Yep. Well, for now, though, we're going to send it over to Quickshot on stage. He's going to have a word with Element's mid laner and talk all about lasers.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask about the lasers, but first, I want to talk about the game. It went quite long. It swung back and forth a lot. Why was it so close for Elements until the very end?
Actually, we saw that Rek'Sai went bot side, and in game we didn't know which decision to take. So they took turrets, and then we decided to send Gnar bot, and I think we just basically won the game on Nashor. We won the game on Nashor. We based our win on Nashor. So.
Well, it definitely worked out. Base the win, you play to the objective. What's it like playing on the LCS stage? You're new here with all the guys around Elements. How does it feel playing under the lights and under these conditions?
It feels good. I'm very nervous every beginning of the games, new games. But the more the game keep going, I'm really fine and I enjoy really it. And they're helping me really hard to.
That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Deficio is actually saying that Elements as a team, they want to maybe prove to everybody you guys are doing well. I'm quite impressed with the Lux today. First time we've seen it here in Europe this year. Talk to me about the champion. Why is it good on the current patch and why do you like it?
I think basically the first screen is really good on here because like you can hit binding basically, and I think I just like the champion. I saw it in Korea and I was like, I want to play Lux, and I could play Lux I think because Korea played it, so I just took the opportunity to say I want to play Lux, and I knew that the champion was really strong, and in Europe no one really plays it, so I thought I could like be the first one and be my pocket pick and then basically cheese.
Well, it works, so I don't really know if that's the right term. Last question now before we move on. What is your expectations for the spring split with Elements?
We want to go to playoff, and we will do our best.
Well, perfect. I wish you all the luck. Thank you very much for joining me. Feel free to grab your gear and leave the stage. That's a win in the books for Elements and Ica. We're going to head to a break, but when we come back, it'll be Origin taking on the Unicorns of Love.
I'm ready, by the way.
Huh?
I'm ready.
You're what? Really?
Ready.
VP?
Ready.
Oh, you're ready. Okay.
Teleport Steve comes in, but Airwax already picked off Rowles. Gilius and Spraddle split away. Saphir and Steve duking it out.
Go, right side. Rise. Nice. Kill him.
Go.
Kill him. Nice.
Like we'll have to disengage here until Spraddle comes in. There's the laser. Not as much as they might have hoped, but they're still getting damage out. Around the corner, awaits the Saphir, awaits Airwax. And the laser comes in the name of Demacia.
Rice is in Africa. Flashing out. Yeah, go. Go! Let's go! Nice, boys.
Kill him! Elements with a 2-1 start.
it's pretty obvious that we haven't practiced. We're not really fully ready yet. We still haven't figured anything out in the patch, and yeah, we definitely expected 0-2, especially because we played against two very strong teams. We're planning on like staying strong and not really getting too frustrated from losses and trying to become as strong as possible for playoffs.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS. Our next match is between the 0-2 Origin and the Unicorns of Love. I don't know if you guys can hear me, actually.
I can hear you.
You can hear me, just about. I guess you guys just take the wheel until...
I mean, we did technically mute you. So.
Yeah, all right. No, okay, I think it's fixed now. In any case, I wanted to jump in immediately on that Mythic clip before we get in a little bit more of the talks, because Crepo touched on it already. If you go into a season, you've had a long off-season after coming off the semifinals of Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
We expected to go 0-2. We weren't ready. I don't think that's acceptable.
No, of course not. And it's not like Origin didn't have time. Again, they made one roster change coming in, so it wasn't a massive issue there, finding the right players or whatever. One change. You had loads of time, you know, over Christmas to figure out what was going on. Obviously, again, the internet issue might not be their mistake, but at least as a team then, you could have done a lot more work outside of just scrimming. And honestly, they were just not ready.
And you have to look at this matchup, because now if they're not ready, this could be a very embarrassing loss for them. You look at the roster change, the one change they made in that lineup was bringing Power of Evil, the former mid laner for the Unicorns of Love, and now they go up against his old team, who are on a roll, and Power of Evil in last week just didn't end up stepping up. Whether it was him, whether it was the team, it's a lot of a team effort here, but you look at his laning performance, he was down at 10, down at 20, you know, second and third lowest respectively of all the mid laners when you look at the players from week one. So if they can't put the fight up against UOL today, I would be a little bit embarrassed about that roster swap for the first few weeks. Only for the first few weeks. They have time.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to blame it on Power of Evil, because multiple members were underperforming. I think Nils was the only one, or Sven he was the only guy doing well in the laning phase, at least together with Mithy, but everything else just fell apart. You know, amazing as well. We talked to him a little bit. He said we need to play more risky, we need more aggressiveness, and the team comps we saw from them were just too slow. Like, there's too much scaling coming in, too little wave clear if you look at the one against H2K. And the worst part, in the game against Fnatic, they honestly counterpicked themselves, because they had Lissandro locked in already as a flex pick. They see Olaf for Gamsu. They're like, all right, let's put Lissandro top then for absolutely no reason, and then let's pick Orianna for mid lane, who then got pressured super hard by LeBlanc, and suddenly you counterpick yourself, at least in the top lane, and you lost, honestly, that game because you fell so far behind in that top lane.
And very quickly to touch on it, it happened again in the second game. They had to pick Kassadin into the LeBlanc, so that was a rough one for themselves. But, you know, we spoke a little bit to Amazing. He's been outspoken himself about how you play as a jungler now. He was kind of talking about how you just need to play a little bit more loose. Play almost like you don't care, and then you can carry on the jungle, which I think is part of the issue that Origin had. They were playing very reserved last week.
We just have to remember, Origin at Worlds was a fairly slow-paced team. They didn't do that well in the early game, and this meta obviously is so much about that early to mid game now, so as a team maybe it doesn't fit them too well, but some of the things they did so well at Worlds, they don't do now. Like, suddenly they're messing up a lane swap, and you're like, what's going on? This team was super good in terms of macro strategy at Worlds. That needs to be fixed, and also the pick and ban phase needs to be more tailored towards the early to mid game. And then I think Origin will start picking up wins.
Yeah, you mentioned it, things they did well at Worlds, like shot calling. You went here on the desk last week and said the Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, are showing the best shot calling we've ever seen from them. And I've personally looked through a lot of VODs, and I have to concede, because in a lot of cases, they showed strong tactical ideas and maybe shot calling, but never for a period of even 2 games in a row, because the inconsistency was something that always came back. I do have to see if it's like 3 or 4 games in a row, though. I'm not ready to agree yet.
From the 2 games we have seen, you know, it was honestly the same game plan, and it was the same kind of way they executed the games. And that's why I think the shot calling looks a lot better, because as you said yourself, normally it would be more like reacting to what's going on. Can like Hylissang get a flash tippers on 5 guys, and then we pull the trigger and that. Now, instead, like, we see plans of how to split push. When do we dive that lane? We see the pathing for Diamond, which I absolutely love. The way they're timing it with minion waves, pushing against, you know, his team, and then he goes and ganks them, and the early vision and so on. Like, there's a game plan, and they're executing the game plan. They need to keep doing that.
Just as you alluded to, Diamond's pathing in the early game did so much work for the rest of his team, and if they can continue to get Diamond on these picks that have early presence into the rest of the team doing well, I like Fox's Zed as well. It was a pick I don't think a lot of people were expecting from him, even though he played 8 games last year. I think there are a couple of other picks that we may see come back out of the Unicorns that are in their playbook and in the meta right now. Keep in mind, pre-rework, Vizicachi was the only guy playing Poppy. If he wants to take that Poppy top lane here, that is exactly what we've seen from LCK, LPL.
I want Graves top.
We could see Graves top.
It is
the
so
kind of player that'll do
overpowered.
it.
In every role.
Maybe
3.
jungle top.
3.
Terrible AD carry pick.
Okay.
Anyway, top lane Graves, I want to see it. It is so strong. We've seen it in LCK. We've seen it, in Challenger yesterday for you, Stress as well. Man, that is strong.
We'll see if they bust it out. But the teams are ready, and we'll find out immediately if we see the Graves or not. So Casters, take us through those picks and bans, please.
Thanks, guys. I'm Richard Polscam, and I'll be swapping in on the caster desk with Mitch Crepo of Vorspus. How are you doing today, Crepo?
I'm doing fantastic. I actually want to cast some of these games because I want to see if Origin is playing on like a week 1 style, and any of these teams have evolved to a week 2 style. Because Origin, one of the main comments they had after the game is like, we were in the dark. So they're going to use all the pick ban information from week 1. But meanwhile, maybe some of these teams that have been practicing more are already like a step ahead. That's what I want to see if that comes out.
And on the other side, the Unicorns being 2-0, can they keep up the momentum against also better teams? If Origin start performing, this would be a big test for the Unicorns of Love, and they can maintain that really good macro game that we've seen, like the analyst desk was talking about.
Yeah, but the macro game was founded on a decent lead every single time so far by Diamond Procs getting that done.
Well, as we load up, a quick roster rundown for us. So on Origin, on the blue side, let's take a look at what they're fielding. Soaz in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Power of Evil in the mid lane with Sven, Miffy, and Hazel in coach.
Yeah, that's Origin looking pretty strong. Still some question marks around Power of Evil. On paper, obviously, they look very strong, but the Unicorns of Love, on the other side, on the red side, they didn't look that strong on paper, but they surprised in week 1. Top lane, Vizicachi in the jungle, the man of the hour, Diamond Procs. Fox, fantastic performance on Zed overall. Steelback's playing better than he used to, and Hylissang, for me, is just a really core, fundamentally good support. So we need to see if that progression is there, if there's finally some growth in these Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, to me, the Unicorns of Love are almost a tempo-based team, because Diamond, in the interview, he was saying everything just kind of fell into place. We didn't need specific shot calling because we got a kill, we knew what to do, and then everything fell into place. If they start falling behind in the early game, can they carry up? Can they carry on the momentum?
Yeah, that's obviously the question. What did they do with limited momentum? What did they do if they play behind? Like, do they actually recognize their win conditions, or was this almost instinct-based, like solo queue, intuition almost that they've built up? They've had a couple of weeks right now. Even if it's not there just yet, we can wait for a little more progression from the Unicorns. Obviously, my final judgment will be in week 5 for a lot of these teams where they can maybe adapt to the meta just a little bit, but we'll see about that later. We're only week 2 right now. We're in Champ Select, so let's get this going.
Definitely something to keep track of as the weeks progress, but getting into Champion Select here with the bans, Rise will be the first one coming out from Origin, saw that first pick in the last game, and has seen high pick and ban over the last couple of weeks in all regions.
Yeah, last week actually, Origin was prioritizing Rise, and then ended up picking Cassid in mid, and they have a double scaling composition with no wave clear. This time they're saying, well, to avoid picking this Rise, putting ourselves in that position, we'll just ban it out ourselves.
Yeah, and Gangplank will be the next ban coming in from Unicorns of Love. Pretty much exclusively banned or picked, and the few Gangplanks that we've seen haven't been incredibly impressive. That's not necessarily just been from Europe either. Lee's will be the next ban coming in from Origin, and is back into the Unicorns of Love court.
Yeah, so junglers that are up right now that are strong. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Grace, even though Europe hasn't really embodied it that much. If you look at different regions, especially the LPL, we've seen some fantastic Grace performances there. Kindred is pretty high up there still. Lee Sin is still a staple pick for Amazing. Might actually give Origin a little bit more of that early game they were looking for.
Yeah, as well as the Challenger series from what we've seen. Graves top as well as in the jungle. We saw that being flexed in from the Banditos, the Renegades Banditos. Kindred will be the final ban coming in from Origin, with Lissandra being the second in from URL.
I think we may actually see the Graves jungle on Amazing here. He did mention it in casual conversation that was a pick he was looking at. Otherwise, though, he still has the Lee Sin available, so they may not prio it. Lu is still available, and that is an Origin staple champion. It actually solves a lot of their issues innately as in the pick, because it gives you wave clear mid, it gives you a little bit of tempo in the game, and more importantly, you can play around one of your best performing members, which is Sven, and that is exactly the reason the Unicorns end up banning it out.
Recognize that one in there. So the first pick will be very fast coming in. It's just going to be the Tam Kench going Could be in the top lane, could be support. Nice flex to start off the draft for Origin.
Yeah, Tamkench right now is almost exclusively a top lane pick, not picked that often in the support because there are so many other good supports. And one of the reasons he really succeeds is because he denies so many plays that you can do on the carries in the game, and more importantly, because this meta has shifted to less tanks and overall more squishy targets, Tamkench's base damages are actually enough to keep up with that. So he can run in as a super tank with the great health, still have enough base damages. We saw it, I think, earlier today in the LCK as well, where it was, I believe, CJ versus Bennu. At least it was a match with Bennu. I don't know who the blue team was, but they had a Tamkench top lane, and even though you really don't expect much damage coming out of it traditionally, he just tore apart the squishies too in the fight because the base damages are still significant.
Also the same kind of thought process as Lulu to help out the team and facilitate those big carries, so picking up the Tamkench, a lot of sense in from Origin. First two pickups from Unicorns of Love, Corki and Lee Sin will be picked up early into the draft.
Yeah, good tempo picks. So a strong early game jungler that can make picks with an AD carry that fulfills Steelback's playstyle, which is generally cleanup, but can also group early for poke. And Corki, let's not forget, is still a flex pick on this patch, an incredibly strong mid laner right now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good Corkis in the mid lane. The package can be very well utilized. Sometimes it can be badly utilized, as we saw yesterday, jumping into the enemy jungle by yourself and getting killed 1v3. Not so good, but Alistair has been picked up here by Origin.
Yeah, a little tank heavy, honestly. First three picks here from Origin. One really super tank in the top lane, tanky jungler, and then Alistair. Obviously, tanky support is almost paramount, almost necessary these days, but they'll need some damage coming out of that. And usually when you fulfill these compositions with late game heavy damage mages, you actually sacrifice early pressure because you go for scaling. So Origin may fall in the same trap if Power of Evil ends up playing another Orianna or something.
Got to see what those two final picks are. Expecting some big damage dealers to come out. Azir was a pick that Power of Evil picked up towards the end of the split, so we might see that come out for him, but it's been a while since we've seen it. Steelback has picked up the Trundle, can go into the top lane, but more likely in the support role now that we've moved on to 6-1. Yeah. He did have some changes, which makes top Trundle not so great anymore. Shen is more likely to go in that top lane role.
Yeah, and Trundle support just generally lanes very well into Alistar. Alistar, pretty much whenever you face a good Trundle support, you will yield the lane and just go for some heal sustain type of plays. You can make plays if you have a Kalista on lane, but a good Trundle support should be able to win that lane, especially with an AD carry flex counter pick possible.
Waiting on those final two pickups from Origin. The first one has been logged in, which will be the Kalista going on Sven. And then waiting for that final one for the mid lane, looking for a high damage dealer with this massively tanky front line that they've already created with the Alistair Rek'Sai and Tamkench. Looks like it may be the Cassiopeia, and indeed that has been locked in. Power of Evil's Cassiopeia is something to be feared.
Yeah, we could see another Zed pickup here for Fox. Obviously, Hylissang is doing the signature Draven Orianna hover, because that's a message he sends to his girlfriend. Really cute. So we're never really going to consider those picks. A lot of Zed last week. King be combo with the Shen, you know, to protect him as he's going in. You have some magic damage spread out over the Corki at least. May not be the best though. A lot of Zed denial on the side of Origin, so I doubt that Fox is actually going for it. Maybe a LeBlanc, something that can threaten the Cassiopeia at least with outplay potential from distortion in and out. Having some pressure in the lane early and potentially roam a lot better than Cassio. That could be actually the pick that Unicorns need.
I wonder if that would influence the Summon the Spell pickup from Power of Evil as well. He used to pick up a lot of exhaust in the mid lane, went up against assassins like Zed, like LeBlanc. So when they jump in, he's able to stop a lot of that damage that comes in when they try to get their potential off. But the last pickup was Ezreal coming in for Fox, so going for the long-range poke route along with the Corki.
Yeah, so a very... It's hard to tell. How do you characterize this composition? Honestly, Unicorns of Love, definitely looking for a 4-1 split. Where they want to group up Ezreal and Corki in one lane to poke, and they want to place pillars to actually enable that poke or just zone people off the turret so they can start sieging. The mid game will be rough though, because Ezreal right now has a really slow scaling blue build. Corki does have a decent mid game spike, but they'll have to poke a lot on these heavy tanks before they can actually put any members of Origin in kill range except maybe Cassiopeia, so have to see how that works out. Obviously Trundle Pillar, a big nuisance against a very low mobility Cassio pick in the mid lane.
I feel like if this composition falls behind it against these big, heavy tanks, they'll just never scratch them. And then when you get into fights, it's like, well, we just kind of lose. But take a look at the coaches there. Sheepy and Hazel shaking hands before they get onto the battlefield with their teams. And once again, you can take a look at those full team compositions with the players. Make sure to use those hashtags. Hashtag OG win for Origin if you think they're going to take home the win. Or UOL win for the Unicorns of Love. Currently undefeated in the first week as we get into the third game of the split.
Woo! Woo!
Hype.
Lack of crowd makes us cheering up. Yeah, just looking at the compositions, really, wondering how this game's gonna play out. I think Tamkench actually does fine into Shen. I don't think either Shen will maybe get bullied out. I don't think Tamkench will ever get bullied out. So in terms of engagement, we have to look at what Origin can do. They'll definitely need to find a sort of flank, because if they all come from the front, I think it'll be easy enough for Unicorns of Love to disengage when they group and actually start sieging. So the win conditions, definitely for Unicorns, is post 14, 15 minutes, group up, start sieging towers. And for Origin, it's to do well in individual lanes and try and shut that down.
Yeah, let's get into this one. So Origin looking for the fan out to start off the game, likewise with the Unicorns of Love. Maybe not likely to see a lane swap up in this game, at least from what we're seeing in terms of where they're currently standing. Soaz in the top lane's picked up the Corrupting Potion in the jungle. Amazing actually opting towards the refillable potion versus Fox to start off this game.
I'm actually curious for this top lane. Shen usually wins by out-sustaining with Warped Blades a lot against melee matchups, but Tamkench is just Tamkench. So I want to see how that plays out 1v1.
Hylissang waiting out here, has seen Power of Evil, Miffy, just going to place down that wards, and actually with the Chomp is able to clear it away.
Yeah, obviously.
Places down his own ward, so 2 wards have to be used to get that vision.
Yeah, Chomp has an auto attack reset built in just the same way Leona Q has, for example, so it's auto Q, auto, clear wards.
Minions have spawned.
Hylissang, the mental advantage going into the game.
Yeah, got that slight CS advantage. Using the game already, amazing. A little bit caught out here by Diamond Prox, an extra auto coming in after the Q. That puts him low for the initial jungle clear.
Yeah, and that's actually big, because back in the day, maybe you could base, but because Cam spawned at 140 right now, he's starting his jungle on 60%, and that may actually influence his level 3 gank timing. Yeah, he has to use potion there.
Already got through 1 stack of that one. Soaz going to be helping him out there, so won't be taking too much damage from this camp, and this clear shouldn't be too bad, but yeah, might influence things down the line and may change what Diamond Prox chooses to do.
Oh, interesting. I was going to say Niels, but obviously it's Ven right now. Start W for the early lane. We've seen a lot of Kallistas recently go for the E to maybe easier last hit, especially since you have a melee support that won't be able to provide that initial passive part to get that proc off.
So this is interesting if you take a look at the Keystone Mastery that Alistair was running. We were having some discussion in the office about it, but it's the wind speakers. So this is more of a team fight Keystone Mastery to pick up, because when you get later into the game, you give everyone you heal, because this heal is AoE, extra magic resistance and armor. So it's not looking for the lane, not looking for the Bond of Stone just with Sven, but more as a team fight pick, which makes sense when you take a look at this composition.
Yeah, definitely, especially against those tanks, you know, the added bonus of that and the power of those heals. But yeah, in lane it doesn't really offer very much. Alistair Kalista should be safe though. They should never die 2v2. They can maybe get zone up CS, but Corki and Trundle's laning patterns are pretty obvious, really. So barring any ganks or really good package usage, this lane should be even on both sides. The outplay is easier to do even on the side of Kalista and Alistair.
Both of them hit level 2, and Hylissang can't really get in range of the Alistair. He just hangs back. Mid lane though, Fox up against Power of Evil. So a couple of trade things happen. Just Fox trying to get out of the way of some of the Noxious Blasts, but there's not too much happening in the early game in this lane.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is basically exemplify what you want to do in mid lane, which is punish people when they walk up to CS. So whenever Cassio goes for a CS, you want to get that Mystic shot out. Whenever Fox walks up, you want to make it drown in poison and maybe engage for the all-in. Power of Evil getting pushed though, so that puts pressure on Cassiopeia, forcing her to use much more mana on the clear. And Fox is pretty safe because he can always shift out a potential knock-up flash from Amazing. So really, really smart from Fox to just really power push early.
He did miss a lot of minions though while trying to power push, because he was continuously hitting the minions and missing some of those last hits. Top lane though, Soaz up against Vizikachi. Well, 2 tanks, so they're just going to be bashing away, but not really getting too much done. However, the lane was pushed in, and Soaz loses a lot of minions, almost 10 minions behind at 3 minutes in or 4 minutes in is quite a big disadvantage up against the Shen.
Yeah, the Tamkench isn't as tanky yet, hasn't picked up any resistances, so the repetitive bullying that we see here from Vizikachi, you know, auto Q, auto coming out, and the fact that he can sustain himself up while pushing made it so that he pushed into Soaz, and Soaz did a poor job lasting under the tower. So again, good matchup read here from Vizikachi.
Soaz not really in danger of dying, but missing minions more than anything.
In a way, this influences the early game, at least if this continues. Obviously, the first few levels doesn't matter, but if every lane is pushing, it makes it incredibly hard for the jungle to operate in between those lanes. So Amazing has a hard time operating going aggressive onto Diamond Prox's jungle because both laners will be able to react a lot quicker since they're pushing in their opponents in their respective lanes.
Wonder what Diamond Proc will do from here then. Currently he's just gone back to base, picked up the Tracker's Knife and a Pink Ward as well, so that may be a defensive one, or he might try and get into the jungle of Amazing. A little harder because Tremor Sense, but Soaz picking up Vizigchachi will be jumping back through, but Amazing being there and a flash knockup under tower. This is a little bit risky with Diamond Prox with a counter guy. Will flash after the auto attack. The gold goes over to him for the first blood. Another tower shot lands onto Soaz and a follow-up for the double kill cutting in for Diamond Prox.
And this is massive, and this is something we've seen before from Origin. They're just not on the same page right here. Soaz knew it was too risky, especially since Diamond Prox hadn't revealed himself on the map so far at all, and then overall they won that trade, but Amazing goes in for the greed, and you can just see how close that really was. Diamond Prox beautifully outplaying there. Really Vizigchachi too, just that one Q auto. We're gonna see it again. So Soaz acts as if he's laning normal right now. You see Amazing is not committing right now because he wants it to seem as if it's a normal 1v1. Chachi flashes and here, look, Soaz turns around. This is no communication here, whatever, because they could have popped Chachi because all he needed was one extra auto after what's going to happen next here. So imagine if there was one additional auto a little earlier. Maybe Chachi dies, maybe it's a 1-for-1, but now Diamond Prox, not only do they get the kill there, they also allow that massive wave to be soaked up perfectly. No CS denial. Imagine if they just waited out a tower, had Vizigchachi on 20%. He couldn't touch any of that CS, even if Diamond Prox joined. So a big error in communication for Origin. And that spells bigger problems than any draft, really.
And what we can say for certain is Diamond Prox's performance in Week 1 was not a fluke. That was just a good reason for him going into the top lane.
I mean, it was still, I don't know, man. It's an instant play. It was fantastic play, really good mechanical play. But from shot calling wise or pure strategy, there's not much you can highlight because it was really,
We happened to be there, right?
It was like, these guys are diving, really? Well, I'm Lee Sin, so I'll just take these 2 kills. But yeah, 2-0, stats don't lie.
Sure, he was in the area though. Fox continuing to farm up. Both of those kills went to Diamond Prox though, so he's picked up the Warhammer. So actually, going to be way stronger than Amazing if he finds him in the jungle. Also hit level 6 off of that gank as well from the extra experience, so he's got that huge spike in power. So if he goes for another gank, his ability to flash pick, or if he finds Amazing, has the ability to execute him in the jungle.
Kills did go to Diamond Prox, so only assist for Vizigchachi, so Soaz isn't punished as hard. He can obviously start building tanky, wants to reset that wave. We need to see if Amazing can get a gank somewhere. That's the problem right now. He's obviously very far behind Diamond Prox. If it comes to any altercation in the jungles, Diamond will win that. He can also start ward jumping behind mid lane right now for a kick. That's what he's looking for. But it's hard because obviously Fox will have to change his movement. If Ezreal from Rax range suddenly starts playing closer, the gank generally is given away.
Kind of easy to read. With Power of Evil, also with Flash and his ultimate still going anywhere near that turret if they're even going to take any damage is very, very dangerous. Diamond Prox chooses not to do that, but will pass over a ward here, which was placed down, I believe, by Amazing with the Tracker's Knife. So we're going to see him going into the top side. Tunnel goes into the bottom side, though, from Amazing. Take a look at the double pink wards being set up in River, though, by Origin. Already establishing that vision control so they can track Diamond Prox.
Yeah, that's a really good point. These pink wards in the river is definitely what you want in this match because they're so cheap, and even if they last only like 1 or 2 minutes, the fact that you gain vision there and you have guaranteed knowledge if they don't have any vision in the area, and very often they last longer than average wards right now, which is only like 230, definitely worth doing. So teams should really invest more in pink wards.
And speaking of pink wards, it just spotted out Amazing as well. So you get so much value from those things. Only 75 gold, so the price of old green wards, so there's really no reason not to. Amazing into the jungle now of Diamond Prox. And knows he's not in that side of the jungle. Also knew that he cleared it recently, so you get a general idea of where Diamond Prox is currently. Soaz is trading up against Chachi in the top lane, but it's not a whole lot of damage as he shadow dashes away. Takes a bit more damage, and those auto attacks do more.
And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, early game, the Vorpal Blades regen and the repetitive harass matters, but this is not even like mid game. This is like early game phase 2. The tankiness, the innate tankiness and just Tahm Kench with the levels becomes so strong in a 1v1 scenario that nobody can out-sustain him, and he just bullies you out, even though Vizigchachi has an experience advantage, has 2 extra assists. Yes, he did opt in for CDR boots, who don't give you even that many pure combat stats, but in an extended fight, you know, CDR is still valuable. So as a straight up winning that trade, even though he's down 0-0-2.
Only got the Barmy Cinder as well, so it's not even like he's super well built in this lane. Nope. That being said, Chachi has gone for the Lucidity boot, so not a tanky option in top lane, but he's not really in danger of dying 1v1.
And one issue the Unicorns have here, composition-wise, is that they'll be waiting for action to happen from Origin, and then punish that with a Shen teleport. But there's very little proactivity on their side unless Diamondprox finds an opening behind somewhere, using the Shen ulti on himself and ward hopping, because otherwise it's so incredibly hard to force any kills. Like, Trundle Pillar is the only inkling of engage that they have other than that. So Origin being slightly behind isn't the worst, because the Unicorns can't push their advantage unless they group and siege turrets.
Well, the most proactivity we've seen from Diamondprox so far has been taking that blue buff in the jungle away from Amazing. He's now still staying around the area, having taken the crab, has the extra movement speed as well to quickly react to a potential top lane gank from Amazing. And Alistair's also heading up as well. Miffy looking for this play to be set up, but I believe Diamondprox has seen it out. However, he's just on the edge of vision from that ward that was placed down by Amazing.
And what all prompted this was Corki initially picking up the package. So a lot of teams will make map-wide plays, never return to bot lane with the package. Diamondprox about to face check.
This is not going to be good for Diamondprox. So much damage already. Headbutts into the tower. Soaz just needs to lick him down. And gets the shutdown onto Lee Sin. Also gobbles of Vizic Chachi. Puts him under the tower. Now Steelbacks and Hylissang has to back away. And Power of Evil there to meet Chachi. So there's no way he's going to get out of here. Fox also reacts from the middle lane. He'll have to get out of here.
Yeah, and this is an example of playing a week 1 style in week 2, where AD carries pick up the package. They think they're being smart. Let's not return to bot lane. But Origin this time, instead of being behind on the plays like League 1, they're ahead of the curve. They know Corki's going to a side lane. They know it's likely not going to be mid, so they head top. Miffy beautifully reads that. Again, a little bit of miscommunication, both knockups at the same time. But Diamondprox gets obliterated. Unicorns of Love panic engage with the package instead of calling up that play. And suddenly, you're looking at a big gold lead here for Origin, thwarting the growth of Unicorns, and we likely will not see them group as much anymore, because right now they're under threat of a potential R-flash engage from Power of Evil, for example.
Yeah, at the very least, it was a little unfortunate for Diamondprox as he was on the very edge of that vision range. Generally, kind of a weird vision placement or a ward placement to be placed right there at the jungle entrance, so he wasn't expecting that one. Mid lane, Power of Evil opted towards the swiftness boots. He had that as well with the alacrity, so he roamed to that gank actually very quickly before Fox as that happened. So even if they reacted at the same time, there's a lot more movement speed over to Power of Evil. He did that immediately after the tier as well, so prioritizing that mobility a lot in this game.
Yeah, and we're seeing the issues here of laning both Ezreal and Corki. I mean, it's fantastic if you get the group, but Diamondprox is asking himself, how do I gank this lane? And the only gankable lane he has, where he has CC that to enable him, was the Shen lane in top. But you can't really gank a Tahm Kench if he has any bit of support right now. You're going on Miffy, he should have his ultimate available, so he should be fine.
But he hasn't activated it just yet, and he's already down very low. Fate's Call will come up and maybe re-engage onto Chachi. Now he pops the ultimate and the heal as well. Chachi will still follow up though with the Stand United onto Miffy. Sven turns around, gets the Rends off for the kill onto Hylissang, and with Amazing Soaz closing in from the backlines, they should have enough CC maybe to get another kill, or at least burn some summoners. Chachi is not in a good situation. Has to just walk away from his allies. Steelback may also go down here to Amazing, and that will be the kill finalized. Diamondprox now being followed after, but he is too slippery to kill. Another 3 kills over to Origin.
Yeah, and just oh so tanky. They just don't care. They walk through that tower for absolute ages, and because they have double tank there, Soaz can just soak up so much. And this time, we saw what was lacking between Soaz and Amazing was exactly there between Miffy and Sven. No nerves whatsoever, super calm, no panic ulti from Miffy. Very often when Alistair's reached about 30% in solo queue environments, you'll see both Fate's Call come out and the Unbreakable. Play Ruin. They know they have Fate's Call, they know they have heal available. Miffy popped his ultimate later on, and meanwhile, Niels or Sven right now is just stacking spears over and over, and then just goes like pop, reset, gets the kill, and at that point, Unicorns, yeah, they've lost that play.
It was very impressive. Even I was starting to panic as well. As it was like, you need to ult, man. Do something. You gotta go.
It's like when you're watching a show and you're really rooting for the characters. Do something, please.
But it was all an act from Origin, and
but we can't
got them those kills.
Because we have to be impartial, Pulse.
Oh, that's right. Yes, indeed.
No bias.
Well, Chachi in this jungle, I believe he was seen out by the tremor sensors. He just walked into that bush, and the ward goes over the wall. So now they know Chachi's here. He has the Shadow Dash and his flash, so he should be able to get away. Power of Evil over the wall. That's a lot of damage from Twin Fangs. We'll get that blue buff. Yes, it is a blue buff, and it doesn't have that many resistances, but still, 14 minutes in, a lot of damage. Amazing heading up to the top side to defend his turret as well. From the siege coming in from Steelback and Hylissang. Decent minion wave, but now only casting minions. He really wants to get in there and get the Queen's Wrath down, and gets a knock-up onto Hylissang, so it's enough to dissuade them from going any further. Diamondprox looking to react here, along with Soaz. It'll be the 3 versus 2, but with both of them being so tanky, now being so amazing, I'm not going to look for the dive just right now.
Yeah, more importantly, you get punished for diving in top Kench because it takes a while to kill him, and it takes him barely any time to get 3 stacks on you, and then he eats you, and then the play is pretty much ruined. Especially Tower Aggro can't shift and stuff like that, so it's incredibly hard, almost impossible. And OG right now, yeah, both Power, Vivo, and Sven have really big marks painted on their head because they're repetitive damage dealers. Like, they either stack up the Twin Fangs or the Ren stacks, and if you can get them out of the fight, really Origin will lack damage overall. But to reach them, it's very, very hard, especially since you have to take into account there's Devour, there is the best peeling support right now in this meta. This is why Alistar is very often picked first pick over in LCK LPL, especially this week. So it's gonna be a tough climb for the Unicorns.
Oh, nice shadow dash by Chachi, getting out of the headbutt there.
Yeah, that actually changed. Well, when they nerfed Alistar's headbutt to, I think, 1200 missile speed instead of 1500, a lot of these interactions where you hop over the Alistar or through the headbutt became possible. It's really annoying. The Alistars will have to take that into account and just wait for people to dash gap goes on them and then queue them up, knock them back.
Certainly triggers me as I played a lot of AP Alistar and someone just flashed. Well, that's all my combo damage gone.
Yup.
Lucky.
You're never lucky.
No. Pillar sign though. Gets the pillar down, but Sven has a hop, so he's able to get over the pillar. 5-2 currently. Origin significantly ahead of Unicorns of Love, and this is something you mentioned in Champions Select. As soon as Unicorns of Love start getting behind with this poke composition with Ezreal, Corki, and Yukon start chunking out the front line, that's already very tanky from Origin. How do you get back into this game?
The one play they have right now, it's Taunt Flash into package or package Shen delivery. So Shen ulti into package, knock somebody out, instant taunt, and then follow up with Trundle, stealing some resistance to some guy and trying to wreck him. Because the cool thing about poke is that it's repetitive low cooldown damage that you can really disincentivize people from fighting you. But if you have to use it in a defensive manner, it's not instant wave pool. Like, none of these champions blow up a wave immediately, so Origin can actually set up for sieges or plays, and playing poke from behind is just excruciatingly hard. So Unicorns definitely need to start making a play, otherwise Origin will take complete control. You just look at the towers. 3 towers still up at 16, 17 minutes. That means Unicorns did something wrong.
Already falling behind, and the gold differential doesn't really tell the full story as well. Only 4,000 gold ahead. Origin still significant at 17 minutes into the game now. 2 dragons over to them. Unlikely we'll see a 5 dragons play, but still ahead in this one. The first dragon, definitely one of the more valuable ones because of the extra AD and AP it gives. Definitely more combat stats versus the other buffs.
Yeah, more importantly, just the openings are getting fewer and fewer and far in between. If you look at Diamond Fox, the only play he made, or whether you can argue whether it's that he could have made or that he made really that in the middle, but it was one counter gank in the top lane. That was a reactive play. Right now, Unicorns have not set up any waves, any groups, any package plays, any Shen ultimates proactively, and that is seemingly coming to bite them.
Chachi takes a bit of damage from Amazing, but has that warded up already. There's a big push coming here in the top lane with the minion wave, so Origin should be able to rotate towards this. And with no one really in position from Unicorns of Love with decent wave there, it's going to be very difficult to stop them. That being said, Chachi has his taunt there. Alternatively, with the kick, might be able to get something done.
Yeah, and you can definitely see how they pivot around that really big area with Fog of War. They have complete vision control over the Rift Scuttler already, even though they don't want to. Soaz may have bitten off more than he could chew. Nope, he still has his entire health bar and great health available. We can definitely see the vision control Origin have set up right now, and especially since these pink wards last forever, they can just keep doing the same thing. Pressure in on 2 lanes, remove any possibility of counterplay from Unicorns of Love for the next 5 to 6 minutes, and then they have another option on the table, which will be Baron. Right now they take the Rift Scuttler, obviously won't really do that too much for them. But they just have so complete vision control right now, and Unicorns of Love, all their moves will be obvious. And then it's so hard to find an opening.
I really like giving the Herald over to Sven as well, not only giving him extra combat stats, the 10% extra damage to dual Chachi, but also for the additional wave pushing potential it gives. Just kind of signifies he's going to be the one doing split push in the 1-3-1 in the top lane. Oh, the E does not land from Chachi, but Steelback's there to back him up, so it's not going to be a big issue. Frostbomb will clear out the rest of the wave, and now Sven will back off.
Yeah, one of the biggest things on that buff actually is that it gives you 40 extra base movement speed, which actually matters a lot in this game. Just it allows you to really be a lot safer and be even harder to get caught, really. And that's what you want, you know, just avoid these risky situations. Right now, Origin grouping up with 4 people in the mid lane. Ezreal's doing blue buff right now, so that tower's gonna fall. And if this mid lane tower falls, it's going to get a lot worse, because what Origin's doing on the left side of the map in terms of vision, they can now mirror on the right side, and they have complete control of this game. They won't even have to ward their own jungle anymore. Unicorns of Love don't even remember what the Raptor camp at Origin side looked like.
No, and you can take a look at that vision line as well, progressively getting closer into the Unicorns of Love territory. They're gradually being choked out of this game. Amazing will just go right into the enemy jungle and take away this red buff as soon as it comes up. There's nothing that Unicorns of Love can really do about it because they're not setting up any of these plays.
Your buff? My buff. So he takes it. Niels can safely path through the enemy jungle to the top lane. So Origin, thanks to that vision, they get to cut corners. Whereas the Unicorns, thanks to the lack of vision, they need to circumvent the corners. They have to take the whole safe path all the way around, or they will risk getting caught right now. And that enough gives you, over time, gives you just a gold advantage because, hang on, you're finally seeing an aggressive play here. No more extra movement speed. Jukes the taunt.
Wow, gets out of it and just turns around as well with Amazing coming in. So as the cavalry has arrived. That's the first kill, made that the second. And Hylissang looks to be going down in this engage as well. Fox is there to assist his allies. Power of Evil with the flank blow, with a big ultimate for 1-2. Kill, 2 kills, and maybe the 5th as well. Making that the clean ace. The triple kill coming in for Sven.
Ace for Origin, and all on the back of Sven doing that absolutely, and Quickshot hates this word, disgusting sidestep. That is what that's how you tilt an entire team. Everybody's looking at that play. It's like, okay, Shen's gonna land. He's gonna miss taunt. Okay, that is 5 kills into a Baron here. And that is literally game over.
So many resources pumped into that play, Grappo.
Let's watch that again. So Sven, he has a little bit of the buff left. Trundle Pillar makes him path around, that's good. Diamond goes in. But I think you should have ward dash if you had it potentially, or flashed preemptively, because you know Sven's gonna flash, so you don't want to trade flashes there, and that's just sick. This is why Sven is one of the best just AD carries, in my opinion, in the world when he plays on his A game.
That was insane. And Hylissang will also go down here. They lost everything from that.
Yeah, and then R flash for Power of Evil. Remember, it's not flash R because it's Cassiopeia. Miffy comes in, knock up, knock back. Rather knocks, that's Alistar for you. But overall, what I want to take away from this clip is what Unicorns did is the right play in the situation. You have to hard engage force. The issue I have with the play is that they did it when they were 6,000 gold down, and they didn't recognize that it would come to a situation like this. If you respect your opponent to play well, you know you will have to force something like this, and they could have done it at 2,000 gold disadvantage, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Instead, they decided to wait at 6,000, and right now they're behind 11,000. TLDR, play to your win condition. Imagine how the game is going to play out and predict your future, and if it's not looking to grim, try and change it.
That was the one play that could have potentially brought them back into this game, but now they're dropping left, right, and center, dropping like flies. Hylissang goes down, middle turret will be falling to Origin as well. Just a matter of time before they start cracking the inner base. I believe that was just a W from Soaz, which chunked Fox out. Hasn't built any AP either. He's just so far behind in this game. The middle turret goes down, looking for the inhibitor as well. It doesn't look like Unicorns of Love have a chance in hell at winning this game.
Yeah, you said it in Champs like Pulse, like what if they get behind, what if these tanks actually get really tanky and the AD carries don't do much damage? Well, then exactly this is happening. Blue build Ezreal is still scaling up. Corki has passed his major power spike, which is the boots, the Magic 10 boots with the Triforce. They did poke out Power of Evil here, so that may actually stop the push a little bit.
May or maybe not, because Miffy comes in with the engage and Steelback goes down. Fox tries to escape and Dimeprox tries to kill the back line. Does manage to get Power of Evil, but everyone else on the team of Origin is just as strong. Miffy still CCing up the 2 retreating members of Unicorns of Love. That's a 2-for-1 plus the top inhibitor, and this may be curtains for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, good flying from Dimeprox, comes around, takes out the main damage dealer on paper, but at this point in the game, everybody is a main damage dealer, bar maybe Miffy. Origin looking to clean up Nexus towers. This is all from one push, by the way. This is a couple tier 2s, the entire base in shambles, almost a Nexus tower, so this will be an absolutely insane Baron power play.
Amazing just backing up here. Dimeprox seeing if he can get anything. Maybe one of the stragglers who's trying to retreat. Miffy and Amazing low. Miffy already used his ultimate, but with the Baron buff still alive, they have enhanced recalls. Has to be very fast on the draw if they wanted to kill, and just can't find anyone from Origin. So Unicorns slunk back to their base, have to clear out some of these minions, And sometimes in these situations to be like, well, at least they're getting some gold come into them as the minions push in.
Yeah, that's what you tell your team. It's like, guys, it's okay.
We can still win, guys. I'm in my promos. Don't surrender.
We're getting free farm right now. This is all a trick to lure the enemy into a false sense of security. They give us 2 lanes of free push. Yeah, I think it'll be 3 lanes of free push, and then Origin will get plus 50 gold from the Nexus really soon. Complete control. I mean, if they manage to somehow throw this, they're actually at 3 dragons already, which is super early for this meta, so... Yeah. The Unicorns... It is obvious, though, their plays. Let's watch this again. Good move by Diamond Fox, by the way. Really good flank here, and on Power of Evil, and Origin being actually a little overconfident. Sven is untouched. Mithy double knock up here. Fox just can't get it. You know, he's a poke champion. He's not made for these close-range duels, especially not when 12k behind. Not at this point in the game. Late game, Ezreal does more damage than Kalista in most settings, but it's just not there yet.
Origin going to make sure they can kill every single tower in this game to maximize their fantasy points. The bottom tower will be falling as well. Diamond Proc going to try and make a play perhaps with Chachi on top of them. Also, as this is going to eat him and stop that from happening. Jumping onto Sven here, see if they can pick up that 1 kill, maybe start the ball rolling. But Chachi already chunked down. He has to get out of this fight. Diamond Proc jumps in, immediately CC'd up and taken down. Here's Sang, gets on top of Power of Evil, but even out of mana, he's going to go out as well. Double kill over to Power of Evil. 4 kills for 0. Not a single tower has gone down for Origin in this game, and Chachi is just left alive to try and stop this from happening. But the Nexus will be falling, and Origin take the win over Unicorns of Love.
But yeah, for the Unicorns going home, it'll be a very easily adjustable defeat. It's not like they lost in many key moments. It is, yes, the draft, and more just playing to your win conditions and trying to break out of a losing situation quicker. It took them way too long to realize that that was the play they had to force. And honestly, it was a nice try. It just happens to be that Sven's the god and he sidesteps the Shenton point blank, which is really, really impressive, honestly. But yeah, Diamond Fox gets 2 kills there on a counter gank, then gets 1 more at the later stages of the game, and otherwise, Unicorns did nothing.
That basically summarized the game there, Crepo. Maybe next time try a play onto Power of Evil instead. Maybe it will work out a little better. But yeah, that dodge from Sven was sick. And everything revolved around that to finish out the game coming in from Origin.
Yeah, and even more impressive was just the setup for that. Just perfect vision control. Origin played it out slowly. They reacted to the roam on top. They predicted the one move that the Unicorns were making with the package. And at that point, once you're in your opponent's head and you're predicting their moves, yes, Diamond Fox was on the edge of that ward. That was very unfortunate, but you need to have the flexibility in your play to account for at least a 1 counterplay, right? You need to have flexibility in your playstyle. If your opponent knows what you're doing on step 1, then you need to go to step 2 at least. If you don't have that, then it becomes too predictable, too easily to read. Origin obviously were a world-class team, so they're slowly getting back into form.
This answers a couple questions for me, though, because Unicorns of Love, I was saying maybe a tempo-based team. What do they do if they fall behind? Took them a long time to even go for that proactive play, then didn't work out. Additionally, for Origin, they didn't look good in week 1, but have improved massively coming into week 2. So we've learned a lot of things about both teams as we head into week 2.
We have to remember how they got 0-2 behind. That was a massive error in communication. And it's not hard to say, okay, I'm going to flash, or so as follow-up goal.
Yeah.
And they just assumed that they were on the same page, likely because during Worlds, I imagine they were. They must have had just so many like non-written, non-verbal communication that they basically were in the same page. You know, this happens, we both know that this is the answer. And right now, something happened, and both SOAS and Amazing had a different answer. And that might be still be troublesome for Origin.
Yeah, right. They took a long break coming into this one, so maybe they just need more time to play with each other, continue to get that communication up, maybe play some dynamic queue as well and get that synergy going. But
if it gets enabled.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
That's what's holding them back, man. It's still not enabled in the US. Maybe today it was. Yesterday I was trying to grind my promos, but sadly, well, actually I like the old solo queue system, so I still enjoyed it. Didn't really work out that well for me, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So no more LCS. I'm staying here, Pulse.
Are you going to come to the D5 retirement home with me and Crapper, with me and Deficio?
Yeah, not
it's
yet.
Nice down here.
It's nice down there. We're no pressure, no games. not yet. Soon.
Not yet. I mean, you got compliments by Emperor, right? So you still got the skills.
Emperor told me in season 2 that I was for him the best support in the world.
Oh.
I told him 1, you shouldn't lie, and 2, your English is getting really fantastically great. But it's a long time ago. But yeah, Emperor's super cool guy actually. I love him. I want to see more of him.
Yeah, me too. Well, we are going to take a look at one of the interviews with Quickshot, who's standing on stage, standing with one of Origin's players.
Players.
That's right. I am with one of the players. Maurice Amazing Stuckenschneider. Congratulations on the victory. Let's talk about the game. It seemed very, very one-sided. Why was that so?
We definitely had a bit more preparation this week. We're able to have internet in our gaming house, so therefore everything went well. Quite happy about that. And we knew from Champ Select on that we had the upper hand, so it kind of brought a bit more confidence, and we're really happy about that.
Yeah, definitely panned out. Let's talk about that preparation a little bit, because you were quite outspoken on social media going into week 1. How much better has it gotten from week 1 to week 2? And how are you adapting to this new patch?
We've been practicing, so that's a plus already. But in general, the patch itself was just something that you had to get used to, in the sense that the early game pacing is definitely different. So our kind of late game oriented style that we used to run at Worlds, we just run maybe in some of the playoff games last year, wasn't working that well. So we kind of had to up the aggression in the early game a bit. So we managed to do that and managed to kind of get more synergy between the laners, especially between me and Source and me and Power of Evil, who's coming new.
I want to ask about Power of Evil, actually, just as a final question. How different is it playing with PoE in the mid lane versus FLICKR, especially when you consider their experience differences?
It's quite the difference, in the sense that Power of Evil comes from a team that is really really relied on him heavily to carry the game. So his way of communicating is obviously going to be more selfish, like more lane-oriented than Pekke's. So I had to get used to that, but it's nothing strange to me, because I've already played with Bjergsen at some point. So I know what demanding mid-laners need, and it's just going to take a couple of more weeks for us to gel 100%. But we've been on a good path, and I think come the end of the split, we'll have a good synergy coming in.
Well, I like that. Hyperbolic time jump training with Bjergsen. Anyways, thank you very much. Amazing. Congratulations on the win. With that, we're going to head back up to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to listen to. Amazing, actually. Also mentioning the transition with Power of Evil. Very honest, talking about maybe a little bit of selfishness, which is normal coming into that mid lane. Let's see how that translates into the picks and bans. It's something that we talked a lot about in the intro about OG's pick and ban last week. How many improvements are we seeing here?
I like Tahm Kench, for sure.
Yeah.
He didn't have a great week last week, playing some of the carries like Ryze and Lissandra. I think Tahm Kench is a good pick for him. I think Tahm Kench is just insanely strong and should be banned in almost any game. Kalista as well, together with the Alistar. We get to see the synergy between Mithy and Nils. Sven, I always keep calling him Nils. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Cassiopeia pick. Also Blind. I felt like what Unicorns were trying to do in this pick and ban phase was build a siege poke comp that spikes really, really hard in the mid game, and you then have to create a lead by getting down to tier 1 towers. And Cassiopeia is not the answer against that. She can't wave clear properly against it. Luckily, that never really became a problem, because Unicorns literally just died everywhere.
There were also other problems before that as well. I don't mind what the Unicorns comp was trying to do here with the double AD carry. It's one we've seen many, many times. But we were discussing with that a lot here on the analyst
Why
desk.
is Corki not mid?
Yeah.
Right, and that's what I was going to lead you to here, so that you can drink from the water of ranting about mid lane here, Vicio.
So my problem with what Unicorns did with the lane assignment was, I felt like they decided to say we could have had a winning mid lane, and then even 2v2 lane, and then we can use the Shen TP double global to force place on the bottom side of the map, and we can obviously do it twice, because Source can only follow once, and that should create a play that gives you a tower. He even went distortion boots and cooldown reduction boots and distortion as the first item on Shen, so that was the setup. But by putting Ezreal mid, you get a losing matchup in the mid lane. And also, he went Iceborne Gauntlet first with Tyr, so he wasn't even that strong. He was kind of delaying the rest of it. And Corki just goes even in bot lane anyway. So you ended up having no winning lanes because you didn't put Corki mid who could pressure.
You started doing really well in the top lane, though, as Unicorns of Love, because carbon copy of the previous games, Diamond has good ideas. Let's take a look at the replay. And this is when everything was still going really good for the Unicorns.
Yeah, this was going pretty well, and the discussion here is, was Diamond Prox in the right place at the right time? The answer kind of is the rest of his jungle's fairly empty, and that's miscommunication there, so there are very few places Diamond Prox can be.
And here, rest in pieces, the immaculate shot calling of the Unicorns of Love, 2 games and 11 minutes.
Well, the thing is, the call itself is not wrong in sending 4-man top because Kalista is pushing bot lane. It's a very risky play to make.
Yep.
Super, super risky. And then the execution just can't fail. And I want to see Shen sit in the opposite lane here and come in with ulti, otherwise you can just disengage. And this, I mean, this is the way it goes all wrong.
It's basically the same thing again, though, is Unicorns picking a fight before their comp is even at the point where they want to group. This is them sieging very early into an Origin that are prepared for this. I mean, Amazing was already in this kind of area, didn't have to even ult up here, and the numbers are here for Origin.
And again, this Unicorns of Love lineup had a very specific window where it could win the game and like it's super far ahead. That is when you hit Trinity Force on Corki, when you get his magic penetration boots, and preferably around level 11, so you get ranked to ulti. That is way stronger for Corki than an Israel, because he's still stacking tier. By putting Israel mid, he's the guy getting that experience. He's the guy getting the early level 11, but he doesn't spike as hard. So you never had that opening, and that made Origin honestly just win every single lane. Then on top of that, we had some of these plays here that backfired for the Unicorns, and then your comp literally just looks awful if you don't do anything.
And Origin knows what to do with the lead, obviously, and I think you and I can meet in the middle when it comes to the Unicorns of Love. It wasn't a blip on the radar in week 1, and this was a hard comp to execute, and as Krepo mentioned as well, if they look back, they will easily see what went wrong in that game for the Unicorns.
Well, being the one in the middle right now of the two
What do you say?
You know, from both of your consciences, I actually feel like it's something, again, that we discussed was, I just don't think Unicorns, when they picked this comp, really knew when they had to fight or not. And that's the problem is like if you know, you can have great early game shot calling, but if your whole game picture isn't somewhat laid out coming out of picks and bans, when can we fight? When shouldn't we fight? When do we just need to power up? Then that's a big problem for the team. If that isn't established coming out of the draft, that's going to be the Unicorns perhaps making this mistake a couple of times.
Week 1 conclusions, as always.
Week 1.5 conclusion.
Now we get a few more games. We need to see more before we can really look at Unicorns and say, is it the best shot calling? I was maybe a little bit too early calling that. But I'm not going to say it's bad just because of this one game. I think the comp was too hard to execute. I think they put the wrong lane assignments, and that's it.
Yeah, we need to give those early conclusions, and then we can debate, and
Always.
it's always interesting. Anyways, in just a few minutes, 2 of the newest additions to the European LCS will go head-to-head. Before we go, though, we asked Shook what he thought of Splyce after their LCS debut.
I think Splyce, they can be good. Right now, I don't think they're good. Like, they still have a lot to improve on. Like, maybe they have jitters on stage as well, so they'll just get better with time, I think. But I think they'll end up being like a middle-tier team, like not a lower-tier team. I think they're gonna be middle of the pack. But Vitality is, of course, gonna be a top team.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Vitality is setting up on stage to face Splyce in just a few minutes. But earlier, Quickshot caught up with their coach, Shawns, and Rocket's I'm So Fresh. So let's take a listen.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm joined on the couch here by Shawns from Vitality and I'm So Fresh from Rocket, ahead of the Vitality versus Splyce matchup. Now, before we talk about the game, I hear you two guys have a little bit of history playing on the French scene and French community. So, Shawns, give me a bit of background on how you know Fresh.
Okay, so basically we were on Millennium, like he was the jungler and I was the substitute jungler, so he was way better than me back in the days and maybe still now. And we managed to like add some sort of rivalry all together, but in the end, like it's not that important because it's online, so.
Well, online, not so important. Offline, I'm So Fresh, your team was able to beat Shawns' last week. How did that match go in your mind and were you happy with the result?
I think it was a pretty juicy victory, and we enjoyed it. But honestly, after we won, I felt quite sad for him because they were pretty much the hype team, and losing on the first game of the LCS must be quite an upset. So, yeah, I wanted to say something to him, but then it was not appropriate. So.
I like that. Now, Shawns, of course, changing from Gambit now to Vitality. Talk to me a little bit about the transition to the new team and how you guys are performing on stage.
Okay, so Vitality is really awesome organization. Like, I really like what they are bringing to us and the hype that they're bringing also. And we have like super good players. Like everyone has been choosing like his teammates. Like Nukeduck wanted to play with Cabo wanted to play with bot lane. So everything like went really well. And they are just enjoying each other, playing the game, scrims, practice, respecting the schedule, and just coming to the stage. And then they don't even feel like they're a super team. Like they know they are good, but they need to prove it as a team play.
I think that's a fair statement. Now, we don't like to ask the coach that's about to play what the strategy is. So that's why I've got Fresh here. Looking at this game against Splyce, what would you think would be a key thing to look for if you're a spectator or a viewer at home?
I think it's going to be a lot about picks and bans. Because we practiced a lot of different stuff, but we are not so aware of what they can do, so they might surprise us on this. And about being cheese, maybe some sneaky strategy or something. But overall, we are quite confident coming up to this match.
All right, very, very interesting. So keeping an eye on picks and bans. Good luck for the game, Shawns, and we'll see how it turns out.
Oh, very cool to hear from those guys before they hit the rift. But let's take a look at the lineups that will do battle on our stage. So for Splyce, who are looking for their first win in the top lane, it is Wonderwear with Trashy in the jungle, Sencooks in the mid lane, Kobe and AD carry, Nisbet in support, and then their coach, Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, the sweet, sultry bass sounds from Yamato on one side, but then moving to the other side, on the red side, it's obviously Vitality. Top laner there will be Cabochard in the jungle. Former Elements jungler Shook comes back, Nukeduck in the mid lane. Hjarn and Kasing, obviously one of the better bot lanes here in Europe. And then coach, we just saw him, Shawns.
Yeah, so to start off the first week, Splyce did not have the best of showings. They did not look like the same Splyce that we saw in Challenger. Their draft wasn't particularly good, but Yamato Cannon did say out on Twitter that the first week of LCS was on me. Our draft and preparation was not good, but he did say that they will learn. So
I mean, what else are you going to say? You know?
That's true, but it's good that he said it.
These boosted players, you know, it's all their fault. If I was playing, I would know, but like, yeah, I like that he owns up to the mistake, but honestly, it's the same story for Origin for me. I feel like we're getting to a point, you know, in League where you can't just go, you know, my bad. Didn't really analyze it too much. Hopefully, you know, we have a lot of information from week 1 right now, and I want to see a different Splyce, and I want to see Vitality from day 2.
And it all starts here with the picks and bans in the draft, because that is where they faltered, at least for Splyce. So the first ban out will be the Trundle coming in from Splyce, and the Gangplank. Well, we kind of expect to see Gangplank now bans on the red side.
With a Trundle ban, what we see a lot in Asia, so both in LPL and LCK, is just an insta-lock first pick Alistar afterwards, because Trundle actually does well against him in the lane in theory. You can still play his losing matchup decently, but then Alistar just goes up in value, and obviously over there Poppy isn't valued as high, so in Europe maybe Poppy support could be the counter pick, but that could be something that Splyce is looking at. You know, if your pick and bans are failing, look to the superior regions overall and see if you can copy.
See if you can learn anything from those regions. And Fiora will be the next ban coming out, along with Ryze, one of the highly contested picks coming out there. Quinn actually coming out as a ban, so maybe some of the potential cheese that I'm So Fresh was hinting at as Trevor was talking to them, and Lulu will be the final ban as well. Still very high pick and ban rate on that champion. First pick, once again, going to be the Tam Kench.
Install Tam Kench. I think that's a good opener from Splice. I like the reaction here from Vitality with Kalista and Graves. Graves, super strong jungler, maybe even top laner, so he can actually push in the Tam Kench over and over, hopefully get out of there. And Splice, they have answers available though. They can pick Poppy support to completely annihilate the gap closers from both Graves and Kalista overall, or they can just go with what I consider very meta picks here with the Alistar and the Elise.
Yeah, pretty meta. Not too much to mention on those. Just good engage, tanky front line. Elise can go a little bit more damage with the front line picked up there. Nukedog instantly locking in the Morgana though, so can be a flex. Interested to see where that one goes. We actually saw a Morgana mid yesterday.
Yeah, so if that Morgana goes to support, it's actually tricky. Kalista Morg lanes pretty well because obviously double range and poke, but a good dual lane with Alistar should be able to lose that lane gracefully. And what happens is in this meta game when you're having you're setting up for 4 picks with a lot of range right here, you may actually lack tank and actual engage, especially since this is not a siege poke comp. You're building skirmish and pick off with the Graves, with the Kalista. I'm not sure if the Morgana will work that great. We saw it earlier in LCK today too when there was like a Nidalee jungle and a Morg, you know, but nobody was like starting the play. Everybody wanted to follow up on the play, and that may be a little cumbersome here for Vitality overall.
Especially when it's all on that binding as well to land. So Graves looks like it will probably be in top lane now because Lee Sin's been locked in, so probably not going to see Lee Sin top lane anymore. So that is an interesting dynamic, and with Tam Kench almost certainly being in the top lane, like you mentioned, he will find it very difficult to wave clear up against the Graves, who will just queue the wave, and then Tam Kench has to CS on the tower. Waiting for the next 2 pickups to come in from Splice, hovering over the Corki right now.
Yeah, I'd like Corki mid Ezreal AD carry here, not the other way around like we saw last game. I think blue Ezreal lanes fine into a Kalista matchup, especially if Alistar is there. More importantly, because you can free up the Alistar to roam, and Ezreal should be able to farm on their tower decently well to avoid most danger and just lane pretty safely because you can always range farm a Q. Corki is okay, it's a little trickier. You do have all-in potential with Q flash from Alistar. The level 3 spike on Corki is a little stronger, so both work, honestly. Both AD carries that can play safe enough, that enable their support to roam. And then we're looking at a Twisted Fate in the mid lane. That's risky though. Blind TF on this patch. I talked a little bit about to Feb, and he's like, yeah, you never go a blind TF here. This is so risky. And it has been punished in other regions too. So I need to see what Vitality can do if Nukta can just win this matchup straight up.
We saw Sencooks actually pick it up towards the end of the summer split and actually had some pretty good results in it. But if you pick it up into a potential counter pick onto Nukedog, maybe not going to perform so well. Against challenger teams, he decimated the side lanes, but it's going to be hard, especially with Morgana potentially in the side lane. The Black Shield comes up and goodbye's done.
They could take the, what is this, Giants promotions last year pre-spring, I believe, approach, where Frederick was literally camping mid, and you'd have gold card into Cocoon and try and like snowball the lane that way. So you can shut down a pick like Ahri incredibly hard in the early game, but if Shook counter ganks and they see the Cocoon coming and they flash it aggressively, or they flash out of gold card range and turn it around, the damage will definitely be on the side of Lee Sin and Ahri. So very interesting to see how that matchup will play out. We need to keep our eyes on Sencooks and what Vitality is going to do about that early blind TF pick.
With Vitality picking up the Ahri as the last pick, though, that moves the Morgana into the bottom lane. So we were looking at kind of a skirmish composition building up, and it still seems to be what we have right here with the Morgana thrown in. Taking a look at the other side, got the poke as well from Splice, as you mentioned.
No tanks and no, what you could call pseudo tanks, call it what you want. You know, there's been talks about how Kindred acts as a tank. But I'd rather call them time savers. So stuff like Lissandra that can go into the enemy team, self-ult, then zone S. It just buys you time. Kindred ult as well, it buys you time. Right now, Vitality, they have full squish and they have nobody to buy them time. So if they get behind, TF gets to late game, Tam Kench gets to late game, they may have a little bit of issues.
And Nukedog was swapping up to the cleanse as well just before he heads into the loading screen. So we'll see how that one works out as we get into this game. And yeah, the TF coming in there. Once again, you can see those full team compositions on your screen. Once again, make sure to use those hashtags, hashtag SPYWin and also hashtag VITWin if you think Vitality is going to take this game and continue their improvement from day 1 to day 2 in the first week. Because it looked like a different team, honestly. Yeah. But we are about to get into this game. Crepo, the second one that we will be casting at least. Splice going up against Vitality. Can Splice actually bounce back after week 1? Because they didn't have the most fantastic showing. We're about to find out as we head into the Rift.
I definitely want to see Vitality from game 2 last week. Obviously, the draft was a lot better. Yeah, both teams definitely have clear, different approaches to the game, win condition-wise, what they want to do. They both kind of like skirmishing though. If you look at the bottom part of the lineup, except for Tom Kench, I don't think Splice doesn't mind a big skirmish, so we could see a lot of these skill-dependent exchanges here. And from watching Shuxley Sin, that could actually play very heavily into Vitality's favor.
Well, speaking of Shook, he did see the invade there by Splice, and they put down the ward off to the top side as well from Cabashard. Going to be able to clear away this ward. And Hjarnan putting down a ward on the bottom side to see a potential lane swap come out.
And the crowd goes mild for that ward kill. Can't believe we're still cheering for that. Kalista Morgana basing. Taking a look at the matchups.
Minions have spawned.
Kalista Morg should be able to push in Corki Alistar. At least put some pressure. All depends on the binds. Q-Flash is the answer there. If you look at mid lane, Ahri should have pressure on TF early in like the first 2 levels, I feel, but eventually it's hard to judge actually. I feel like whenever I see a TF, he can push if he wants to, but he overextends really hard. You need to see which player actually wants to push. But definitely once the junglers get in there, double CC, of which one is like targeted CC, is incredibly hard to deal with for Nukeduck, and that's exactly why he's running that cleanse.
Vitality hit the lane swap there, as they were just floating around the mid lane, and then only went through the wards that they knew were placed down just a little after. So now they're heading into the top lane, and Splice already had the bottom lane in the bottom lane. So you can take a look at the Keystone Masters as well. Bond of Stone this time from Nisbet, a change from last game where we saw the wind speakers to give the extra resistances in team fights. So just different goals from team compositions.
Yeah, Bond of Stone may actually have a bigger merit if you're looking at situations where Vitality might not actually group that much, but be more in skirmish areas, and you don't really want to buff resistances, whereas as opposed to you just want to soak as much damage as you can, avoid assassination. Kasing stopping the counter jungle here, but Vitality clean 2 camps at their side, 1 camp actually only on their side before moving over, whereas I feel like at Splice, I think they got the full triple camp there, barring a small wolf. Shook is solo jungling right now. Cabo must have grouped already, we can't really see him. Now we see him.
Yeah, there he is in the top lane. Does a lot of damage to towers early as well.
So a bit of a trade-off here. Vitality, they rather have the lane swap go quickly, get the tower that quickly, bounce the wave, whereas Splice, they got more jungle camps overall. So overall experience gain maybe ahead of them, but the tempo is on the side of Vitality.
Nisbet and Clubby pushing it down here, just waiting for the minion wave to arrive before Wonderwear heads towards the tower and starts licking it down. Should be able to take this one out fairly quickly. Going to be slower, of course, than the push from Vitality, as they're already taking down this turret. Want to see if they give all the gold over to Cabashard, or they decide to take some of it for themselves. Looks like they will back away.
Actually, interesting. This must have been a failed predict here from the Vitality lineup, because in theory, Graves is a push in the top lane that likes to just farm, get a lot of CS, and just tries around pushing the enemy and whittling away at the tower. Ironic as well, if you look at Splice's side, TF likes a big map. He likes long lanes because it gives him more places to teleport to. So I believe that all that information in combination with the fact that Splice also had the losing bot lane, that this was a failed predict from Vitality, but they just made it work.
It still went pretty okay at the end of this lane swap, but Trashy did manage to take away that buff as well, just in the bottom side, having the numbers there, and now Hjarnan will head into the bottom lane. Kasing going to be a little slow there, but may look to put down his pink ward, maybe in the middle lane, maybe a defensive one, or just put it in the river as well.
Actually, level 1.
Just want to see where this pink ward goes down. Yeah, still level 1, because he did take the gold from the tower, but didn't get the experience from the mini wave as it went out.
So we see the standard lane swap here. The mini freeze, and now technically Cabashard should push out this wave in the top lane because he knows there's likely a bot lane coming his way and he'll get denied, or even dove in the top lane, so he could actually just cash in with a lot of experience here. And if he pushes this lane and Splice decides to freeze, it's fine for him because freezing in this meta just gets punished super hard. So he takes a little bit of CS, pushes the wave back. I like that, as opposed to just, oh yeah, I can freeze this lane. It never works because they're either push you off or look at who's coming here. Nisbeth is coming, Trashy is coming, Cabo was aware. He cashed out with a lot of CS, and that puts him in a big advantage compared to Windleware. And this is where you reap the benefits of that tempo in the early game. This is why you want to be the first guy to kill that tower, because it helps your top laner get ahead.
And ahead he is 21 CS to 7. Bottom tower now going over to Vitality. Nisbet in the top side will also push this tower with that triple man stack. Going to be a little slower than the bot side once again, so still maintaining the tempo. Vitality are slightly ahead. Cabashard, I want to know where he goes in terms of item build as well in the top lane. We've seen a lot of variation, one in the jungle grade, also in the top lane. Ghostblade has seen some play, also so has the core of Maw and Sterak's, which makes you literally impossible to burst from any mid lane. It's a mid laner's nightmare.
I definitely haven't seen too many Graves tops, I like to bring it out. I wonder where he's gonna go now. So this is all nice and well, but these towers will even out, and it will leave the map open. So we need to see once Senkux hits level 6 what he can do, or if Nuketok's actually gonna put pressure and roam himself to make some plays. Vitality do seem to have a better grasp of the lane swap overall, but because of the extra jungle taken early by Splice, the gold remains exactly even. It's just divided a little differently.
And Hyanan and Shook head back into the top lane. Shook going towards a Warrior Enchant, so still this skirmish team we were talking about in Champion Select, just gearing up for that and trying to take some of those mid-game fights. And Senkux is now level 6, along with Nukeduck, so will he make those proactive plays? Or will he find the opportunity to? Because in the top lane, it's going to be 3 versus 1, so can't really jump up there.
Yeah, we've seen that Wonderware does not play well from behind. But he needs to yield that wave right now, and he will get a big push coming up to tier 2 in the top lane, and he will need help farming up. If he gets denied that big wave that's massing up right now in the top wave, that will probably be a crucial point for the game. So we'll need to see Nisbeth hopefully base. Maybe it takes long enough for Koiki to base and pick up a package. I don't know exactly when it spawns, but he will need some assistance.
And the Herald going over to Vitality as well, happening to be on the top side of the map because of the lane swap and how it all shook out. And that will go over to them. So I want to see who they give it to as well. It may indeed be Shook, so he can go for the push, or maybe Kasing as he heads up there. It's going to be Shook. Also gives him the extra damage and movement speed.
Movement speed for Lee Sin, so he gets in position. If you have equal movement speed to him normally, he can never get into Q range, because by the time he casts Q, you keep moving, he's out, but with the extra movement speed, you can actually get into positions. Look at Cabo too. He knows he can't farm safely in the bot lane, so he's just gonna base and try and group in the top lane. He sees enough people defending in the top lane, and he alters his path. So Cabo, only what he wants is to farm in the bot lane safely. If he can't do that, he's fine joining in the top lane and teleporting back. The second he sees help from Spice in the top lane, he returns to the bot.
And Vitality still slightly further ahead with the blue spawn. That will also go over to them. Nukeduck was even able to head over and just take it with an Orb of Deception. So that goes over to the middle lane on top of the Herald that Shook now has. So Vitality slightly ahead in this game after the lane swap shenanigans. 600 gold in terms of that one. And continue to push in the top lane. Wonderware will find it difficult to clear this wave by himself, but Hyanan and Kasing back off.
Yeah, and Cabo froze. Like, he's freezing right now in that bottom lane right now, and that's actually pretty rough right now. Cobbett did not manage to push it in, nor did Cobbett push super slow to deny any additional CS or stack a big wave that he can then use in turn for a map play. He just kind of very meekly pushed it in, left some creeps there, and Cabochard is reaping the benefits right now.
Leave that there for quite a while. That was actually a big stack of minions, so it's still winning out in the minion war. Lee Sin, he's in his jungle, farming away, took the red buff. So 8 minutes into this game, and it's all just been the players moving around the map. Still, Senkux has not used his ultimate yet, so that one is still up. Gone for the Catalyst, in fact.
Wow, and he's actually handing it off. He's handing over the freeze to Hjarnan, who's now going to slowly push it out. Something I thought I'd never see Cabochard do. It's like, this farm right here? Nah, you take it.
Yeah, surprising. But he's still ahead of his counterpart, Wonderware. And has now gone for the Traded Duck. Also with the Swiftness boots. Nukeduck in the mid lane though. Potential.
That's Glenn's. He's fine.
Out. Yeah, and the ultimate. So,
yeah, it's Glenn's on wave clear. So now we're looking for potential 5-man dive in the top lane with the gate from Twisted Fate. So we need to see if Cabo gets help. He has that like one-shot wave clear with his ulti too. They can expend, but he's under pressure right now. Can Vitality counter? Do they know this is coming?
Well, they do now. Cabochard's going to take the volatile Spiderling as he waltzes back to his inner turret. Or his inhibitor turret rather. Kasing and Shook are already there, so that minion wave is going to evaporate. And now Splice will look for another play to happen. So it didn't work out this time. And most likely won't be able to get the mid lane gank off either. And plus Nukeduck went for the Abyssal Scepter first as well, so he's got so much in his kit to get away, and even if they get on top of him, the AP damage is going to be reduced. Hyanan in the bottom lane now, pushing. Also want to touch on the fact that Shook is 2 levels ahead of Trashy.
Yeah, and the biggest problem I have personally with this play is that Hyanan should never be allowed to do this. AD carry should never be allowed to start pushing at his tier 2 tower, all the way up to the other tier 2 tower. That's very hard to say sometimes. Without any wards, blind. All because Spice went for the super obvious, okay, let's try to dive top lane. That got countered. Meanwhile, Shook can invade this jungle pretty much blind because he has support from his teammates. Spice are playing from behind when they have a global ultimate in the mid lane with an Ignite TF.
This is the time where they should have those proactive plays because the package just got picked up as well by Copy.
Or just predict the fact that, hey, look at Kalista, he's alone in the bot lane. Let's just not try to dive at Graves. Maybe that's a recipe for disaster. Let's just focus on getting Tahm Kench with his ultimate, get behind until Kalista. Twisted Fate comes in, he's dead. Suddenly you have the map under control. You can start making these plays. But they're sitting back, going for a very, very obvious play. Vitality, they yield, and then they take something else. Shook has invaded blue buff, red buff, and Trashy is having significant issues farming.
The ripple effect is actually very impressive in this game. All off that first turret, Vitality were always slightly further ahead, slightly faster to go for that play. And also theirs worked out as well. Nukdog getting another blue as well, so he's had basically 100% uptime on his blue buff.
Yeah, and it gives him mid lane control, it gives him the CS advantage. He has now built Abyssal, so even if he gets comboed by Gold Card into Cocoon, he likely survives long enough that 3 ulti stacks get him out. Kasing baiting Cocoon, has Black Shield. They see them coming from a mile away because the vision right now is there for Vitality. Look at the river, triple pink ward combo. That gives Nukdog a path that he can move in unspotted, that he can then put pressure on the map.
What type of situations are we looking for Splyce to get into? Because maybe if they get a pick onto Nukdog or Nukdog gets a pick the other way around, that's so much damage.
He knew exactly where that Cocoon was going to end and then trades back. Like, look what Nukdog just did. He annihilated a triple gank, still has pressure in mid lane. That's a red card, that's the wrong one.
Clears that minion wave, was all intentional, I swear. And now Nukdog just with 1 Q clears that whole back line, and the wave clear just from Ahri is so strong, and then Kappa turning up with the Q, that minion wave is gone.
Yeah, so security in mid lane in terms of wave clear. That leaves Kasing able to babysit Yarnan, because this time they may actually send TF there to kill him, maybe with Abyssal Voyage from Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is visible in the top lane, so very few pick opportunities though. Even though an open map should play in the favor for Twisted Fate, it's just not happening for Splyce. They're not getting the setup they need.
Not getting the setup. Sankook still has his ultimate to be able to be used, but even if they get, also if they get caught into a situation where it becomes a skirmish, Vitality are ahead in most of their respective roles, if not all of them. So they'll probably end up losing out in those fights as well, unless they get the numbers advantage with the Twisted Fate from a setup situation by them. Shock is actually going to be seen out by this ward, so they have that little bit of information. Can they make anything happen from it? Sankook is leaning towards the top side of the map, and a lot of pings are coming out from both teams. So ultimately, it looks like this is going to fizzle out.
Yeah, Wonderware is just playing catch up. He doesn't push the waves as quickly as his counterpart do. Shook, this is what we're. Observers, please. Why are we zooming in on a pink ward? We do not enable cheering for wars here.
Oh, we just did.
And we're back to. If Rift Scuttler is the. Or Rift Herald, rather, is the main objective on the map that people are taking twice, it means you generally have a boring game. Something's going on.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Now, the Rift Scuttler as well, about to go down. Destroyed out there by Splyce as they move into the middle lane. Hyanan do a bit of damage to this turret, and then Sankook is going to wave clear it because he's Twisted Fate, and he does that.
Yeah. So yeah, apparently the reason we zoomed into that pink ward is because it lived for absolute ages. So nobody spotted it in the... Producer just yelled in my ear. Didn't you know that ward was alive the entire game? Now it died.
Yeah, if you place it in your base, then it lasts for the whole game. Yeah. And if you're winning, they'll never get it.
Best ward stats, man.
Yeah.
100% pink uptime.
Nukdog.
Waiting in the wings. Pick here and Trashy. That's
enough.
enough.
Trashy almost gets the kill with a small combo. He could have actually just ulted in there and ulted out. But
yeah, but it's suicide. So that's when you trade. That's when you gotta look. A lot of players go in for that kill, but what did you just get? You chunked out the jungler. You would. I know. I likely too at this point. I'm that bad. But you would trade 100% of your health potentially for 20% of his. Whereas killing people is nice for gold, but if you're playing the map, chunking them also sends them back to base for an amount of time. That's when you can set up a map play that then they have no counterplay to. Everything Splyce is trying to set up, something goes wrong. Like the gank gets spotted, the jungler gets put to 20%, suddenly it all falls apart and they have to set up again. And Vitality is a smarter team, they'll see it coming right now, every single time.
These small advantages being built up gives them small edges which could ripple and cascade out of control into big advantages. So far, all those small things have added up to around a 2,000 gold lead. This time, Sankook will get his blue buff, which would be nice for him. There we go.
Yeah, and obviously the gold gains are slow because both teams are being careful. Like one mistake wipes it out, but if you keep consistently small differences add up to a large amount over time. Ooh, deep insight, but that's actually the way you want to play. Vitality is running a full skirmish composition though, so they kind of need to speed it up at one point. They still have plenty of time. These compositions kind of fall off at like 25, 30 minutes. That's when just tanks start taking over, start really carrying. Like Tahm Kench will become like nigh unkillable. but plenty of time to play the map there. But it's just hard. Neither team is finding an opening on any of these tier 2s. Can't rotate. Both teams have enough combined wave clear if they don't have it alone. Ari's almost getting to the point where she can wave clear alone if she goes Ludens. But anybody groups with TF, the wave is gone. Anybody groups with Ari, the wave is gone. There's no split pushers really. Tom Kench pushes, Graves pushes. Nobody wants to stay around. They're either afraid of a pick or either afraid of a Twisted Fate. So that's why we're seeing it's kind of a lull in this mid game here.
And Kobe will be picking up this one. Very often seeing the AD carries pick up these Rip Heralds for the extra damage and extra movement speed, but also if they decide to split up, having wave clear in multiple lanes as well is nice.
Yep.
Kyanan and Kasing heading into the enemy jungle right now, trying to get some aggressive vision down, some more information for them to pick up these small advantages in small plays.
Yeah, and what Kasing is doing right here, this is what you have to track. If you see a lot of these quote-unquote like slower, call it boring, call it what you want matches that we've seen even in LCK, hang on, Trashy. Nuktuk's waiting in the wings too. It is all broken by vision, and more importantly, deep vision in the enemy jungle, because that allows you to pivot around that point, basically rotate, make some picks. That's what you want. So unless Vitality can really cement some proper deep vision here, say a couple of deep wards and additional pink, it'll be easy enough for Spice to hold them off for a while. So that's kind of the breaking point of this very stale mid game. It's deep vision and then allows for picks.
Second Dragon of the game should be going over to Shook here as well. It's not answering a lot of the questions as well that we have with some of these teams. Vitality from day 1 to day 2 in week 1. Gonna hold that thought for a second because Senkox comes in, lands the gold card, but also gets charmed up. So Nuktuk is able to get away and has cleanse and has flash.
Yeah, he doesn't care. So yeah, that's what's gonna start happening. It's the same way when Unicorns were behind. They just start panicking and they make the play kind of late. I mean, if you have a Twisted Fate, you have a Tom Kench with his ultimate Abyssal Voyage available, and you have a package, you should be able to make a better play than this. You should be able to force some lane somewhere. Somebody has to be out of position. Whether it's your mistake for not setting up the vision appropriately beforehand to allow yourself to capitalize on that mistake, that may be the case, but going for that play, that is definitely subpar from Splice.
And as Splice group of mid lane, Vitality do the same, instantly clear out the minion wave, and we've had 2 towers go over to Vitality versus those 2 towers from Splice. Maybe this will start changing now as the mid lane push comes in.
Vitality grouping right now, big wave in the top lane. They want to use that wave to their advantage. So they're giving over farm and experience to Splice a big, juicy package, but they want to siege mid here, 4v5.
Gets the charm onto Nisbet and the Thunderlords, gets some chunk out, but the wave clear coming in from Kobe and Senkox is pretty big. Opting towards the Rod of Ages in this game rather than just the pure damage from like a Lich Bane or a Ludens build.
Yeah, and that actually, like, failed sieges like that cost you a lot, because not only do you give over the big wave, you allow Splice to build a big wave of their own. They have counterplay, they get the momentum, because you have to fan out again, you have limited vision, so you need to make sure that you actually get the tower of that place. This actually helps Splice a decent amount. Good try by Vitality. They try to make a pick. They're hunting Wonderway right now. He's tanky though, he's not going to go down. And look at Nuktuk as well. Complete fog of war around that area. He can't even commit. Even if he technically could kill him 1v1, let's leave that in the middle. He can't, but there's not enough vision to make that play.
Trashy could be there, and indeed he was. Kobe now roaming as well. Doesn't have the package, and Nuktuk going a little far forwards.
Gotta respect.
He's out of vision, and he respects it. He just goes back to base.
It's literally a game of counter dots. If I don't see 4 dots on my minimap, I back out, because that means at least 2 of them can be out here. And if there's at least 2 of them, I'm probably dead. I'm probably the guy that's going to walk into them.
Showing restraint, though. Many other players, such as myself, would go for that next minion wave.
Just one more.
Just one more. Another one. And then Cabashard in the top lane, though. Taking a look at this item build, because I was questioning what he was going to go for at the start of the game. Senkox, he's just going to clear the wave. Goes for the Maw of Malmortius to mitigate some of that burst coming in from a fairly heavy magic damage
quadruple magic damage comp, so didn't really touch on that. That's actually combined with the Aegis and the Maw, even though we talked about Vitality not having any tanks, still lost a pretty long while here. Fate's Call comes in, Kasing is thrown in.
It's onto Nisbet though, and he has his ultimate, jumps in, comes in with a flash, and knocks Cabashard into the team, lines him up for a good Q, but that one will miss, and Shook comes in, lands the Q onto Nisbet. Will he decide to jump in? Now he does, once the ultimate has worn off, and that is first blood, ladies and gentlemen, at 20 minutes into the game.
First blood goes down, finally.
Oh, Shook looking for a follow-up though onto Wonderwear. However, it is Wonderwear after 20 minutes of farming, and he's Tam Kench.
Yeah, and after all, it's Wonderwear. No, the kid out of this.
Better look next time, Kratos.
Yeah, better luck. Yeah, so we'll wait till we get the replay of that play here. Vitality looking to capitalize with a potential tower, because quite some things went wrong. Also, it was the re-engaging team that ended up getting first blooded. that usually means there's no control in the game. I know I've been really critical here, but really good opening from Vitality. I like that they went for the play, because for Vitality, that play almost had no drawbacks. That was almost the ideal counter play from Nisbeth, and it still didn't really work out. We'll have to see how much that gold card from Senkux actually influenced that fight. So Vitality, they want to open here because Nuketock is collapsing and they have Tonkench in the bot lane, so they know they'll be 4v5 if Shook comes in. Beautiful R into Q flash here. Senkux flashes in and hits Kasing though. That's questionable. Crashy's out of the fight. Good Graves AoE. I think even if that gold card hit anybody except the support, that fight was still a clear win from Vitality. So good fight from Vitality, and Nisbeth, yeah, did he make the mistake re-engaging? I think it's good to go for that clutch play where you get a two-man combo. Wunderwear walks in and then flashes out, so you see just Splice not ready to make any play. They panic react and then they do it poorly. Mid laner flashes into gold card to support. Well, he used every single ability, so definitely lacking in overview.
It was a nice idea though, as you mentioned. Nisbet's going to get CC'd up here very briefly, and the mid lane seed comes out. But as everyone from Vitality arrives in the mid lane, they'll clear out this minion wave. Spooky Ghosts come out, one goes on to Wonderwear, but he finds Nisbet, and Trashy also walks away. Fun fact, that was the latest First Blood, what a shocker, of LCS so far. The other one was at 16 minutes, so a big difference already, and that was Giant's Element. We're going to have another player in the mid lane. Oh, Gold cast the minion! He had that one coming, and Hyalan will drag back Kasing into safety, and nothing.
I love the ripple effect. If Morg's ulting somebody and you pull her out with face call, you kind of go, no, my tethers. But yeah, Senkux with the ultimate mind game, where you don't want to waste gold card on Black Shield, just throw it on a minion. Usually you do it to BM. This time, yeah, I think he's nervous. He must be nervous because he's a better player than what he's showing right now. Or Spices, they all have a lot of good players, but it's really not coming to fruition. Good Black Shield by Kasing though, and that's why it's so hard to deal with Kalista Morgana as a TF overall, because if you go for the Morg, she gets Fate's Call. If you go for Kalista, she'll have the Black Shield. Unless the Morg is selfish and Black Shield herself, never do that, then yeah, that's the only way you can actually get a kill there. So Spice went for the proactive play, but it's kind of late again, you know, 4,000 gold behind. Very obvious in the short lane. The map is completely wide open, but they actually go for the shortest lane possible, and they don't find a pick.
Nuketock now in the bottom lane, split pushing. He's a pretty strong duelist if you take a look at the lineup of Splice. Wonderway, he probably can't burst them and the team can then react, but Corki is way far behind him. He'll get instantly nuked down. Mid lane, Senkux has now picked up the Abyssal, is a fair ways behind in terms of gold. This will be the third dragon going over to Vitality, and this may be one of those games that we may even see a fifth dragon come out, because that ball starts to get rolling very early into the game. 23 minutes and already three dragons over to Vitality.
Yep. So a lot more move speed here right now from the dragon. Kabo's waiting in the base. Potential teleport home guards gank that he can do. Obviously you get home guards for free right now. Has the swiftness, so a lot of mobility on Vitality's side. Kaba is sporting the package though, so he's looking for a play. Spice is looking to group in the top lane. Nobody left in the mid lane, so they're actually looking for a pick or a dive in the top lane here, trying to force something with that package. We see Kasing here, and we see a lot of numbers, but the one you should watch here is 12.0 average pink wards per game. So Kasing really making use of those really strong pink wards. So if you want to be like Vitality, you want to be like Kasing, buy more pink wards and place them.
And he's bought 6 pink wards this game compared to Nisbet's only 2. So even in this matchup, he is placing way more wards than his opposition.
Obviously, and we'll get into that later, Shook goes in. Vitality looking for a gauge. Black Shield on Shook. Nothing happens, so I can tell my story. There's an upper limit on that. If you're buying too many pink wards, you probably want to learn how to place them better. You have to look in depth if Kasing is just having very poor pink ward placement, but I doubt it. But yeah, the strength of moving your pink wards around is seriously underrated.
Especially as the game develops. If you're getting an advantage, you want it to be deeper. If you're falling behind, you want it to be closer into your jungle. Sounds kind of obvious, but...
Hey man, everything sounds obvious once it's explained. It's just hard to piece it all together in the game.
Right.
A lot of these concepts are super easy once explained, and when you have all the vision. To do it in the game under pressure, a lot harder. Cool little thing that from Nuketock, he could have opted to send his Q to the wave to instantly wave clear, but they're so comfortable that they're actually using their wave clear abilities to start poking out the enemy too. So they're not worried about sieging at all. So Vitality, yeah, in prime pole position right here to take this game.
Take a look at the ways that Vitality can get into a fight as well. It's like a charm landing or Shook landing a Q, but there's not a lot of good targets for him to land a Q and then follow up because he instantly gets CC'd out. Kasing again just looking for a binding or again the charm from Nuke Duck. So it's difficult for Vitality to get into a fight. And you've seen the reactive plays they've had which are working out very well for them if Splyce go for their fight. And once again, Nisbet's going to jump in. He knocks away Nuke Duck, but misses up the combo. Shook is going to get CC'd under the tower and he goes down. But now the chase comes out from Nuke Duck and it's so many low targets. There's another charge. Picks up one, picks up two. Looking for a third kill here as he jumps forwards onto Trashy. Very low and doesn't get the last Q to finish him off. But Tam Kench was left in no man's land and he'll go down for the third kill. 4 kills now over to Vitality and 3 picked up in that last fight.
Yeah, Vitality looking to capitalize with Baron here. Forced fight here. Nisbet went in, completely messed up his combo. Maybe he was trying to do something that we saw Hylissang do last week as well, where you want to knock him into the wall, wait a fraction of a second, then knock him up, maybe to cancel one of the ultimates from Ahri. But it's risky. You knocked him straight over the wall, did not get the combo. At that point, the fight was already lost, and Vitality capitalized with 3 kills, barely 4, and get the Baron. Let's watch that again. So Nuke Duck opens with charm. Good reaction. Yeah, with the speed that he was trying to combo, it is likely that he actually went for a combo and he failed it. Good kick here from Shook. Overall, Vitality comes in. Yarn is really strong. Kasing is just peeling. Wunderwear gets rendered in the back. Just not enough damage after that initial burst. If that fails, if Splyce can't get a combo into straight assassination, they just don't have the damage to win these fights. Especially if Wunderwear is soaking damage, but nobody's returning damage. Just 5 damage dealers on the side of Vitality. It's so hard to deal with, so you need to blow them up. You need to use the fact that they're squishy, and you're not. Splyce could not do that in the fight.
Also, for anyone out there who's like, ha, he messed up his combo, it's actually a lot harder to get the ones that are further away because you have to time it right versus the ones where you're right next to them and you just go click, click, and then you actually have to wait a second. Also, with the change in timing, a lot of people used to play a lot of Alistar. That definitely messed people up. Yes, we've had a lot of time now between that and now with the change, but still, it's one of those things that you can see play into matches, and we just saw it right there.
Completely agree. Also, if you're playing on 8 ping in this realm and environment, a lot of the gaming houses here in Germany, internet providers, give you like 40 ping. If you're unlucky during peak hours, it's 60 ping. That drastically changes the way you have to combo. It is no excuse. It's just a little more context. But overall, yeah, just you gotta be confident you're gonna nail that play because it's a game changer if you mess it up.
And also when he's only one of the few players on the team who can set up those plays, the 2 proactive plays we've seen from Splyce have been from this bet.
Yeah, and at least he's going for it. I like teams that are not afraid to make mistakes and at least are making them rather than teams that don't do anything at all. One little note on the combo before we move on is like with the old combo, there used to be a way you could execute it by holding Q at the end of it, and it would kind of auto-cast once W was over. As far as I know, that's no longer possible. So a lot of Alistar mains that had a really easy mechanical combo, like good hit ratio on it, like Mithy, for example. He never missed a combo. He started missing a lot of combos with the change, so definitely rough.
Oh, I know that one. But yeah, Wunderwear down here in the bottom side of the jungle. Cabochard pushing this one in very quickly. Now that there's Baron buff, it's really opened up the gold differential. We didn't really touch on it, but Vitality with that Baron have just taken so much on the map. Almost 10,000 gold ahead now from that 4,000 gold they were sitting on for so long. Yeah,
and we're seeing some of the weaknesses of this composition. Running tank and then multiple damage dealers is usually fine, but they're all the same sort. Corki from behind is majority magic damage since he relies on rockets. TF purely magic, Elise purely magic damage overall. And every single member here from Vitality is picking up defensive. You have Marvel Elshers, Lockhead, later on Banner of Command on Morgana plus Black Shield. You have QSS finished on Yarn and then Nuke Duck and Cleanse out of CC. With the Abyssal, everybody is picking up little snippets of magic resistance overall, making them overall as a unit actually pretty tanky.
Which is not what we thought was going to happen in Champions Day, when expecting to go for more mid-game fights and more skirmishes. But we've only really had 2 big fights that have happened this game, and that's just allowed them to itemize very smartly, as you mentioned. And Shook will head into the mid lane. That was another Dragon going over to Vitality. Now the tipping point, the 5th one, will give them Aspect, which is quite big. And Shook doesn't quite get
yeah, especially for 5 damage dealers in these fights. That's going to be the droplet that makes the bucket overflow, if it's not already overflowing. Pretty rough one out. 10,000 gold behind from Splyce. And a familiar situation that we saw them time and time again last week into, just left with very little amount of counterplay. And the few amount that they do have, they are misplaying it. But they're a team that are still growing. Obviously, their goals is, I think, middle of the pack team that wants to aim for like the 5th, 6th place in playoffs. It's still attainable after a 0-3 start. But definitely to start doing more work.
Spooky Ghosts come out. this is the patch where they get progressively more spooky, because yesterday when we were doing the European Challenger Series qualifier finals, it was only 5.24, so only a consistent amount of spooky.
Yeah, that's actually a good change, because you can really tell whether it's worth running around trying to like walk away from like, no, don't get me, or whether you just yield and just take it early. And then
because on the short end, it's only 2 seconds now in 6-1 versus 5 if it's at the very maximum range. Before, it was 4 seconds, and that was horrible because you almost had to flash if someone was around.
Yep. Also, now you can gauge how far they're away too. If you see a maximum spooky ghost come at you, yes, you may be slow for a while, but you know that it's been traveling for a while, so you're actually likely not to get caught.
Unless someone else is hanging around there, ready to pounce.
Lurking in the shadows.
No. But Nuke Duck going to be taking a blue buff. So interesting. Take that one away, but that's the most action that's happening on the map currently.
You gotta work on your like National Geography like color casting there.
Yeah.
In the wild, we see Nuke Duck pouncing on the blue.
Well, he got it. He got his quarry. Yeah, not quite David Attenborough just yet, Crepo, but we'll get there in about
that guy. I was looking for his name. Overall, yeah, Vitality setting up some side waves. They still want to avoid getting caught. You have to remember Senkux has a global ability to reposition himself. They're setting up the waves. Top lane is pushing, just gonna double check. That wave will actually bounce back, I believe, depending on the melees. There's one missing. So top lane won't be that big of an issue. They're looking to set up mid and bot, forcing the Valk here. That means they can walk up mid. Tom Kench is 1v2 in the bottom lane, so that might prompt a re-engage here in the mid lane.
Potentially engage coming out. Senkux immediately bound up by Kasing though, and we'll get the CC down, but the composition is very squishy from Splice, but it's actually Nuke Duck who is the first one to go down, and this is actually an advantage to Splice. In the bottom lane though, they are taking so much.
Yeah, Wonderware is just watching them take the base. That's just sad. So that was a good engage by Splice, because usually your tank can keep them off a little bit, or at least maybe eat Yarn here. Yarn should be down.
Got him.
Wonderware, I want to know if he could do that a little earlier. It sounds like he shouldn't be able to give up 2 towers and then a hit before he can deal any semblance of counter damage right there. But good pickup, good reaction. This is what we don't see from Splice, you know. Vitality, you get greedy, you send 2 people in the bot lane. We will teleport in with Twisted Fate. The Black Shield was selfishly used by Casino himself. He could have used it on Shook, which could have been a disengaged kick. That ended up costing Nuke Duck his life. So it's funny how that snowballs, but really good move there from Splice.
But ultimately that was 2 kills for an inhibitor turret and an inhib.
Oh, still worth it. But it was the best play they could make in the losing situation.
Again, they did make another proactive play, which is good to see from Splice.
Yeah. Well, technically reactive. Call it what you want. They made a play.
Yeah.
It was good.
They did something.
They did things. People died. Inhibitor just dropped. League of Legends.
We had some action. It was Resident Sleeper for a long time in this game, but based in this bet was making things happen for us. So that's
I'm actually going to go back on my screen and see like what Wonderware was doing. Oh, so what actually ended up happening is there's no action on the main screen. Nope. That always happens.
I got you.
Yeah, you got me. You spotting me?
Yep.
Wonderware actually ran to the fight. So he didn't actually stop because he assumed everyone was going to run to the fight. So Kabashard and Kjarn just walked into the base, took the tower and the inhib, which was actually already on very low HP, I think. But that can't be because the tower was alive. That's weird. That's a spectator bug.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just took the inhib for free, and then Wonderware came down and killed Kjarn. So that was actually a pretty big mistake from Wonderware. At that point, your job is to protect the base, not join the fight.
He eventually got the kill. Kabashard clearing all this minion wave, pushing minions. And so will Senkux. He will also push minions. Wonderware in the bottom lane, going to be farming away. Still very tanky though.
Yeah, he's very tanky, but Vitality are choosing the option to not fight him instead. Vitality can repeat the same process they did earlier. So they did a 4-1 or a 3-2 push there mid to bot lane, because bot lane is already pushing right now. They can repeat that same process and in the process get vision control around Baron. So this is probably the winning play for them, where they get deep vision in the enemy blue jungle. They deny any vision from Splice. They use the Fog of War to either create a pick or get to Baron, and then they go 4-1 split push to seal the deal.
And now Baron is being pressured. All the vision is going over to Vitality, and they'll head back into the mid lane, again trying to get a pick with the Spooky Ghost, but not quite there. Maybe they'll be able to get something done.
Yeah, good reaction by Vitality. Some teams tunnel vision on that bait, but you really want to make sure you push out mid, go back to the ward, push out mid again. We see an engage here, finally from Wunderwehr, eats somebody, Abyssal Voyage goes in.
He's so far away from the team though, but it is Nisbet who comes with him, so he's very tanky in his own right. And once again gets the pick onto Nuke Duck, and that's the first kill of the fight. Hyanin picks up Kasing, but he actually doesn't go through the wall. Gets the CC down onto Kobe though, but the rest of the team is not with him. He has to flash away. Senkux looking to get in range, and there's the second kill of the fight. Splice may be coming back into this.
That was a great engage from Wunderwehr. Carries in Nisbet. He Q flashes in. 3-man pulverized into knockback onto Nuke Duck, who flies straight into the cocoon. This was finally what we were looking for from Splice, and fantastic engage. And honestly, Vitality did not see it coming.
And it had to be this timing as well, because Dragon just spawned, and this would have been the 5th one of the game for Vitality, now denied for Splice.
But this fight usually leads to a Baron. Right now, Vitality had 5th Dragon pressure, so Splice had to opt to take that off the table first. They may head to Baron right now, but with death timers approaching, 15 seconds, they can't actually capitalize. They get a first Dragon, which is great, but they could have had a Baron if they managed to sneak at least 1 Dragon earlier in the game.
Very true. Cabashot just up there in the upper side of the jungle, and it's difficult for Splice with that bottom inhibitor being down so far away from where the action will be. Luckily, Wunderwehr can do a decent job of clearing out these minions, and he's the one with the teleport, so they should be able to react to Baron if it started up by Vitality.
Yeah, he played that fight a lot better, so we gave him some criticism earlier, but he soaked a lot of damage, and more importantly, he was actually purposely walking the skill shots, which you have to do on Time Kench, to create room for his allies to really carry that fight.
It was a good engage as well, bringing Nisbet with him, the other tanky member.
It's always wondering, like, Tom Kench comes in, it's like, who does he have in his belly? Oh, it's Alistar, run.
Yep, get out. Nuke did not in that last fight, but he still has his flash and cleanse coming into this next fight. Actually, not a lot of summoners were burnt. It was actually only really from the supports. We're going to wait for this Baron setup to come in now.
Yeah, that's the problem. Now they can bait Baron, and they don't have the trigger on the Alistar. They don't have the Q flash. Senkux does have ulti. Wunderwehr does have Abyssal Voyage available, but he actually needs to land behind the team right now to actually flank. But in that instance, if then Vitality charges forward, you're also screwed. So really, really tricky.
Team's inhibitor is respawning soon.
That was not the package? Was that the package?
That was the package,
That was the package. A waste of a package.
It was unfortunate because he got hit by the Spooky Ghost, and with Vitality closing in, with a lot of flashes available and the kind of threat range being very wide from Vitality, he had to use it defensively. Vitality looking for a setup here in the Baron pit, but with Elise Spiderling coming out, they're just going to read that one.
Yeah, Wunderwehr split pushing in the bot lane, so that's a good bait though. Trading one bait opportunity without losing anything on the other side of the map for TF ulti. They can just push out mid right here, zone with the Spooky Ghost, zone with the binding. That's going to be some poke that forces the ultimate on Nisbet.
Has to use the ultimate with the CC chain coming in.
And then they go back, they bait again, and this time there's no TF ulti available. Splice did not move in far enough to place a lot of wards. Vitality can use the Fog of War to their advantage. And they just surprise Splice maybe, but even instant-starting it. That's risky though.
Now the Abyssal Voyage play can't really work with Nisbet, but they're already in range. Maybe they can get a pick onto Wunderwehr, but he is very tanky. Will be going to Grey Health. Now Trashy and Kobe come into the fight, but is it too late? Because the top laner is down. Repel comes up. Nisbet only now combos, but he has no ultimate from the last play. Senkux has to try and get away, along with Kobe, but only the carries are alive. He has to burn his flash, but they're on the wrong side of the map. 3 for 1 over to Vitality.
That's bold. Engaging on the Tahm Kench instead of the 4-man flanking party. Bold move here from Vitality, but it pays off. They kill Tahm Kench off clearing through their entire Grave Health. Kobe gets caught.
That is not good. He's going to be CC'd for what feels like centuries, and that means that Senkux will also go down. Finally, Vitality can go back to the Baron, take this one out, and take a lot in the base of Splice.
Yeah, a lot of control that will come off this Baron. More importantly, they just won another fight, another ace. Gold cap going up right here. 11,000 gold right now. Getting some really, really big item points. Nisbet's flash is up again, so we're looking for that. That has to be the game-winning play here. Nisbet needs another Q flash into knockback to one-shot one of the members.
Yeah, either Hyanin or Nuke Duck would be one of the value pickups. Cabashot, though, sitting in the top lane still, doing a lot of damage. Has gone for that core of the Maw and the Sterak's. Also gone with the Ghost Blade, and now picking up the Bloodthirster for additional shield. So it's very difficult to burst him down.
Yeah, and just keep your eyes, well, actually keep your eyes on this play, and then keep your eyes on the vision later. So they engage on Wunderwehr, take him out. He still gets his Grey Health off, but they peel upwards, finish up Wunderwehr, and then they go on the remaining team members. At that point, once your tank's down, if you can't return any damage while your tank is soaking it, you're probably in a rough position, but you see just the power of tank Tahm Kench there, though. The amount of damage he could soak 1v5 was just, yeah, insane, though, honestly. Kobe here gets hit by the bind, really good bind. If that bind misses, this Baron fails, by the way. So this was absolutely crucial. So much damage coming out. Again, these are 4 members without a real tank. Baron will deal a whole heap of damage. Back to the vision point. Kasing has placed 16 pink wards this game.
16.
That's
well,
12. That is 1,200 gold, if I do my math correctly, that he spent on pink wards alone. That is a true support. That's not a lie. And yeah, Kobe still had flash up as well when he died there in that fight. So he probably should have flashed the bind. Really careful.
Yes.
Likely. But yeah, still.
The bottom lane Siege now coming in with those Barons up minions. This will be the last chance saloon for Splyce to get a good engage off. As you mentioned earlier, Krakow.
That's in Poland, I'm here.
We're going to have to get a really good engage from Nisbet. He has his flash, however. Kobe gets chunked before this fight happens. The inhibitor's still alive, but is going to go down extremely quickly. Senkux is trying to get the CC down onto one of the carries. He gets it off, but has to go into Zhonya's. Now he is not in a good position. He will be falling. In fact, he goes into Wonderwear. He spits him to safety, but maybe Wonderwear going down as he goes through his grey health all the way into the Death Chamber. 1-0 over to Vitality, and now they close in for the win.
That grey health into grey screen there for Wonderwear. Nobody there to eat him. Senkux ulti goes out. Pulverized combo from Nisbet.
But there's no one to follow up in this fight. Senkux and Kobe are too far back. Senkux pops his ultimate, but where is he going to go? Back onto the spawn pad. There's very little that Splyce can do in this situation, and Vitality are literally just toying with their food as they take down the Nexus itself. Now they go for the final fight, padding their stats in the Fantasy LCS. There goes the Nexus. Vitality take home the win.
Slow and steady mid-game there with just chipping away from Vitality at the gold from Splyce. Really taking away small camps, a little bit of vision advantage, pushing here and there, chipping away the towers. Eventually a forced fight there using the 4v5 because how slowly Wonderwear was split pushing in the bot lane. Honestly, Splyce overextended a little bit. They re-engaged, they failed, they did nothing for a while, but then they had a couple of nice counterplays at least. I was actually surprised that it worked out the way they did with Wonderwear carrying in Nisbeth. That was actually a play I didn't really see coming to fruition, so that was good. That Splyce managed to surprise their opponents. But yet again, it was too late, and really collected finish there from Vitality.
It was slow, it was methodical, but a win is a win, and they played it well. They knew that they didn't need to force the issue, they just needed to wait for Splyce to come to them, and then ultimately it meant that they could carry on taking these good fights and took home the victory. 41 minutes though in that game. Also had the opportunity to go for 5th Dragon, which is something you don't see all that often, at least in Europe. We've had some pretty fast games so far.
Yeah, if you look at LCK, that's actually happening a lot
Yes.
there, and that's actually, their mid games are very similar because there's more wave clear in the mid lane, so they have a very slow mid games where, especially after lane swaps, tower falls, towers fall again, and then nothing happens because teams are struggling to set up enough vision because due to the nerf on vision and how easy it is to get at least some information with blue trinkets and with some certain abilities in the game right now, like the Destiny from TF, that it's really hard to set up picks for the other team. Vitality, patiently, they can work on their vision game, but they actually did a lot right, especially the amount of pink wards, and that's mainly due to the fact that he was likely sitting on a Baron pillow, I believe, or he just got that.
It's quite soft as well because he was very particular about having a soft pillow.
Yeah, maybe that is going to lead Kasing to victory. Talking to camera, he does not understand that cameras actually don't have built-in microphones.
Yeah.
We have to explain that to Kasing sometimes. He's still talking. I'll have a chat with him. I'm like, Ray, you know what? Can't actually hear you, mate.
No, maybe we should just learn lip reading. Maybe we can have a conversation then, because he can hear us. But yeah,
the wonderful part where you can say,
yeah, that's true.
You're
but
bad, Ray. What are you gonna say back? Oh, no. Okay.
No response? Okay, I guess we win. But it didn't answer a lot of questions for me for Vitality because they had a big step up from game day 1 and day 2 in the first week, and it looked like Chuck and everyone just kind of stepped up in terms of the draft, in terms of the map play. In this game, they just kind of let the opponent come to them, and we didn't really see any of that answered. We need to see them play other teams in more proactive games as well.
Yes and no, but they were fine doing it though to some extent, and they had made some little changes in their gameplay that did show that they had a good understanding of what was going on, like Nukta going for the poke instead of the wave clear, but I'm sure there are more qualified people to talk about that.
Yes, and we will be sending it over to Quickshot, who is joined by Shook to talk about that win.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by Shook after a pretty convincing win against Splyce. Slow and steady wins the race. It felt like you guys were playing very safe. Do you think that's a fair statement?
Yeah, we are playing pretty safe. Like, I like to go be aggressive, but right now I think it's best to just play safe, be calculated, make as least mistakes as possible, and just choke the enemy out and just get the win.
Yeah, it felt that in terms of the gameplay, making sure all the resources went your way. Talk to me about some of the in-game decisions. Who is the loudest voice and who is leading alongside Kasing when it comes to some of those strategic calls?
I think everyone gives their input, and like Kasing usually makes the final call, like where we go, do we do Dragon, do we do Herald or whatever, and like setup vision, where do we do it? Like that's usually Kasing, and we just give our input.
That's good to hear. Now, it is good to see you back on the stage, having played in the LCS previously. How different is it playing with Vitality and playing now with your new teammates?
I usually just get along with every teammate I get. Like I just make a connection with them, just joke around with them, and I feel really welcomed in this team as well. And we're just friends as well, and it's going great. And we just improve every week.
I'm happy to hear that. I spoke to Sean's actually before the game. He was talking about his coaching style. I'm happy to hear that everybody's friends on the team. You had a shaky start in game 1, and we're very early in the split. But what are the ambitions and goals for Vitality going forward?
Every super team is made to be #1, so we're aiming for the top again.
Well, no mincing words. Thank you very much for the interview. You can grab your gear and head off stage. Congratulations again. With that victory, Vitality get themselves another one on the board. We're going to go to an ad break, and when we return, H2K take on Fnatic.
I want you guys today to communicate, take responsibility for each other. The same old, as I always repeat. Yeah, responsibility in this game. Guys, are 5 pillars holding up a building.
Jumps in, comes in with a flash, and knocks Cabochon into the team. Lines him up for a good Q, but that one will miss.
I'm coming to you. Can you go to me? Sure. Yeah, I'm ulti. Just fight. TF, please. I'm on one way, by the way. Kill Elise.
Bound up by Kasing though, and we'll get the CC down, but the composition is very squishy from Splice, but it's actually Nuketook who is the first one to go down. To Wonderware, he's bit him to safety, but maybe Wonderware going down as he goes through his grey health. There goes the Nexus. Vitality take home the win.
I played like 4 games of Graves, so I was not exactly the best Graves, but it still seems pretty strong. I think it's just because he has like super high damage and his jungle heal, like he never loses HP. He gains more HP than he loses because creeps don't really like auto him much. The only issue with the Graves is that he doesn't have any CC except for his W, which is still good because if someone has CC and his W is really strong, but otherwise, like compared to Elise, for example, it's not that good.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, Graves definitely is OP, and for more on Jankos and his thoughts on the jungle meta, check out for a full-length interview with him over on lolesports.com, where he gives a lot more info. For now, though, as things get set on stage, we're going to focus in on our next game, a clash of the EU LCS Titans for now, Fnatic and H2K. First, let's start by taking a look at that lineup for Fnatic, as said, a little bit revamped coming into the 2016 season, with Gamsu, Spirit, Febiven, Reckless, Noxiac, and Daylor getting off to a 50-50, a 1-1 start in the first week, and they are going up against the 2-0 H2K so far, with Odoamne, Jankos, Ryu, Forgiven, Vander, and Prolly. Now for the side of H2K, as far as big statements after week 1 go, this one holds true.
Best team in the world.
No, very strong tactical team still.
Still. But then is it the still part for getting figured out? I think when you look at H2K for a spring, for a regular split team, I think they're pretty good right now. But are people gonna in 1 week have figured out their formula?
No. Because
well, that's very like it's over. Don't play the game, guys. We already know how
H2K
it
is
goes.
just very, very good in terms of macro. They understand the current meta. They know how to push 2 lanes at once, and they can always be proactive that way and set up the plays. So honestly, H2K is in a very good spot at the moment.
Well, however, that is a concern. It's also something that we brought up to Prolly last week after his 2-0 week. We asked him, can you keep this up? Because last year's H2K also had trouble of keeping it up, and this is what he said.
Eventually it comes a kind of stalemate where if the enemy team can catch up to you, the one aspect of coaching that I don't think I can really help them with is kind of individual like outplays and mechanical abilities, and that's kind of what I have with this roster. So I'm really excited that I can kind of push the macro on them, and then once that gets to a limit, the other teams can catch up, then now they have to start catching up to the players' like mechanical abilities.
We didn't hear it there at the end, but I do think Janko said, I got you, man. And someone else, of course, who has a huge upgrade there is Forgiven, talking of mechanical skill. If we take a look at his stat line for last week, incredible across the board. Most kills of any player in EU, the highest KDA of any AD carry in EU, the highest kill participation of any I can keep going.
Okay. Spring split MVP. Keep rolling
Yeah,
them on, keep rolling. I mean, you can't deny that last week Forgiven had another great week when you look at his performances in a regular split. Even now, you know, I think it's concrete. There is no real problem for Forgiven playing around his team. That's exactly how H2K played. I mean, we learned that by Gambit, but I think it's been solidified even better here. H2K playing very well around their AD carry, grouping very well, probably better than any other European team we saw last week.
And I think Prolly is just 100% correct. I mean, he has better individual players on this lineup compared to last year. Except for you can argue support saying Vander, but that's again very close. So Prolly is a coach who prides himself in teaching the macro strategy. I've talked to him tons of time about it, and like he knows almost everything about lane swaps and so on. So he's able to give the information to his players. Odoamne and Ryu is able to kind of be vocal in game and tell the team, and then you have these fantastic players like Jankos and Forgiven who can then carry games.
And carry a first week of 2-0 on the other side. Fnatic 1-1 in the first week, also having some additions who did extremely well on the first day that Fnatic played. Gamsu and Spirit really showing up, and they seem to have absolutely everything under control, from picks and bans to in-game on day 1 at least.
On day 1, and you know, the champions they played fitted the players right down to a T. Gamsu had that kind of mix between a carry and somebody that can provide a frontline threat. We had a lot of engage potential coming out from Spirit. Both had fantastic games versus Origin. Highlight plays, in fact, that we played for the entire split, but was that enough for the whole week?
Well, the thing is, we talked about already like Origin's draft against Fnatic, how they kind of counterpicked themselves, putting Lissandro top into Olaf, and from watching the Life of Legends, following the Fnatic team around, they also talk a lot about Game 1. And also, like, Taylor goes in and says, we just need to play aggressive. It doesn't even matter what we do, just be aggressive.
And do yoga.
And that too, obviously. You got to do that every morning. But like they wanted to be super aggressive in that game. So their comp worked, because Origin was also super slow. Day 2, however.
Yeah, here's why you don't see a magician do the same trick twice. Because it gets figured out very quickly, and that's exactly what Vitality did. Was they were like, oh, well, if we know they're going to pick the Poppy early, we know they're going to look for this Olaf with engaged setup. probably didn't bank on exactly the same 5 champions being picked, but had a general, feeling that it was going to be very similar. And ultimately, Vitality undid that composition at the seams with the Morgana, with the Misfortune,
Fiora into
the
Olaf.
Fiora as well. Just so many good picks. And I wonder if Fnatic, in this sense, haven't come back with something different. If they're running a very similar style again, it's fairly easy to prepare for.
Yeah, of course, but it's also a good thing for Fnatic because you don't really know what to expect now. You're not going to say, like, oh, they're just going to pick the same 5 champions. Let's counter it. Obviously, Fnatic should be able to play multiple other champions for each role. I like some of the synergy we saw from the team. I think the composition against Origin was good because Origin were weak early game and had, honestly, a poor pick and ban phase. Against Vitality, it got countered, and we got to see some issues, communication issues as well. Like, Noxiac wants to go in, but then nothing really happens. Then suddenly Spirit is, like, flying in on Zac alone. And those kind of things will always happen in the start. Fnatic always talks about it. They're not here to win the first few weeks. They want to be a fantastic world-class team in Summer Split.
Or at the end of Summer Split, and
End of
preferably
Summer Split,
at the World Championship, all the way to the final. In any case...
Conclusion!
Just kidding. In any case, from the side of Fnatic, then, is it then too early to take on a team like H2K, possibly? Because we've seen that they absolutely have everything together. In terms of that tactical play, it is to be foreseen, but do you have enough to counter it already?
It's a very tough test. I think, to be honest, when you look at the compositions that have been played in multiple regions, I think H2K are probably in the forefront of the meta when you're looking at multiple AD carries and sieging. I feel like for Fnatic, it's a bit of a clash of styles if they haven't come up with something that can undo the meta right now. If they have got a composition that they've kind of constructed that can defend in a siege situation, they could take the fight to H2K. I think H2K are a little too strong right now in week 2. It's an interesting matchup, though.
It would surprise me if H2K lose. I'm just going to say that. I think H2K is the favorite for this one. However, we've said that before. Daylor is a coach who does have some crazy tricks sometimes, obviously, so he can have some really good pick and ban phases here and there. And obviously in-game, when you have players like Febivan and Spirit who out-jungled Amazing completely, you have carry potential, right? So if you get a good start to the game, a lot of things can happen. It's hard to predict, but I would say H2K is going to be the winning team. Just looking at the 2 teams right now.
Cutting the clip already for fake news.
Here's the test, though, for the backroom stuff. Has the new analyst, are they up to speed? How does this now play into week 2?
Yeah, I'm going to cut you off right there because the players are already in games is what we want to see. So let's head over to our casters.
Games are what we want to see. Thank you very much, Sharks. Heading back onto the cast desk. We're still here, and we're waiting for this lobby to get set up. But yeah, it will be interesting to see Fnatic up against HDK. Have they done enough in the first couple of weeks to stand up to this monster of a team?
I think we're missing the key storyline here.
What is that, Crepo?
That is that Ispa changed camps here, and he's now, he knows all the inner workings of Fanatics and the secrets of Daylor. He even knows exactly what he does. He knows yoga too.
Oh, that's true. That could pay into it.
If he brings yoga to Forgiven, I think H2K will become unstoppable.
Someone just got very excited in the audience there at the sight of
yoga.
Yoga. All right, let's get into these bans. So first ban will be Graves coming out. So that's off the board.
Okay. Final yoga point. If you do not know what we're talking about and you're wondering what are these guys smoking, Fnatic, Daylor is really big on yoga in the morning. If you watch Life of Legends, they like their yoga. That's pretty much it. Back to Champs League.
Okay. Actually, nothing has been banned yet, so it's not that exciting. Waiting for the first ban from HDK. It's going to be the Gangplank. Seen him banned in pretty much all of these games so far.
Yeah. Time Kench banned out. Finally, we saw just how strong he can be. Yes, even if you fall behind, he doesn't really do too much, but the amount of damage he could soak up was pretty relentless. What I want to see from this draft from Fnatic is a winning jungler top lane combination that they can then use to get Gamsu ahead of Oruame. I think that is their win condition, because that's where everything started falling down for Fnatic last week. They couldn't get ahead right there, and they just started crumbling. Yes, the bot lane was playing a losing matchup, but losing matchups, you can always lose gracefully, especially people like Reckless and Noxiac should be able to gracefully at least lose their lane. But the biggest thing is you need to keep your top lane relevant.
And Gamsu was one of those top laners who can make that happen. We saw him go ham in his first game as Olaf, so very possible he can make that happen in the top lane if he has the right setup. Poppy was the next ban coming in from H2K, has seen a pretty good support play here in Europe and in other regions, seen it in jungle, even top lane, so very strong pick, going to be taken away here.
Yeah, it just changes a lot of the context in a lot of compositions, so that's why teams that are confident in their own ability may actually not put too much time into playing champions like Poppy, consider it maybe even cheesy, and just straight up ban it out and play more meta overall.
And the Shen was the final ban out from Fnatic, so taking away that strong flex pick. Seeing it in the top lane, seeing it in the bottom lane as that split push, and Olaf as the final ban. A lot of respect coming in from H2K, taking that away from Gamsu. Also a flex to Spirit can play it, but yeah, taking that away from Gamsu.
Yeah, and if you look at the ban percentages, Graves right now is sitting on 20%. You know, that's more because it's a week 2 pick coming out. It's probably likely been spammed by every team in scrims. Why people are starting to finally respect it, especially since they see it in other regions. Whereas if you look at the Poppy and the Olaf, I feel coming into week 1 it was meta, but week 2 it's developed more into a very cheesy role right now. The Poppy support, maybe top lane, and the Olaf is a direct target ban. That's something we haven't really seen too much on the purple side. They generally have been these generic, you know, really strong power pick bans like the Lulu, like the Lissandra overall, which are both open, by the way.
Yeah, and Kindred as well, actually open in this game. We had one game so far where it's actually been open and no one decided to pick it, and it is available in this game. Lissandra, great as a first pick as it can be flexed up. Good into a lot of matchups, can just farm it out. Now waiting for what H2K bring up for their first 2 picks.
Yeah, I used to heavily dislike Lissandra, especially coming every time she gets back into the meta. At first, I'm like, nah, you're wrong. And then
it grows on you.
Then no, it doesn't grow on me. It's just like,
oh, no?
Okay, I'm wrong. I see it work out in teamfights. The main strength of Lissandra, if you're unfamiliar with it, is just the fact that you can unpredictably move with the Claw 2 into certain gang paths, because that's obviously lack of vision. And more importantly, you can buy just so much time. Especially since now the ulti heals yourself. You can go in, soak a bit of damage, ulti yourself, heal up a tiny bit. Zonia, suddenly you bought 5-6 seconds for your team. Well, by that time, they should be able to win the remaining part of the fight with a numbers advantage.
An exceptionally strong pick to start off the draft for Fnatic, not really revealing that much either, really. First 2 picks going to be the Lulu, who made it through all of those bans, and the Corki as well. Can see it as another flex. It's Flex City right now and looking for maybe that mid lane, maybe that's AD carry.
So I wonder if that's actually going to be Lulu top lane, because we see Corki. I feel if you run Lulu and you run a protected X or Y composition, you kind of want to have an AD carry that benefits more from it. So we may actually see Lulu shift to the top lane, which does fine into Lissandra, top, you know, mage versus mage. Corki mid for a lot of pressure, and then a scaling AD carry. And then H2K can just play their siege game again, their group up game. Yes, they are individual players, probably praise that. But right now, their macro game is ahead of other teams, and they can just use that macro game to straight up win the game.
So maybe even seeing a poke composition there or something they can really use to show off their strong macro game. Fnatic now 10 seconds left to see what they lock in. Kindred still available, is being hovered over by Spirit. We'll see if that is actually locked in, along with the Alistar as well.
I love it.
From Feathervin. We'll go into that support role for Noxiac.
If they lock this, I like it. Just as a standalone draft, I haven't thought about too much about what H2K is going to answer, but it's just like, if you just need a blind pick, 3 generic picks, Lissandra can target CC, which you need. Like, I hate compositions that all have conditional engaged. Like, yeah, if one of us catches him, we can all catch him. No, just point and click, target CC. You get Lissandra that can buy time in the front of the fight if she goes in. You have Kindred that can buy time and deal damage in the backside of the fight with the ultimate. You have probably the best peeling and disengage support in the game. We saw what Nisbeth could turn around in certain scenarios last game too. On that Alistar, he's tier 1 pick very often in LCK and LPL, so good draft so far from Fnatic.
And they can fit basically anything into that as well. It's so nice to pick up early as well, so you can pick those high damage carries.
And they have hard engage. The problem is, you can still get poked and sieged out if you respect the engage from Lissandra. If a Mikhails comes in, maybe a Black Shield comes in, then it's tricky. You can snowball super hard with it though, but if you fall behind, obviously any composition has their limitations.
Sure, and now that Black Shield will be in this game because that will be the lock-in for the Morgana and also the Elise in the jungle. Just a strong jungler right now, and Elise just fits in most places. But instant response for Kalista as well.
Skirmish on the side of Fnatic. They have a super strong bot lane. If this is Corki bot, Corki Morg, Kalista Alistar should really beat it in terms of all-in potential. They may get pushed, but they should definitely be able to get a kill somewhere. I think it'll actually be Corki mid. Some safer AD carry. Forgiven doesn't play, or doesn't strike me as an Ezreal player, but that could be like a blue Ez right here. Could be good for late game. So hard to get to, especially Morgana Black Shield into Mikhail's Crucible. But H2K, they're setting up for Siege. I mean, just this lineup alone, any of these champions, just grouping up 4 of them, can destroy and siege towers. They can pick another AD carry. They can pick a stronger mid laner that can split. They can have a LeBlanc for pressure. But we're waiting on the final pick for Fnatic to see where that Lissandra is going to go, and that's going to decide what H2K picks later. So Lissandra actually goes mid right here. That may actually shift the Lulu to the mid lane and get maybe a stronger top lane pick that can split.
Yeah, the Gnar going up there, and it's actually very likely we could see the Corki go onto Forgiven here. We saw that last week, and he had such a strong performance. Still unkilled, by the way, in the Spring Split. The only player in the LCS to be unkilled.
I feel like Corki mid should actually do fine into Lissandra. Doesn't sound like that matchup is too brutal for the Corki. You get like a blue Ez and still make the Lulu top. You could also just put the Lulu mid. Just a lot of options. H2K, it's the power of flex picks, you know? Yeah. They have like so many options they can go for here.
Just the very last pick, and it could be in so many different positions as well.
There is Morgana solo lane too.
Yes,
technically, if you really want to talk all flex picks, and then by very far proxy there's Lee support, but I don't. that's not actually.
Haven't seen that for a very long time.
Yeah. So Fiora is one of the picks I was thinking about as a strong splitter. Just put the Corki on AD carry. Yeah, you may have a rough lane sometimes, but you can just AFK push. They're smart enough to escape the ganks, and then Fiora late game 4-1 pressure. She does. If she gets slightly ahead of Gamsu, just destroy him.
And that all swaps up all of the picks over for H2K, so now we see exactly what they're running. Fiora in the top lane with the Lulu in the mid lane, then Forgiven going back onto the Corki, and then the Morgana for support. Forgiven, we didn't see that many big proactive plays with the package last week, but did he really need to?
No, he did make some plays though, because H2K's was so macro focused. Obviously, there's no real big highlight reel. Problem is the game was like over macro-wise by the time he made 2 plays, but he did make 2 significant plays with that package, and that was actually impressive.
That's fair.
Which is why I like him bringing it to the table. It adds another layer, another bit of flavor to that composition. We'll get into the styles maybe in the early stages of the game, but definitely significantly different drafts here for both teams.
Yeah, also want to see how well that Kindred does in this game. However, with the lineups locked in, it is time for these European powerhouses to leave it all on the Rift.
Their roster looks really strong. I will compare it a bit with our team. We all have carry players.
H2K go 2-0.
I'm not scared of anything.
Vitality bounce back to beat Fnatic.
Playing against Reignover, I think it was kind of harder. Because Spirit, it depends who he played.
레이노버 선수나 아니면 깜수 형이 깜수 선수가 훈이 선수보다 더 못할 거라는 생각은 안 하고요. 저희가 훨씬 더 나을 거라는 좀 확신을 해요.
I'm confident in myself, but I don't know what could he pull off.
And we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic getting in here along with H2K. One of the hypest matchups this week, honestly, here, Crapo. And I'm excited to watch it happen.
I'm just excited for the music in that feature. Whenever I trash talk from now on, I just want that music playing behind me. Metal vibes, like, it adds weight to the words.
It does, yeah.
But yeah, let's see if these guys start fighting. I was gonna talk about both these compositions, really, what their strengths are. But looks like we're seeing a bit of an invade, and that's your turf.
It is. And Fnatic are coming in here. We may even see that level 1 fight erupt, or maybe not, as Noxiac gets instantly CC'd up and he'll have to back away with his team. What goes down, just to get a little bit of information, but that's all that Fnatic are going to get from the first minute of the game.
Yeah, you see how much H2K respect Fnatic? It's like Alistar face checking. We could wait for him, but you know what? Let's not. Let's not get 4-man pulverized overall. So Fnatic say, well, you're left side, we move to the right side.
And Fnatic instantly go into the bottom side of the jungle as well and trying to get even more information. And with everyone paying more respect to Fnatic, decide to back away. Vander just throws out another binding just in case Noxiac doesn't go back. And with the timers, he may actually stick around as well. Will that really matter? He'll have regened most of that before getting to lane.
Yeah, definitely. As long as they don't accidentally press F, paying their respects. Maybe. Little unlucky flash. Back to the days of press D to dance in all chat.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure some of you fell for that. Yeah. Actually, before we get into, I actually logged out when Halo. Some guy told me a cheat code. I was like, okay, up, you know, A, B. Turns out that sequence, if you quick and fast enough, logs you out of the game. You just literally quit, but you didn't see it. Anyways, Keystones. Spirit double jungle here with Gamsu because we have a lane swap that came to be. Odoamne will have a rough time. He'll get zoned from the CS here. Picks up a little bit, but definitely seems that Fnatic ahead of the play right here. Shutting down Odoamne early. Yes, Gamsu pays the price, but he's already double jungling. So definitely good start for Fnatic.
Yeah, the tempo was definitely on the side of Fnatic to start with this one up. And we were talking about it in Champion Select as well. If Gamsu could get ahead and be able to duel Odoamne, that would be a big boon for Fnatic as we get into the mid and late game. And Gamsu being slightly further ahead will help that happen.
So if we're looking at what these compositions are strong at, Fnatic really want to skirmish. They have a split push component with Gamsu. They can later have a decent like mid-game teamfight competition too. especially if Gnar goes more tanky build instead of Black Cleaver. Likely he will still go Black Cleaver to deal with Fiora though. But yeah, Fnatic, Skirmish, and a mid-game power spike for teamfights. I mean, they have 2 abilities that can buy them a lot of time. They have a lot of good base damages across the board. One of the strongest supports. Whereas H2K, by all means, they want to avoid a fight or force it when people are poked out already. They'd never want to do a 5v5. Both teams go at it on full HP. That's generally not what they want to do. They want to split push with Odoamne. He plays no part, no role in that siege environment, so you want him to take away the Gnar, keep Gamsu busy, and then in the 4v4, H2K want to ward the flanks and siege up and group on towers.
But still, there's a lot of good tools on Fnatic, as you were talking about in Champion Select, to stall out the fight with Lissandra jumping in, be able to protect the backline with Spirit as well. So even when H2K get into those team fights, it may be a little difficult for them depending on how this early game goes for their carries.
Yeah, definitely hard for their carries. So positioning will be fundamental for them right now. We see the tower going down early here on both sides. Gamsu's going to bounce that wave and to see if Fnatic goes for the double mirror or if they just want Gamsu freezing and having the safety of the tower behind him.
So Gamsu actually going to take a bit of punishment from that tower, and actually the tower's still up because there wasn't enough minions there.
That's horrible.
So yeah, Noxag has to go back in and help him with this wave now.
That's a big mistake. You're giving so much experience. Just keep your eyes on the experience that Noxag has compared to how much Gamsu could have had. More importantly, when Fnatic was ahead of the play, they are now behind the play. This is a big mistake.
Gamsu only now getting this turret, now the minion wave is there and I'll be pushing towards him. Forgiven is there along with Vander and Jankos to support the play, and Gamsu now has to go back and also walk back to his tower if he wants to recall, because the fact that Forgiven's already there.
Yeah, and Odoamne just levels up to level 3 here. So imagine if Gamsu did that play properly. Not only could he have base, decided what he wanted to do, if he's the lane maybe, but he would have been ahead of experience of Odo as well.
Actually, nice Sentinel up and there in the early game to make sure that Odoamne has to go away from the bush to start recalling. So nice use of his W there. And Vander in the mid lane, looking to potentially set up a play onto for Bivin.
Alright, what you want to do is Hex, so he can't W out, or E out.
Gets it right on time, the Cocoon as well. First blood over to Ryu, could not have been played better.
Fairhaven, respect Ryu as a good player. You don't do that. You don't walk into Hex range. You just flash the hell out of there, because you know more people are coming. Disrespect from Fairhaven pays... Is it what, the iron price? Just
the iron
he dies. He dies.
It is the iron price, Grappo, and he paid it. Bottom lane now being pushed in from Reckless and Noxiac, Forgiven in the top lane. With the help of the rest of his team, should be able to take this down a little faster than the bottom lane. But that first kill going over to Ryu to set the ball rolling in this game. H2K already slightly ahead.
Yeah, so 2 plays that cost Fnatic momentum. One, the failed top tower, then the mid lane pick. Lulu gets a free base, Jankos gets to leisurely stroll around the jungle, towers get swapped out, and H2K again, you know, playing the superior early game yet again.
Can they transition this into the mid game? That's the next question, but so far from what we've seen from them, probably they can.
The lane swap does play into H2K's composition to an extent though, because what H2K want to do is group up on single towers and then siege them, and it's way easier to siege any tower of any variant if the counterparts are dead. So if you want to get a tier 1 tower in mid lane, it's a lot easier to get that if the outers are down, because you can push in your waves deeper and set up rotations, especially if it's even more true for tier 2 towers there. If you want to get any of them, once you break the first one, it's significantly easier to get the other ones. And H2K, what they want to do is group up on towers, and that's also what they did so well last week.
Spirit is just trying to get those early stacks up on those camps. He's now on the top Rift Scuttler, which is actually pretty nice for him, as the rest of H2K is now on the bottom side, so should be a fairly easy stack for him to get. And the Vander roaming up in this bottom river. You can take a look at when he picks up his early Sightstone as well, around 6 minutes, which is the earliest of any support in the LCS currently, in the EU LCS at least.
Vander loves his early Sightstone. He actually rushes it. We've seen there's different approaches. So either you rush Sightstone or you go Boots Ruby, and then there's another like decision tree where you can go, where you actually finish the Sightstone, or your name is Mata, and you go Moby Boots and you buy Pink Wards and you insert them very deep in the jungle. Not advised for any players below skill level of Mata. You're better off finishing that Sightstone as soon as you can. Vander has the earliest Sightstone in LCS, and more importantly, because the speed of execution doesn't generally matter for H2K, because they group anyways, and he's protected by his team, so mobility is not an issue. Just getting the vision out is an issue that allows H2K to set up these rotational plays, and that is facilitated by that very early Sightstone from Vander.
It all starts with the Sightstone. That's what I've learned here, Crepo. And Forgiven now pushing in this bottom side of the map. You can see those deep wards as well from H2K.
Yeah.
So far in that bottom jungle.
If you click on them, which you can, you guys can't.
You can.
But I'm literally clicking on them right now. You can tell that they're all placed by Vander, by that sidestone. So yes, he's slower, but if he can safely get into the enemy jungle, he puts up the perfect ward triangle. Love it. And Forgiven can now safely pressure bottom tier 2, 7 minutes 30 seconds into the game. Not only that, they can put some pink wards behind that. They also know if Fnatic walks into this triangle. Look at that zoom, love it. And they can see where Fnatic comes to ward. Nobody comes to ward, well, it's completely dark. We can make picks here. Jankos is stealing an enemy red, all set up again earlier by that early sidestone.
Look at Spirit, by the way. He's literally just skirting around his own jungle, finding a way to get in there. And when you're like that at 8 minutes into the game, it is extremely difficult.
Beautiful play here, macro-wise. And again, this is no fancy upplays. There's no mechanical highlight reel montage here.
Yeah.
One zoom tells the entire story. Yep. And if it fails, you can always fall back to your jungle because there's always still camps available.
Sure, always got that fallback. And now with the Rift Scuttler in the bottom side of the river being the one to be marked by Wolf, then Kindred can't get anywhere near it and take that. So that's denied instantly by Jankos.
Yeah, and the boots obviously right now they equalize out on the same build. Boots 1 into Sidestone. Noxac couldn't use any of that mobility. Yes, he was quicker, but he had to pick bigger pass around for safety-wise, so he couldn't get any pick anywhere. And it does all boil down to the initial pick-off they made in mid, though. That Hex, on blue buff duel here, that got Ryu to kill. Because when your mid lane is pushing, you can make those plays a lot easier than as opposed to being pushed in. So H2K just working together as a unit. I don't think they've made a single bad decision in this game.
Small advantages on this map. You can see every single lane is ahead, apart from the jungle, but Spirit has been in lanes picking up some CS as well. Odoamne will be able to collect this wave, and that's all Fnatic can do. Push it to tower and then give it to Odoamne. Now they start roaming through this jungle. Can they make anything happen?
They can. Most definitely dive. Look at the wealth of CC, crowd control effects that Fnatic have at their disposal. They have Fate Skull, knock up, into Pulverize, into Knockback, into Ice Tomb, into another W snare, whatever it's called from Lissandra. Chain CC, so that's why H2K is frantically trying to defend this tower here. Half of it's gone. No instant wave clear just yet from Lulu.
It doesn't quite have the AP to be able to do that just yet. In the top lane, though, Forgiven is getting a lot of damage on this top inner turret, once again, as he was doing in bottom lane. Yep. He's just been continuing to make these pushes happen.
And the bottom lane tier 2 tower is on 40% HP. The top lane tier 2 tower from Fnatic is on 40% HP, whereas H2K's towers are untouched currently. So that is the style they're playing right now. They're playing split push 80 carry, and that's because of the lane swap again. Fnatic did that lane swap, but it actually makes so that Forgiven's power level is way higher than that of his top lane opponent Gamsu right now, and that usually isn't the case. So H2K using that to advantage to Siege.
And it almost started so well for Fnatic, because it almost looked like they had the tempo, they had the first play, but then Gamsu wasn't able to finish off the turret, and that was the first ripple that kind of snowballed out of control. Then the pick in the mid lane, and now H2K are ahead.
I love the term ripple, by the way. I'm gonna steal that eventually. Heard it a couple times now. But yeah, it's a gold swing waiting to happen, and that's something a lot of teams don't realize. Like, yeah, we were even, but suddenly we fell very far behind. Yeah, it's because Forgiving is building up a deposit in the bank that he'll cash out eventually. Like, he's chipping away at those towers, and then once he gets that, that's when he cashes the check.
Yeah, I'm gonna copyright Ripple right here. You heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, 2016. But
and then you're gonna call out other casters for misusing your term?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's not a difficult one to use, I'll be honest. But yeah, Noxiac and Reckless in this top side with Spirit, so he's able to get something done.
Yeah, you see the difference. Like, Odoamne can't bust that tower. He can build up a wave that Gamsu can slowly clear, but like, he can't actually achieve the same that Forgiven did. But all it takes is one good rotation to finish that. The deep vision has dropped now too. Wards on the last like 2 minutes 30 seconds right now on Sidestone. Fnatic has pressure again, and Fnatic do have the better pick potential, the better team fight, the better skirmish early. So H2K kind of need to set up very, very methodically, very slowly, because one mistake is Fate Skull, Knock Up, Ice Tomb. Like, they have so many plays on the side of Fnatic, and it's actually impressive to see that Fnatic has not yet been able to make a single one.
The first Rift Herald goes over to Fnatic, so I didn't quite catch who that went over to, but I think it was Spirit. We'll just double check that one.
Yep, I think it is. Let me check. Nope, didn't have it.
It's currently
Reckless.
Spot who it is, and it's Reckless, so he will may be able to do Odoamne in the bot lane now. Gamsu's still there, but maybe he'll just tag out.
It's like the downside of one of these like macro-heavy games. start playing Dora. Let's do the Explorer again. Can you find the Rift Scuttler? Yes! It was Reckless with the Rift Scuttler. Good job! Now we wait.
And now we wait, yes. Spirit in the jungle, able to take this one away. You will take a look at this more squishy build he's going as well, which is one of the nice things you can do as Kindred because you have the ultimate to keep you safe. One of the few junglers who can actually go high damage in the early game and not pay the price.
Yeah, definitely so. Fnatic looking to set up for maybe a dragon here. They're pushing up bot lane right now, and H2K, because the lanes are so long, kind of still have to respect him though. The dueling potential is on the side of Fnatic, and because Fnatic's mid tower is still alive, H2K can't really penetrate into the jungle because any claw over from Februm to left or right can create a pick, and because they actually don't have the vision set up already, they can't put new vision. Like, it's really easy to build on existing vision. One deep ward on each side can really open up the snowball vision-wise, but if you have no vision whatsoever, you have to be careful. So this is the moment where Fnatic is equalizing the game again. You can tell that, especially in the gold.
In some ways, this is a similar position to where we found ourselves in the last game, and now vision is once again what's going to open it up for both sides to potentially get a pick, start the ball rolling, start being able to get advantages. Jankos is circling around the top side. We'll see if he can actually get anything down onto Gamsu. He's going to jump over the wall. He actually uses a flash there and isn't even able to follow up with the repel, and Gamsu gets away. Flash for flash in the end of that, though.
Yeah, but that's a... Hang on. Tower zone. Really good play. Really good play by Fnatic here. Reaction, you know. Failed gank in the top lane. Big misplay by Jankos. Really, really big misplay. You can't flash Cocoon. That was... He straight up missed the flash Cocoon. That wasn't a reactionary flash from Gamsu on a Cocoon. It was straight up a whiff. So Gamsu's back in the game right now. Fnatic open up the tier 1 tower in the middle. They can get the deep vision. Fall back onto the dragon right now. And we got a game on our hands right now.
Yeah, Fnatic with this first dragon. It's not that early into the game, so it'll have to be a very long game for 5 dragons to be a thing. But still, getting the first one is very nice for the combat stats. You do have to finish it off, though. That is important.
Well, they want to steal the blue buff at the same time, and they want to get back to mid lane in time. So Fnatic maybe biting off more than they can chew. They shut down the blue buff. Can they get back? Look at how scared of H2K is. It's because they have no vision. They don't know how soon Fnatic will be back. They have a little bit of vision, but they don't want to get caught.
Back in, and then the call comes out. Look at the fan vote, by the way. 78% over to Fnatic, despite the incredible showing we saw from H2K. Gotta look at the fan vote. Look at the fans who Fnatic has.
Definitely a large fan base that they've grown over time. I think one of the key things, good content that they regularly push out. Obviously, they had either they lucked out with some really nice personalities or they just build a nice team. It does help generating some fans for the organization if you go 18-0. So if you're an aspiring LCS org out there, just go 18-0.
That's all you have to do. It's
like create advice. And you will get fans. Just win games. There you go. It's not that hard.
It also helped that Gamsu went nuts in his first game as well. So yeah, being a good player also helps. But Reckless going to be able to clear out this middle wave. And Featherman actually caught up. We were talking earlier in the game how like everyone was ahead on HDK in these lanes, and now mid lane's actually ahead for Featherman at least.
Yeah, no, fantastic job catching back up there. No more disrespect. He also learns to come. It's one of those players, you'll only fool him once, you know, Featherman. He won't fall for the same trick twice, so now he will definitely respect Whimsy into Chain CC. Looking backstage. A2 ISPA. Yep. You two left me.
Well,
stabbed me.
Watching this game intently, and they were talking about it on the analyst. Go ahead.
Yeah, formerly working together, if you don't know who that was. So that was obviously Dale, our Fnatic's coach, and then ISPA, life coach, now managing H2K. Back to you, boss.
Okay, I was just saying, Dalo looking intently at this game. Analyst was saying whether he has anything up his sleeve, maybe an ace perhaps from his poker days, but so far they have definitely caught up in this game. Almost getting a pick on Noxiac, but he has his ultimate and all of some of the spells, so just poking him out of the jungle so he can't get super deep vision.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to get what he wanted in the end there.
Not to miss Kojai here, but it is a worrying trend that that mid lane tower is still alive for Fnatic, especially considering like H2K, they started out swinging, you know, side push into side push. Both tier 2 towers were at 40%, but they haven't really degraded at all. 35% in the top lane, 25% in the bottom lane. But more importantly, that mid lane tower is still alive, and that is the tipping point. Once that one falls, maybe H2K can get more out of it. But Fnatic did a fantastic job not allowing H2K to get more deep vision after that initial vision triangle faded. And right now, they have control kind of the game. They put Featherman in the split push though. That means low wave clear in the mid lane.
Both teams just trying to get something more out of these rotations, but they're being matched blow for blow every single time. That is maybe one of the tipping points, though.
And that's the difference. Whereas it takes Featherman 2 spells to clear the wave, it takes Fnatic like 5-6 seconds to clear the wave. That's enough time for the H2K poke composition to actually whittle them down, that eventually they have to yield that tower. So I think Fnatic will have to make a move, a flank, a teleport with Featherman, because if they keep doing this, mid lane tower will fall, and then the rotation game will start.
The package is now live on Forgiven, so we'll see if he uses that in the next couple of minutes. Actually, he's just used it, or it's disappeared. So
yeah, disappeared.
Ignore that
1 minute match. Package was live. Noxiac threatening the engaged. Black Shield preemptively come out. So again, you know, chipping away at the tower, and Featherman is not putting any counter pressure. He based, so Fnatic trying to buy him as much time to put some pressure in the side lanes.
Yeah,
Rigo may have to match him right now, but
how far can he push really? Because he's blind basically in the bottom jungle, so he can take away this pink ward, but he can't exactly push all the way in there. Meanwhile, top lane was being pushed in by Odawame, and Gamsu is fairly far back, so they won't be able to pressure the lanes, they'll just be able to receive those waves.
yeah, bit of a stalemate here. Obviously, Forgiven can clear waves, so H2K will never have any problems getting siege on because they have the wave clear. The problem is when Fnatic starts to dive. Featherman looking for assassination here too in the bot lane. Ryu pushes the wave. But Fnatic more comfortably, they're trying to instantly catch these waves. Again, you want to stop this push right here. You don't want to stop it when it's already at the tier 2 tower, because then Ryu can technically disappear, join mid, 5v4, poke you down, you lose your tower. So Featherman doing a good job here. H2K reacting, saying, okay, we can't break open mid because the actions that Featherman's doing. Maybe we kill Featherman first.
Yeah. This game has just all become about the map movements, about the macro game. And very little interaction between the laners themselves as the Rive catch the wave and try and make something happen on a different part of the map.
Don't go for Herald. When your mid lane tower can be sieged on, that's super risky.
I think Alistair's coming down to react to that, but H2K may be caught in a bad position if they try to go for this one, because Featherman jumps in, looking for the Frozen Tomb, isn't able to get it because of the spell shield. The flash into the knockup from Noxiac, though, knocks Ryu into the team. He'll have to flash away, but there is the Frozen Tomb. Can't burst him down before the Wild Growth comes up, though, and Jankos being chased into the jungle. Now Odawam, they arrive. Does he have the damage to deal with Rekkles? The rest of the team is dead, and Fnatic annihilate H2K in that fight.
Ace for Fnatic. Big team fight, and this is what we're talking about. Yeah, H2K, they have the siege, they have the poke, potential rotate, but by God, don't team fight them. Look at the damage overall. Beautifully executed overall, and well, there's no Baron, but there will be in 5 seconds from now, and this may actually be ace into Baron for Fnatic.
Man, that sucks for H2K in terms of timing. Losing that fight in the mid lane, everyone is down. Jankos was one of the members to die around the middle part of the fight, so he's not even going to be a first to try and even contest a steal. And this Baron is just gone. Over to Fnatic at 20 minutes. Now we have a huge swing in this game.
Yeah, what a gold swing. Let's watch this again. So Featherman goes in, doesn't blow his ulti immediately, even though Jankos re-engaged. H2K, they don't have a team fight, so they can't re-engage, even though they point blank cocoon Featherman. Noxiac, 2-man pulverize engaged. Again, you know, way more than what is Vander offering in his teamfight. It's not Vander's fault, it's just he's playing Morgana. Gamsu comes in, look at this. 3-man ultimate overall. Knocks Ryu into the wall too. Featherman still untouched. Or half-touched. Odoame comes in. He's not... 1, he joins late, and 2, he can't join these teamfights at this point. Just H2K completely caught with their pants down, and Fnatic understanding the strength of their composition. They had the patience to wait for an opportunity like this, but then they went ham. They went all in, and it paid off with an ace and a Baron.
And Stats God Spellsy just informed me that Featherman dealt 3,600 damage in that fight, and that is almost as much as the entire enemy team combined.
Yeah.
By himself. Ridiculous.
I mean, look at the health. Like, right now, average health on somebody is like 2k, so yeah, Featherman took down like 2 people on his own, just single-handedly.
AoE, boys. Quite strong. 0-1-5. And after all that, didn't even get a single kill. No, went over to his allies.
That's when they go like, yeah, who got the kills? Good job, Gamsu and Spirit.
Yeah, yeah. It's like in solo queue, it's just like, well, I've got a good KDA, and it's just like, I'm not even gonna look at the damage dealt graph.
That's how we deduce who did well.
Yeah.
Featherman, you know, yeah, he joins these fights really late, gets some assists, but really doesn't contribute much. No, but it's only gonna get worse right now. Look at that build. A lot of H's slowly stacking up. You have Zonias already at 22 minutes with CDR boots. That's pretty early overall. Because he has insane CS, by the way. 223 at 22 minutes. Yeah, Fnatic, they held on beautifully. You gotta commend them, because things are looking grim. Like, any worse team, even slightly worse, would have lost their mid lane tower, would have lost both tier 2s in the bottom, and the game was likely over. Because at that point, division, snowball, it's too easy that way for H2K. They did a fantastic job keeping away division out of their jungles.
Fnatic getting a lot from this Baron, taking in an inner turret as well at the 22-minute mark. H2K can't really contest that one, and now they can sweep the enemy jungle as they leave, taking so much from this one. And they still have that Baron life for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the problem is H2K right now, they can't force Fnatic to decide, you know, force a team fight or lose the split push or poke, because Fnatic's like, well, we'll just match your poke lanes. Our minions right now are magic resistance. Well, guess what? All your poke is magic damage. You can't even wave clear anymore. We just siege on you and force a dive. So this is really troublesome.
Top lane siege now coming in for Fnatic. Forgiven trying to clear this from long range, but Ryu also trying to clear that with a glitter lance, but the buffed up minions are so difficult to clear at this stage in the game. Top tower goes down, and another one over to Fnatic.
Yeah, Featherman just threatening to dive there from the side, because they know all they gotta do is take the tower. Odoamne split pushing. H2K just want to buy as much time as they can, but again, he can't even get that tier 2 tower. That was already at 20% in the bot lane. Look, that was all Forgiven, by the way, that did that. He set that up, but he couldn't quite get there.
This would be such a big win for Fnatic, by the way, because the analysts they were talking about H2K being such a good team at this point in time. Can Fnatic challenge them? Apparently, yes. Yes, they can challenge them, being so far ahead in this game after that swing. And picking up this win would be really big for them.
Yeah, I like the fact that H2K is going for compositions like these, though. It just shows that they are very confident on scrims, that they have better macro understanding of the game, and they likely push it a little riskier. It's one of these compositions. If you play it in scrims and you're better than your opponent, it actually snowballs out of control a little harder, and all it takes is a little bit of extra snowball in the early game to really make this a stomp every game. But on the stage, you know, when you're a little more hesitant, you just, fog of war. Do I risk it? No, I don't want that guy that overextends, and because in the highlight reel, like Odoamne right here, see, not much will happen.
The riposte and gets it, and now he'll start recalling again.
But yeah, back to the story. Like,
okay, I'm ready.
If you're on the stage, you know,
this one.
Yeah, sit down, monologue. You just don't take that extra risk here and there, and then suddenly that teamfight comp, you know, the pull the trigger all-in shotgun type of composition wins out. Because I'm confident that H2K can play a similar competition like Fnatic and may do better. But I love that they're actually going for this type of style of League of Legends, because I think in terms of practice and training and what it rewards you to do long term, it teaches you a lot about the game that you can then use later on in playoffs, maybe at Worlds.
This is a very smart game as well to watch. It's maybe not the most flashy from both teams, but it is very interesting to see on a macro sense, just so you can see what the teams have been prepping and how they react to certain situations. And currently, H2K lag behind in this game. Let's take a look at some of those item builds and item spikes though, because in the top lane, Odoamne has managed to hit Titanic Hydra and his Black Cleaver, so the core really there for the top lane. Likewise, so is Gamsu. So he's still ahead in that matchup and will be able to duel him. So we're actually seeing the inverse in this map. So we have Odoamne up against Featherman instead.
Yeah, Odoamne, he can never catch up to Featherman. Featherman can always claw out. Worst case, tomb himself, tomb the enemy, and then claw out again, flash, Zhonya's, buy enough time. Gamsu split pushing the lane. He's now stronger than Forgiven. Forgiven can't hold him anymore. And yeah, H2K kind of under pressure right now. Fnatic can't bust open the inner base just yet. They will need another Baron to do this. But it's already in the makings. Look at the vision control right now. No vision anywhere on the map for H2K. A composition like this sets up vision very slowly, because the risk of a teamfight or a face check puts you back all the way. So it's very meticulous build and grind up with a big payout at the end of it. But because Fnatic is in control right now, there's very limited answers for H2K right now.
Looking at the vision control as well, H2K are being pushed so far into their base. You can only see a couple wards really around their base, and that's it. They can't get any deeper wards. They can't step out to get those wards. And Fnatic have responded with their own deep wards.
Because nobody can face check. That's it.
Right.
Like if you have like Gamsu, maybe probably don't want to send him in face check, but now start to send him in. Fates call him out. You know, come back to the Pokeball. If not, like Featherman, now he can't face check, but he can get close. He has like 2 invulnerability spells, Kindred worst case with the ulti, whereas any member on H2K just can get caught out so easily. And they don't have a frontline in fights either, so Fnatic get caught, one of them, they start a team fight, good. They can maybe even win it 4v5. H2K, hell no.
We've had a lot of downtime while these teams dance around the map and clear these minion waves, but with 14 seconds left on Baron, this could be the catalyst for a potential fight. Take a look at the trinkets now as well. Got 3 of those warding totems and looking to clear out the wards as well from Fnatic.
Yeah, the contrast in trinkets actually just tells that entire story. Fnatic, they want long remaining vision, lasting vision, because they don't care about face checking. They don't need those panic answers. Whereas H2K, they want to know what's going on without having to poke their head in the bush. So they actually want those really long-range revealing trinkets that they can then use to set some foundation of vision with the side stone, but they only have one side stone. If they have to use some wards or they get swept, it's really hard. So Vander will have to base a lot to get more wards.
Odoamne split pushing in the bottom lane, finds Gamsu as he comes in there as the mid lane is starting to poke off each other, but Gamsu arriving there with the red buff as well means he can push Odoamne away from the bottom turret.
Yeah, Fevin just pushed in. If you look at your minimap, a wave in the top lane right now. He moves in. They have to start checking these brushes though for these lone blue wards. Fevin will find one. As they disappear, H2K will be forced to use more of their blue trinkets, one of them available, or face check. And that will be their demise. Spooky Ghost, you know, another vision generating tool being used. Spirit gets poked.
It's a bit of damage down, but he still has his ultimate, still has a tanky knocksack in front of him to peel if necessary. And Ryu takes a bit of poke there, while Featherwind goes back to the top lane and continues pushing, so putting the pressure back on H2K.
Yeah, look at H2K. They thought they actually had the upper hand by getting the mid push, pushing in Fnatic, and then rotating into the Baron area to clear some wards, put some vision. But Featherwind was like one step ahead. Like, yeah, if that's your play, which is the normal play, fight for mid lane control. Whoever has it gets Baron control for a fraction of a second. Featherwind's ahead, you know, it's like, yeah, you guys fight for that vision. I'll just hit your inhib. H2K have to yield. They can never walk into the Baron area. They don't have enough wards on them anymore. They're slowly getting dried out of vision. And then Fnatic turns it all around, goes for a quick dragon, builds up the vision again. Complete control right now. They need to drive it home though. Definitely have a composition that could technically fall off later in the game.
Possible, but right now they're still very strong. Spirit able to take the third dragon of the game over to Fnatic. The package is live inside the base if Forgiven wants to get it. Maybe use that preempting a Baron play coming in from Fnatic in the near future. Jankos will take away this ward, but that's all he can really do.
Do you imagine jungle Corki with the package?
Oh man, the stuff of nightmares.
Just zooming over Baron, the drive-by steal, including the sound effects. I think that's what the next big thing coming to League right now.
Perhaps. Only Zac is the champion who can do that right now. Actually, I believe Jarvan can.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah.
He can slide over a very minor part of the top part of the Baron wall and then just dip into the pit, smite, peace out.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot easier for Zac because you have a little longer to get the drive-by down. But haven't seen that just yet.
Not quite. I don't think it coaches it. Okay, guys, the plan is... listen carefully. We're going to steal Baron by jumping over the pit. Yeah, okay, you're fired. Thanks.
But that one time it happens, man, that will be a highlight reel that will be played for years to come.
All right.
Yeah. H2K in the jungle was able to take the bottom turret down. So Odoamne, his efforts over the last half hour, he's now able to take down that inner turret. So
at this
got
point,
it eventually.
It doesn't matter though. That's the problem with it. It's too late. I mean, it gives you some goal, but it has no big impact in the game. Gamsu can fight him a little farther down the lane. Fnatic, they're having issues though setting up the proper amount of deep vision. Look at the Fog of War. H2K doing a good job defending it. So generally, if you want to get a Baron, back in the day, what you wanted was Baron control and a couple wards in the jungle. Right now, you want a couple wards in the jungle. You want them to use Spooky Ghosts. You want them to use all 3 blue wards. Then you can bait it. So very highly conditional. What you can do is though call their bluff and just burn it. If you look at Kindred, Kalista, Gnar, they can just 3-man that Baron incredibly quick, while Lissandra and Alistar just peel. And Fnatic can peel for 7 seconds on the Alistar before he kind of drops, and 5-6 seconds on Lissandra before she drops.
So the Baron has been started off here by Fnatic, but Spirit and Reckless were the ones tanking it, so they're taking a lot of damage while H2K can now pressure them away from this.
Yeah.
Lissandra was up there just in case they need to start up a flank play.
They forgot a crucial part of the equation. Baron deals damage, so you need somebody to soak that damage. Either Gamsu or maybe Alistar, so I was a little greedy to go for that play. It's fine if H2K don't commit, and they say, okay, there's no way they're greedy enough to do Kalista couldn't just dual Baron, but H2K respect him enough, you know. Slide in a blue board, I believe it was for max range. Yep. That's in the back right there. Forgiven has the package right now. H2K doing a good job hanging in there.
They are, and at home you might be like, oh, Resident Sleeper, this game is like so slow and we haven't seen a lot of kills for a while, but neither team is able to make something happen specifically Fnatic because H2K is responding in the right way, getting the walls down, contesting the vision, contesting the hot zones in this game, and that's why you can't make something happen. And now Fnatic are trying to force something, and it could go wrong as this fight erupts. Everyone is running away from H2K that have already been scattered. Noxiac does not land his combo, and maybe H2K can do something here.
Alright, good couple good things here. Hang on, we'll explain it later, because Cabo split pushing, Baron gets started again.
And the Baron should be going down, but H2K are coming in here, and a lot of members from Fnatic are already poked out. Odoame now heading into this fight, using that ward at the back of the pit. The Baron, who is it going to go over to? The Baron goes over to Kalista Ren, over to Fnatic, but now the rest of the team is getting chunked out. Odoame flashes away from the pit, but Reckless goes out, and Spirit not able to save him with the Lance Respite. He even has to step out of there, and only Gamsu is remaining.
The last kill prior to this fight was at 19 minutes in the game. We're now at 32 minutes, and Fnatic make a crucial mistake overall by recommitting to that Baron without the proper setup. Capitalization from H2K, beautifully executed, and now finally they get those towers.
40 seconds on those death timers for Fnatic. How much can H2K take from this? They've taken an inner turret. If they can kill Gamsu, they can get a lot from this. He's defending the middle lane, but he can't defend all of them.
Yeah, they'll just get the bottom lane inhibitor, and by that time they'll probably have to leave the base here. So much to talk about that phase prior to this, though. Eventually get a replay, see what happened, but that was just a snowball of really good execution on the side of H2K and a series of, yeah, over-eagerness, hubris, and unfortunate events for Fnatic.
Kind of sad that big minion wave in the top lane as well, so they'll take this time to back off to their side of the map.
And just to touch on the story you were telling earlier about how we didn't get any kills, and we get the replay. So this is the end of the fight. Noxiac, this is already where stuff went wrong. There's almost no way out for Fnatic. Noxiac's already low, they don't have enough damage on the Baron, no Kindred ulti here, which means everybody drops. This fight's already over, but it's the setup that leads to this play. And that was actually, if we recall, while we watched this complete slaughter here from H2K, beautifully executed, by the way, was Fnatic doing Baron, they engage, the Cocoon comes out on the Lissandra preemptively from Jankos, which was good. Vander gets a Black Shield, he walks out, so H2K stopped the Baron yet again. But then Fnatic panic, and they TP in with Gamsu. That leaves Odoamne split pushing in the bot lane, and at that point, H2K had the control. Because they can poke Fnatic while they're doing Baron. 4v5 plus Baron damage working against the enemy team essentially is a 5v5. Noxiac is forced into an impossible situation where he has to peel a team. He's just not tanky. Then Odoamne, he can teleport in whenever he wants. He TPs in, finishes the fight. And HCK, they just did a tremendously good job not getting caught a single time in that span from 19 minutes to 32, fighting for vision continuously by using the blue trinkets, by using the Frost Queen's Claim, and by just sliding in enough wards in their jungle.
I always like games like these because you can see exactly what went wrong and what went right, because you have so much build-up to the big eruption of events that happens, and then you can take a look at what went wrong. Additionally, silver linings for Fnatic, they did pick up the Baron there, so Gamsu was able to buff the minions, so H2K couldn't take away everything they owned. Had it gone over to H2K, it probably would have lost a lot more, but they did manage to pick up the Baron there.
Yeah, they definitely did get the Baron. They don't have the benefits from the buff though, and they lost their inhibitor. So now Fnatic will have to deal with an extra side lane pushing, and that can put the rotational motor back in play here for H2K, because they can push out one lane, push a third lane in the bottom, in the top lane for example, and siege 4 mid. Maybe that can open it up. That can give them enough control to eventually get a Baron of their own. I don't think any of these teams, barring a major ace team fight, will find an opening unless there's a Baron involved.
I think the real casualty of this game is the fact that Forgiven is no longer unkilled.
Yep.
He's no longer got an infinite KDA, has that one death in this game. 343 CS though, we've had so much farming in this game. There's so much gold going over to both teams to start itemizing. Some of these players almost approaching 6 items as well, mid lane specifically. On the side of Ryu, only has that one Duran's Ring left to put another one into. Actually, he actually hasn't finished that 4th item, but take a look at the Baron power play.
Yeah, oof. That's the kind of play that happens when you get the Baron, you get aced. So you get 1500 from the Baron, but that's it. You know, Fnatic didn't really get too much after that. And what I do like is that trinkets are now free to upgrade, so we no longer have the situation where we have 6 item kind of guys with a tier 1 trinket.
Yeah.
You still have to press the button. We're not quite there yet. Maybe soon we'll auto upgrade it for you. You know, we get League Legends. Care about you. Upgrade your trinket.
We do, and I'm wondering if Fnatic decides to change some of their trinkets as well with the game state changing.
Yeah.
Because it's still basically the same from what we saw earlier when they were ahead and their goals were different.
The problem is they won't need trinkets to find where HDK is, because HDK will group in front of them and show them where they are. They will reveal themselves. So No flank. Nobody's going to flank from H2K. They're just going to come in the front door and be like, yeah, knock, knock, who's there? Poke. Move away, step aside, take the turret. H2K right now, they're setting up the vision for the next Baron already. It's going to take a while, but they want to keep control of the vision as best as they can because they know the base is too closely knit together to really force one on opening there, and they'll get hard engaged on. But they can completely annihilate Fnatic's vision and force them to overextend for it. That's one play they can do.
Slowly shifting back over to H2K though. 4,000 gold ahead, Fnatic still remain, but far less than it was before. It almost looked unwinnable for H2K up until that point.
Yeah, and you're just losing the potential for Febiven to go in and really annihilate it and carry. So right now, Lissandro doesn't have the one-shot potential anymore. Maybe on Forgiven if he wouldn't have the QSS, but he has it right now. So Forgiven can QSS out. Ryu can always Whimsy or ultimate himself right now. So Febiven will have to go in and buy time. So now Fnatic needs to hope that Spirit and Reckless still have enough damage in the backline to kind of 2v5 carry the fights, and that's going to be rough. H2K definitely have more damage in the late game.
Really down to the consistent damage from Fnatic now. And plus Odoamne is also gone for Scarrack, so he's not going to get bursted down, and there's even enough time for Ryu to get the wild growth up, so not going to find the burst. Going to have to go down to those prolonged trades and see if they can even maybe get a pick or get the numbers advantage in the lane. But when you have a game state like this, it's difficult to make that happen. They're now being pushed further into their base, so okay, they can move from lane to lane a little bit faster, but...
Alright, I can actually, looking at it right now, I may have to reconsider my own statement. I can feel the wrath, the potential wrath of the Twitter analysts already. Does H2K really have... I think the biggest damage disparity will be Odoamne versus Gamsu here. Corki late game isn't the best damage dealer. It's probably equal with Kalista in certain scenarios. Ryu versus Febiven, equal. Dankus does less than a Spirit. So actually, yeah, the man to watch for the damage will definitely be what Odoamne does in his fights, because his sustained damage output is high if he remains uncrowd controlled.
Yeah, sitting on 4 items currently, and most of them damage items. Ryu able to take away the Sentinel here. Look at the amount of wards in the top side of the map from both teams, by the way. It's just scattered with red wards.
Yeah, no blue trinkets for Fnatic, so they have to face check by the old school way, popping their head into the brush. And have these fancy revealing shenanigans.
It is better for Fnatic, as we mentioned earlier, even when they were ahead, because they have the abilities so they can
safely, somewhat safely do it.
Stasis up?
Yeah, they have stasis on Febiven, they have like Unbreakable on Alistar. You see Odoamne is winning the split, which he's slowly whittling away at that inhibitor, and then whenever he gets chunked, he just life-steals on the minions. We see a hard engage reaction from Fnatic.
And Noxiac gonna try and make it happen, gets a knock-up onto Ryu and Vanda. Can the team follow up? Those Spirits coming in here, but Noxiac taking a bunch of damage even through his ultimate. The binding does not land. Odoamne in the back lines, gonna start dueling Gamsu. He's by himself, mitigates some of the damage with the riposte, jumps back into his team. Febiven with the re-engage, with the ultimate on himself to get some of that healing down. And Odoamne is out of mana, he's trying to escape from this fight. Ryu will go down, and Odoamne is unable to run away. Vanda being chased in, and it's all going wrong for H2K.
H2K just threw the game. Odoamne, if he does not teleport, he can end the game. I'm pretty sure he could have ended the game, because Gamsu, no teleport, he left the lane, and there was a moment in that fight where H2K could choose to not commit, get out of there, because they made a pincer. They could have just disengaged, stalled the backs. I think Odoamne could have straight up ended the game right there on the Fiora, if not take 2 Nexus Towers. And Fnatic, they may be at risk of ending the game themselves here. 30 seconds on both Fiora and Ryu.
Inhibitor goes down, but there's still 2 people able to defend this push.
They're doubting.
And the minion is coming, the wave is coming in. They don't have the Baron wave though, and Forgiven gets a good ultimate off into the back line of minions. Noxiac goes in with a face call though, able to get the CC up. That's the first Nexus turret going down, and they're focusing this one out. Spirit going into the ultimate, and Forgiven, he can't do anything about it. And Fnatic are actually going to end this game 41 minutes in, and they take the win over H2K.
Yeah, okay, I just want to see that replay.
Yeah.
The hell happened there? Well, good closure though. Okay, at the end, what Fnatic did well, what we can analyze right here. Good teleport on the minion. You saw it, slight hesitation though. That was the difference. Like, can we? Yes, we can. No, we can't. Okay, let's do it. Teleport on the minion. Fate's Call used. Knock up. Kill the wave clear. Watch the death timers. They're now in the bottom right of your screen. You know you have to press tab. And Fnatic, composed. They win that team fight. We saw it again, you know. H2K, the setup for the team fight. Poke, 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 poke. But once everybody's fighting around, that's when Fnatic's composition is supreme. But oh boy, I'm gonna, if I can't see it right now, maybe on the analyst test, but I'm gonna keep watching. I want to see that again. I think Oduwalno could have straight up, I really hope I'm right, because else I'm embarrassing myself, but I think he could have straight up ended that game in the bot lane.
Tiny elements that go into winning these fights or losing these fights, but still a win for Fnatic. Very big here. A lot of people were doubting them whether they could pick up this win against H2K, who have looked so good in a macro sense in the first week, and Fnatic eventually take this game. It was down to those very few team fights, and it was all down to that. It was a very clean game, actually, from both teams.
But that was textbook poke siege though from H2K. Very commendable performance. Like how they opened up the map and then started using Forgiven in the side lanes to get those towers down. If they found a way, and there must be a way, if you look at the VODs, to get some more vision in the jungle next to the tier 1 mid tower, then get the tier 1 mid tower, the game could have been over straight up right there. Because Fnatic could only win by forcing hard engages, and H2K had the means to potentially dance around that. But yeah, definitely a game worth rewatching with the outcome in mind and seeing where certain things went wrong and what could have been changed.
Yeah, it was honestly just high-quality League of Legends from both teams, very well played, and I was excited to see these two teams meet each other so early in the split as well. Just seeing very good things both individually and as teams. Definitely the strategies have started evolving versus some other teams who haven't maybe prepped in the same way, seen Origin as well, maybe flustered in the first week, versus these two teams who have come in very, very strong. Even with the complete roster shake-up from Fnatic, the amount that Delos had to do to rebuild the team, very, very impressive.
Yeah, good league overall. Fnatic, different style though. Like they're going ham again. Like they're going in for the team fights. Reckless said, yeah, me and Noxac, we want to lane like pretty aggressively. Okay, obviously they couldn't show it right now because it was a lane swap, but I like the zero hesitation team fights. The really big play for me was still the ace into Baron at 20 minutes exactly. That's like a Fnatic signature move almost, and that was impressive that they could make that happen.
Yeah, it was a little also unfortunate timing as well. At that time, you just have to get 5-man aced. Yeah, unfortunate. Yes, they lost.
You hate it when it happens, well, you know. Usually I don't mind getting aced, but just 20-minute mark.
At that time when they just managed to take the Baron, but they took so much off that as well. They actually had a very good Baron play and a very poor Baron play in the same game. So you usually don't see that one happen, but it was just the nature of how that one panned out.
Yup, still waiting. I think the analyst is going to take it. They're probably going to steal it.
Yeah.
They're going to take my replay. It's fine, I'll just watch it at home. Yeah. Like, Oduwalno, could you have finished?
It was possible. We saw the minion wave there, but really have to just take another look at that one. Anyway, we're going to throw it down to Pyra, who is on stage with Fnatic's man in the mid lane.
Thank you very much, Pulse. I am indeed standing here with Febivin. Congratulations on your win. And you're now 2-1 on the board. You faced off against all of the, what we call the top teams that we expected coming out of the split. What do you make of this competition in Europe so far? Is it stronger or weaker than last year? What do you think?
It's really hard to judge so far because it's just the beginning of the split. So I think the best teams right now are Vitality, Origin, us, and H2K. And I think H2K is still the strongest one because they just seem the best right now. I think it's a bit worse than last season summer split because everyone has roster changes. So it's really different right now, and it's really hard to judge for me and for every team which team is actually the best, and because there's so many new teams right now.
Very honest answer, thank you. I also wanted to talk to you about H2K that you just faced off against. They're considered the cerebral team, the smart team. How did you force that so smart team to face off against you with a poke comp and then fight you when you had a team fighting comp?
We knew we were strong at the 20-minute mark, and they were sieging mid tower, and we had teleport advantage, and they kind of got caught off guard, and we just used our CC to lock down their Lulu and their Corki, and that is basically their damage, and we won a team fight off that, and then after that we played really scared. We could have engaged a lot more because we just stalled the game for 45 minutes, which shouldn't have happened. But yeah, well played to them.
Well played indeed, and I wanted to ask you about your two of your new members, Spirit and Gamsu. How are they fitting into the team? You've done the two Korean imports before. How's it working out this time?
Getting Spirit and Gamsu in our team is really nice because they are really good together. They are really nice guys. We still have obviously a lot of problems like with the communication and stuff, but I think with the weeks going in and the hard work we're doing every day, every week is gonna be great again.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Congratulations on your win once again, Febivin. And for now, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game and to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pyra, and I think they will break it down with a lot of pleasure because that was some high-level League of Legends of probably the best two teams in the league right now, excluding Origin and maybe their current form from today, but just good stuff all around.
I think it's the most exciting game that we've seen of the split.
Even though it was slow in the beginning.
Very, very clear decisions and very clear consequences because of those decisions. One of the things that stands out to me was how H2K did play from behind after giving up an ace and then a Baron, because as a team that traditionally was unable to come back from deficits, I was quite impressed with how they've evolved. Now, it is a completely different set of players to summer last year, but it does bode very well for the future for one of the top tier teams.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously when we have these slower pace games, some people find it super boring to watch and so on. But the thing is, it's very difficult to make an aggressive play if the other team is positioned correctly on the map to counter that play. Because like H2K's composition, Lulu, Morgana against Lissandra, like it is so difficult for you to hard engage on that. And if you go too far, you might end up losing the entire game because you then overextend and you just jump into a trap. So it was very difficult for Fnatic to finish the game. Obviously, they got the last big team fight.
Well, as you say, it was the story of the game or finding those engages as well, and we have the sequence of events to show that here because it all boiled down to the ace and then the two team fights that came after it.
Yeah, very interesting after this ace that Forbidden was saying they had to play a little bit scared, but at this point, Fnatic taking this fight was great engage out of Noxiac.
It is absolutely insane engage. It's also where the composition really starts spiking. Kalista, Kindred, and Lissandra all do extremely well here around 20 minutes. Odamne comes in late, and I have to say, I feel like the mistakes H2K made in this game were pretty big, honestly. This one here getting super surprised, then it leads obviously into this Baron here, which is good by H2K. They get the ace, Odamne comes in, and so on, and like this is where H2K basically has won the game, in my opinion.
It was very exciting to see, though, both teams understanding the team fights that they could clearly go for, and then they fully go for. H2K threw everything and the kitchen sink into the Baron pit, and this was the Baron power play that ended up, in fact, being negative.
All right, so last play here, if I remember 100% correct, yeah, the last engage coming in. First of all, Ryu ends up doing 0 damage. He misses 2 Qs, he E's on himself or his teammate, sorry, that's the first Q miss. So he has no impact in this fight, and Odoamne, I don't understand why he's teleporting in. Not even a discussion if he could finish the game or not, but he just ends up engaging in or teleporting in behind alone 1v4. The rest of his team wants to kite. They can't kite because he's teleporting in and he's about to die. So they have to now re-engage, but that's not what their comp wants to do. Had they just disengaged, which they basically already had, let him push the bot lane. Worst case, you just get another fight in 2 minutes around Baron.
Looking at that again, I feel like the timing of the teleport, if he at least hadn't started the TP, I think they would have maybe second-guessed whether he was actually going. He could have cancelled it at that point. I think there were a couple of plays there that Odo could have made to have at least, as Krepo was putting it, just had both of the Nexus towers down.
Yeah.
And I think you put Fnatic in such a tough spot.
Because you say, could he have finished the game? It doesn't matter. It does matter, Sufficient.
No. So, like, I meant just for the fight itself, because his decision to teleport, if he could finish or not, is irrelevant. Because he shouldn't TP no matter what. Because he's TPing in behind 1v4, and his team is built to run away.
Lawyered.
So no matter what happens, he shouldn't teleport there. So that was a bad play for him. I also feel like Jankers earlier in the game, I got very angry on the desk. At 15, 16 minutes when he goes top to try and gank and he flashes over the wall, misses Cocoon, gives up mid tower. When all his team wanted to do at that point was honestly just wait and scale up with Fiora, because she would just outduel anyone.
And
why?
That play had a knock-on effect, though, because Odo then couldn't then be in that solo lane. Even then, when there's nobody going to be in that lane against him, he doesn't feel confident enough to sit down there and push. And the thing was, you look at the 2 champions against him, Na was just about strong enough to take him for most parts of that game until he really started getting a lot of damage as Fiora scaled up. The Lissandra can just wave clear in front. We already know that from the top lane matchup that still is a tricky one and kind of depends on the engage tool. So for a long time in that game, Odo Amne just didn't have the confidence to split push because he just felt like he wasn't strong enough.
And of course, if you step back and you look at just how that game played out, it did take over 40 minutes to finish, but it was very, very clear the different pockets of, aggression, non-aggression. And Strauss had actually pointed it out off air, how in contrast to the previous game, when you were looking at CS numbers, sidewave management, map pressure, and when you look at vision, which is something that Fisher had mentioned, the amount of pink wards that were picked up and bought, you could actually see some of the mechanics in use that is separating the likes of Fnatic and H2K against some of the teams that are lower down the ladder. And it was just those big calls and those big positional errors that ended up costing, at the end, H2K.
And to clarify that slightly, I was contrasting it with the Splice game, where Splice had almost a similar composition, utilizing a TF to wave clear with the teleport in this game on Lissandra. The difference was the CS numbers. Everybody on Fnatic and H2K way above 300 just before that 30-minute mark. And Splice, you had a TF that had barely 200 and 220 at that point. So good wave management by Fnatic. That was what this comp was made to do, and stop the 1-4 ability, and then when they try and, well, when they're out of position, engage them with the Lissandra.
And really well played by FLICKR, in my opinion. Keeping side lane pressure, meaning that H2K couldn't group very effectively, meaning it was hard for Ram also to push because he could get TP on and die, and also the engages in the fights. The one in mid lane, they win and take Baron. That's his engage. You know, I think FLICKR played a great game, and I think it's awesome that Fnatic are now surprising us in the sense they beat H2K here, because we need...
You.
Yeah, sure. I said H2K would win. That's fine. But like, we want these top teams to do well
and play good games.
And play
overall.
good games. So I'm just happy that we had two good teams facing each other, playing good League of Legends.
You were also very happy when your prediction was about to come true and HK came back, because you were like, see, I told you. When it
That teleport, man, that game was won.
Anyways, with all that, let's take a look at the standings. Let's take a look at the ladder. With all that, Fnatic is not the undefeated team at the top of the table, but it is G2 Esports riding high at 3-0. Then at the bottom, we see Giants and Splice still without a win. Let's start with the top of the table, G2 Esports 3-0, and probably for me the most surprising result out of all.
Yes and no. I think they're playing very, very well, and this is a team that can also play from behind. 2 of those 3 wins, they had deficits of varying scales, but they're also playing against the weaker teams on the table. So we need to see how they're going to perform against Origin, how they're going to perform against H2K, how they're going to perform against Fnatic, and then we can really judge their individual mechanical ability as well as their strategic team play.
I mean, 2 of the teams they beat are 0-3. So yes, they have been having the easy schedule. I think Youngbuck and some of the other guys had some good tweets after the game today, basically saying, we weren't really proud of this game. You know, the play wasn't great, but we were happy about the focus and like the attitude we had in game, so we got back into the game, and then we won it. So like that's also very important for these new young teams, that they can play from behind.
And I also think it's so important, the confidence that it's going to give both Youngbuck as a coach, the imported Koreans, even Kickers, who was a little bit of a tilty player at times. I think going 3-0, building up this buffer at the beginning of a split, can only set them up for success when you get middle of the split and then looking towards playoff positions.
Yeah, and looking at controlling the meta as well, we asked the guys at home who they thought had the best view of the meta so far, and we had a tweet from @Zayan who said, G2 have adapted to do meta very quickly, especially bringing out the Graves jungle, Tom Trundle picks in week 1, and those are the kind of things that you can't underestimate. See Origin last week in the beginning of a split.
That's very fair. I think, though, when you look at the jungle matchup today, it was slightly less impressive from Trick. Last week, I think he was, 6-1, pre-15 in over both games. This time, didn't do as well. He had the Elise today, back to a different setup, wasn't quite the
best. It's a bit over-eager. You know what I've looked at? The 3 games we've seen, all 3 games, he's been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he's been punished for it. But the team has rallied behind him when he gets caught again, and then won team fights that proceed. So got to be a little more careful, especially in the early to mid game.
That is very interesting to me, because we've seen a lot of early game aggression coming out of the junglers. We've seen players like Airwax actually doing really, really well because the early game calls for it. Then we have players like Amazing saying, well, you got to be able to be a bit crazy in the early game. And then you had the interview with Shook, where he actually said, no, I think it's all about being calculated and being safer.
Old man Shook.
It's interesting juxtaposition.
Especially when you consider that Shook was kind of the loose cannon on previous teams in many ways. Today, played a lot more controlled, a lot more calm with Vitality, and you know, even in the interview, he's like, look, it was the game plan. We wanted to starve them and suffocate their resources, and that's how they picked up the win.
It's what you have to do when you are against a team who are certain stages in the game can push, you know, on your towers. If you go too aggressive there, you end up often losing towers, you get caught out or whatever. They're against the Twisted Fate. So it's like, we can't really go too aggressive because they have double global. Twisted Fate and Tom Kench, I believe it was, from Wonderware.
Yeah.
So it was honestly just smart, but it was also poorly played by Splice, allowing Vitality to just sit and scale up. Like, they just kept Nukeduck in mid lane to wave clear because TF just always ran into mid with Cork, and they were like 4v4 in there.
I think there was a fundamental problem, though, that I think Vitality could have capitalized on a bit harder, was that TF normally has picked to snowball a lane. Tamken, sure, you can get him ahead, he gets tanky. Bot lane, they had a losing matchup as well. So who do you snowball in that match? I think Vitality could have pushed a little bit harder.
Well, getting a little bit more insight into Vitality, I know you sat down with both Sean's and Fresh before, but we still have a little bit more of that to go, so let's listen.
How easy is it to coach your players with their personalities? I'll shoot this to both of you before we move on. Sean?
All right, so my first stage on Gambit was with Diamond, Edward, Forgiven, Cabo. Well, Bessie is like, this is actually like a really high ego person, but good ego, so it's fine. And then after, like, once you get this ability to like handle those kind of people, then after when you come with like, I don't know, like more docile players, I would say, like it's fine, you know, because as long as right at the beginning they respect your authority and they respect like how is the pyramid of the team like going in, then it's fine, because they know I'm coach, they are players, so they should not like do anything when it's work. Then after out of work, then it's fine, you know, you can be, if you have good relationship with your players, you can be a friend with them, because then after they can trust you like a big brother, things like that. So.
It was really fun talking to Sean's and I'm So Fresh, because Sean's had a lot more of a controlled style, and I'm So Fresh was like, look, they're my friends, we deal with things on a friendship basis, and what I like about it is there's different approaches. Like Sheepy's in a very similar position, in my opinion, to Fresh. He's got a lot more of a personal relationship. But when Sean's was describing the pyramid, we finished the chat and he was like, yes, there is a structure, there's a clear management approach, there's a clear analyst involvement, and it's great when you think of it in a pyramid structure, the players at the bottom with all the support stuff up top, or vice versa. You can build them up. And I just want to see how it continues to evolve, because Sean's demonstrates an ability to get Gambit multiple levels up. And Vitality are in a pretty good spot with Shook calling them the super team that wants to be #1.
I was chatting to him yesterday, obviously not on camera, I'm not as fancy as you are getting to do, but
You are allowed to do that, by the way, if you want to.
Maybe next week, but I was talking to him about your in-house culture for Vitality, because I like what Fnatic has been doing with Daylor and the setup they've been running, very focused on the schedule, on planning and everything. And Vitality is very much the same. Like, the players go to bed at the same time, they wake up at a set time, you know, there's lunch every day at 1 p.m. and it's made obviously by the manager, who's the guy in-house.
For lunch?
Together with Shots, I think. What's lunch? I don't know.
Sign me up.
Yeah, well,
no, go ahead.
Anyway,
Sorry.
so they have like solo queue time up until that point. You get your lunch, you then scrim, and like you do VOD reviews and so on, and everything is like planned out. And Shantz is basically the guy who's running it, and he's the guy in charge. So it's a bit like Daylor in that sense, and I think that's super good. I really respect that, and I think that's what more organizations in Europe need to do, because we tend to have some players who believe they are a little bit bigger than maybe they are, and it can be very, very wise to listen to someone who has a better overview, maybe a little bit older.
And plans their lunches.
Yeah.
Plans for lunch.
Do they pack them with like, is there a note
Possibly.
written in
We have
there?
to
Like,
ask.
The
What a little
easy answer was Pulsar. I don't know why you didn't.
In the Vitality House, really?
The thing is, what I do actually agree with that, and I do think that we're continually seeing that teams with a strong organizational structure behind them, especially when it comes to coaches, managers, and analysts, are doing significantly better. And we're starting to see more and more rosters pick up all this additional support staff. And it is showing in terms of calls, in terms of strategy. Today, maybe slightly less so than last week for Europe, but the growth is there.
Or getting rid of them like OG.
banned soda in their house.
Good. Like,
yeah, the players were crying about it on Twitter yesterday. Pouring all the Coke into the sink. So
Gotta stay healthy. Gotta stay healthy.
The Yamato cannon, the potato cannon. He's a ruling of Iron Fist.
No, but it's very interesting indeed to see those different styles evolve. Maybe one last note. Last week we were all, we're seeing so much tactical diversity and the teams know how to play their game on a higher level. Honestly, for most of the games today, we saw a bit of a regression.
Oh, there was some messy games.
Yeah.
Deficio's done.
Except
He's
for the
like,
last
I'm
game.
walking out of
Yeah,
here.
last game was great.
Deficio just couldn't get anything in the predictions. Everyone was playing different things. No, it was just a little bit messy in some of the longer games. When you look at like plays that just stall the game out. Last week we were like, great, fast games. Everybody knows how to close the game.
It also shows, because last week was sort of top of the table versus bottom of the table in many scenarios.
Exactly.
And today we saw a little bit more of like top v top, bottom v bottom. And you can see where some of these additional stall-outs and mistakes come from.
I also think teams adapted to pick and ban phase a little bit. You know, there were more wave clear coming in, a little bit more control. Yet, I felt like there's so many games where just like kind of like good play, then mistake, then good play, mistake, you know, and it became very messy, except for the last game here.
Well, we will see if it's less messy tomorrow. But over in the world of fantasy LCS, Mr. Rawls will be carrying your team. That is, if you're in the 5.5% of rosters that started him this week. 10 kills, 5 assists, and a Quadrar. He is today's fantasy leader with 39 points. I don't have him.
Another sleeper pick you can go for is Betsy. I noticed as well he's very far down the list. He is available in most leagues, especially in our league. I was looking at him earlier. But I went for Nuke Duck, so no Ryu, so I went for Ryu, of course.
Well, I have a feeling Spellsy might have picked him up there for Betsy because, you know, statistically he would have planned it out. Betsy
he had a great game,
especially after last week
Betsy
as well.
on Rise was really good.
I'm a little bit disappointed, although thankful. Trevor tweeted me earlier in our league just to be like, oh, make sure you check your league. I nearly took Sven out to put Seal back in. But I believed in my first rank pick, and it paid off. Unfortunately, Fox only got me like 1.5
Start your
points.
I sincerely hope I beat Stress this week. That's all that matters.
Definitely is, and we'll see who beats who tomorrow, as the EU LCS Spring Split continues tomorrow. Stacked roster of Vitality and Origin face off, and that is also our game of the week. Very good, and later on Fnatic go up against the Unicorns of Love, G2, H2K. Wow, I'm loving all these matchups.
Whole load of good matchups. I cannot wait actually for Vitality OG. If OG are back, Vitality looked on decent form themselves, even with a slower paced game. Should be a good matchup.
I want UOL to bounce back.
Yeah,
I want last week's UOL.
Yeah,
I need to jump in there before you did. I want last week's UOL to show up because they brought some of that magic that UOL had in the summer split. And
Thought we banned that.
I know, but it was back, and I'd like to see it again with some less mistakes in pick and bans.
I'm looking at the two last games. Honestly, Splice, Rocket, because again, what I like now is seeing teams who get off to like potentially a 0-9 start. You know, can they hit the point with the like we did with Copenhagen Wolves back then in Spring Split 2013 or whatever?
It's onto the Danes to do it.
You know, I know. I just want to see if Splice can bounce back, and I believe Rocket is a better team right now, and I want to see them show that in the game. Because I think they're doing so many right things, and there's like 1 or 2 wrong things every game, and they go out after the game, so be like, oh man, come on, we just had that game, and then they lost it.
They did.
So I want to see them convincingly win that game.
We will see. In any case, we need to go on cooldown as we ready for tomorrow's games. For everyone here covering the European LCS, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Disappointed dad Deficio.
Here in Berlin, we are getting onto the Rift for the start of week number 2 this spring. Aggressive moves, and they're about to be a 4v3. If Emperor even lives that long, burning down along with Trick, repels up, Godford's in there. Peppy takes out Emperor, low on health. Zoe's kicking, the inhibitor stands, and Hybrid gets a big knockup, thrown in by the Kalista, but he's almost popped on the back half of it. G2, how about win 3? Have to disengage here until Swaddle comes in. There's the laser, not as much as they might have hoped, but they're still getting damage out. Around the corner, awaits the Saphir, awaits Airwhack, and the laser comes in the name of Demacia. Elements with a 2-1 start.
Amazing being there, and the flash knockup onto tower. This is a little bit risky with Dimeprox with the counter guy. Will flash after the auto attack. The gold goes over to him for the first blood.
Okay. Kite back. Keep kiting. I have 1.2.
Hit no. Hit no.
I cancel the Valkyrie. Good job. Okay, good.
And Origin take the win over Unicorns of Love.
Well, when Huni comes you, he does like holo. He does like this. Yeah. You'll welcome me? Holo. Yeah. And then he gets popular. If you do holo, you get popular.
Really?
Yeah, do it.
No.
Do it. You just have to be Otis, look. Holo.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm
going. Go. I'm coming to you. Can you go to me? Sure.
Yeah, I'm ulti. Just fight.
TF, please.
I'm on the way, by the way.
Can I list?
There goes the Nexus. Vitality take home the win.
Nice! Fiora! Go. I'm out. Push a bit. Nice, push a bit. I base.
And Odawami is out of mana. He's trying to escape from this fight. Ryu will go down, and Odawami is unable to run away. Vander being chased in. And Fnatic take the win over H2K.